Here we go again.
Like I said, really, really, really hungry.
Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and this is the Open Chat. And we are here to alleviate the horrible stuff. You know, you can watch this instead of the Orange Menace and his state of the disunion as far as that goes, and yeah, all kinds of good stuff. And while we do that, we have with us, yay, 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 the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, the Bionic Dance. How the heck are you, hon?
I've definitely been worse.
Oh man, that's a good thing. And then we also have Mom NATO with us. Yay, yay, yay!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Diana's show.
Well, I don't know. It's just, it's getting to the point where it's as much your show anymore, the two of you, as it is mine. Which is,
Well, I guess technically we could say our show,
Yeah,
but
we could.
it's your show.
So let's see. Do we have to split the take so you can you can take 35 cents a month?
No,
No,
I think
it's
I
not
let
that
you have
bad.
it all.
It's not that
I
bad.
let you have it all.
Oh man, the Tangerine
Oh,
Terrorist.
pretty
I
bad.
like it. I like it. Beach 8. Yes,
Oh, I thought he was the tangerine orangutan.
I do. He's many things. Oh, for the love of
I
Saint
know,
Gulag.
he is just such a horrid.
I don't know what he's bloviating about right now because the state of the disunion does not start for another 2 hours. But I'll tell you guys, I was watching last night, and it was a total zoo.
No.
And everything going wrong with the reporting and everything from the Democratic caucus. And Mitch McConnell has already picked up on it. It's if they can't run a caucus, how are they going to run the country? And his whole base is eating this shit up.
Of course.
Yeah, it's I don't know here, guys. Are they ever going to get anything right? I have no idea. I'm kind of thinking no.
I honestly think that this is just par for the course with Trump. He is going to use it to his own advantage and claim that, oh, see, the Democrats are so unable to get their own act together. What do you think
Oh,
they're going
yeah.
to do as presidentials?
Well, yeah,
And
McConnell's
it's
already
like,
doing that. Yeah.
and it's like, okay, but then again, look at you.
Look at me.
No,
Oh, look at him.
Trump.
Okay. Oh,
After all, Mr. I'm going to use emergency funds to build my fucking wall because I'm not happy with being told no.
well, his base is eating that shit up. I mean, for credit. Yeah.
Oh,
And then we have
he
Beach 8
got
over
told
here.
he got told by a judge that no, building a border wall with Mexico is not considered a federal state of emergency. So no, you cannot use emergency funds for it.
So wait.
He's like, yes, I can. I'm the president.
Yeah. Well, that's his little thing. It's I'm on the throne. I'm God and all that shit. Beach 8, I noticed, said Dummy Donnie is losing his mind over Bloomberg trolling him with fat pics.
Oh, God.
All
I
right.
don't want to
Jesus
know.
Christ,
I really don't want to know.
I don't like fat shaming, but in this case, I'll accept it. What the fuck? Because, well, happily, I don't get fat shamed very much. I'm working on correcting that situation anyway. I mean, as I told the other two ladies here, I actually touched 210 a day or two ago. I'm back up a little bit by about a pound, but
Well, that's
that's
still good. You are losing the weight.
that's down 30 from July.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd got that far. Really, I didn't. It's been almost imperceptible on the way down. So
Hmm.
now I've got a
Yeah,
long.
but they say your first month, month and a half, it really shows that you're losing the weight. And then after that, everything starts to drag, and those are the hardest. The second and third month are usually the hardest to get through because you feel like you should be losing more and you don't see the weight loss, but it
Yeah.
is there.
Well, I've been at it for what, almost 9 months now, and
Mm-hmm.
well, I've got, as I say, I got a long way to go. I want to get my arse down to say about 160. So
Oh,
I've
gee,
Mm.
good
got,
luck with that.
say again.
Well, I mean, I've been trying to do that for a while, and I'm saying good luck with that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
even
get the
with
point there.
regular aerobic exercise and a decent diet, I can't seem to drop weight at all.
Yeah, well, I can't afford a decent diet is one of the problems, and then
Yeah.
I've got to get my arse over to the gym because there's one right across the highway. It's just a matter of me not getting there lately. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and if I can do a little bit of that, maybe it'll help a little bit more. Um, I'll have to see how it goes. I'd like. Well, it's not going to be the case of 180 by my birthday anymore. That's I'm
Mm.
expecting a little too much. But okay, how about 180 or 160 by the end of the year? We can do that, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
If I,
I've been
hmm?
sitting at 180 for a while, and it's getting old. It's like there doesn't seem to be anything I can do about it.
Cause I know that feeling. I really do. Because back before I quit smoking, I had hit a wall at 205. No matter what I
Mm-hmm.
did, I could not go below that for any length of time. I could starve myself, not eat for a week and a half, but have one French fry and right back up there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Um, so we're gonna play around and see if we can't find the right combination and all that other happy stuff. And um, it would be kind of nice if I suddenly fell into the dough or something like that, and I could actually buy decent food because I mean my diet right now is almost 100% fried rice. I mean, I like
Well,
fried
that's
rice, don't get me
actually good
wrong.
for you, though.
Well,
That is good for you.
what would be a little better for me would be the brown rice. Because this is
Right.
I
the
mean,
polished
well,
rice, the white stuff with all the nutrition taken off of it and everything else.
I mean, fried rice isn't all that great for you.
It
I
depends
mean,
upon what you.
but I mean, rice is mostly sugar, is the thing.
Right, right. Yeah, and starches and everything, which breaks down into mostly glucose. And the advantage of rice is it's cheap.
Mm-hmm.
From
Unless, of course, you decide to get good rice like basmati.
Oh my
Mm.
word, yes. The basmati I priced at. Let me think now. Well, the jasmine that I got was about $6 for a 5 pound bag. 5 pounds
Mm.
of basmati ran closer to eight.
Mm.
And well, the basmati works better as fried
Mm-hmm.
rice. The jasmine
Right.
works better than the regular stuff, that you get for 88 cents a pound. And of course, learning how to do it, finally learning how to do it, has helped a shitload.
Mm.
Because the water, when you're making the rice, is all important.
Right.
Uh, I was just looking at something. I looked up a fried rice recipe today. Yeah, just
Uh huh.
because I wanted to see who put what into the fried rices and everything else like that.
Right.
And they said, okay, make the rice with a cup. Let's see now, 2 cups of rice and 4 cups of water.
Uh
No,
huh.
Way too much.
no, way too much water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, twice the
I mean,
water you
if you
need.
wanna if you wanna eat oatmeal or gruel with your rice, that's the right amount of water.
Yes, absolutely. And that's one of the things, the major thing I was getting wrong all those years.
Yeah,
Um,
isn't it equal cups rice to water?
yeah,
No, no,
no,
no. That's way too little. You'll get crunchy rice. No, the right way is about um like roughly 1.5 to 2 to 1, something like that, close to that.
Mm.
Like
Oh,
basically, let's put it this way: if I were to take, um, oh gosh, that's distracting.
yeah,
Um,
we are going to do something about that immediately. Okay, pull that out of
I mean,
the.
like if I take a tiny bit of rice, let's say like a quarter cup of rice, I will probably use about a half a cup of water.
right. So it's 2 to 1.
Yeah, but I mean, didn't
So
she say like
then,
4 to 1
no, she
before?
said
No.
2 cups of
Oh.
rice to 4 cups of water.
Oh.
That'd be just right.
That would be just right. I don't know why I heard it otherwise, but there, like I've used more than that, and the rice just comes out as mush.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What I've been going at so far, which has been working for me anyway, is 1 part rice to about between 1 1/4 to 1 1/2 parts water.
Hmm. Be interesting.
Um, and then, of course, everything else is, what you put in with the stuff. Um,
Right.
I've got a lot of leftover turkey, leftover chicky. That gets cubed up, that gets thrown in. Chop an onion, um, and just to make things easy, a handful of peas and carrots. The frozen stuff. It
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
actually works. Um, and yes, yes, dear. Beach. I like eggs, and eggs go into the fried rice as well.
Hard boiled or
Uh, I
scrambled?
I
Scramble them.
scramble the eggs in the wok, and then
Yep.
build the rest of the fried rice upon that. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm. Yeah, I was making like Chinese style barbecue pork fried rice.
Ooh, mama.
And
Oh.
the sauce for that is so hard to find and so hard to cook. It took me like 5 tries to get it right. Um, but part of that fried rice is scrambled egg, is
Mm-hmm.
part of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I do. As a matter of fact, Mega, I have two cookers. I don't exactly remember how I ended up with two of them because they are exactly the same cooker from two different companies. It's interesting.
Hmm.
The color is
I don't have
different.
a rice cooker.
Oh, it's
I
great.
wish I did.
Well, the cookers I have were extremely cheap. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I think no more than $20.
Hmm. Yes, that's $20 I don't have though.
Yeah, that's the problem. I was trying
Yeah.
to decide whether or not I wanted to get a deep fryer. Um, there's
Hmm. And see, that's one thing I'm lucky with the current medical company I have, the insurance. With Ambetter, I'm paying $21 a month, but they give me points towards good health and stuff like that. And one of the things I can get with it is an air fryer eventually,
oh well,
in
hey,
like a couple of more doctor's visits.
yeah. The thing I need to do is it has to be a standard deep fryer because the stuff I want to do in it is make punchki, for example. These are
Mm.
Polish or Polish donuts that are served right around um, Ash Wednesday. You
Mm.
know, where the French have Mardi Gras. Well, the Polish
Mhm.
have the Fat Thursday, which is the
Mm.
Thursday before Mardi Gras, where you eat up all the lard and the sugar and all this other happy stuff. And
Mm.
the punchki are a really wonderful way to do that. They're fried donuts with all sorts of interesting fillings, and I like to do that. I like to film it. But the only problem with it is that they are calorie dense, and then if I make 2 dozen of them, I have
Right.
to eat 2 dozen of them.
Yeah, that would not be a problem around here. I like sugar donuts. Sugar donuts are great.
Hi, Puffalufficus. Yay! Well, we're a little bit of this. How did it go? Little bit this, little bit that. Good for me, good for you. What am I talking about? I have no idea.
Good for
It's
everybody.
for that. Yes, it's the
Mm.
good for you and
Yes.
everybody on the good thing for there. And what the fuck am
Mm.
I talking about? Um. Oh,
Ouch.
mega, yeah. Watching Agaton because they've got some great stuff from Feynman there. It was fucking genius. Absolutely. Um, there are a lot of people that would give me a hard time, because I appreciate Feynman's work and I appreciate Feynman and everything else. They'd give me a hard time because he was a bit of a womanizer. But it's like, yeah, but his work was fantastic.
Yeah, that's a real problem I've been running into lately is like there's someone who does some really cool stuff and they're really like all their work is great, but it turns out in their personal life they're slime. And so now everyone expects you to like reject them and shun them and not think their work is awesome because it turns out they're slime. And it's like, but you can't just throw someone's like what if Einstein had turned out to be the next Hitler, kind
Yeah,
of thing.
really.
And it's like, should we just toss out everything he ever did because he was scum?
Well,
What can you do? I mean, that's a line that's hard to walk.
yeah, and,
Yep.
and people do tend to forget that Einstein wasn't the nicest guy around anyway.
No.
Well, not really the point though.
Mm-hmm. Mm. That thing with the phone, sometimes it's worse than the cat. Um, but yeah, I mean, what would it have been? What if Josef Mengele had developed a cure for one or more cancers?
Yeah.
Would everybody be, ignoring that because he was such a shit?
It's hard to say.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah. There's the thing. I didn't see the video yet, Kate. I have to go look at it. I saw the thumbnail out there. I saw the notification that you'd put one out, but I haven't looked at it yet.
Well, I put out one yesterday and one today. Which one do you mean?
Well, today's is the one I was talking
Oh,
about. I didn't notice the one
the one about
yesterday.
the
So
Super Bowl?
no, I read.
Today's was the one about the halftime show.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah,
Wanted to make sure I got
because
the right one.
yesterday's was not. Yesterday's was the one about the guy who, wow, brain cramp. Oh yeah, the one who has this whole atheism is stupid thing that he was doing, and all of his
Jeez.
reasons were really bad.
I
Mm.
think I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
It's the one where the thumbnail says, "If you stop beating your god yet."
I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Mm.
Yeah, the one for today though was the dude in the cross hat with the baseball hat with the cross on it.
Oh yes, that's the one I did see. Yeah, and
Okay.
God, I hate that guy.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, don't get me started. But I mean, even so, it's like his little rant was hilarious.
the
I
other
mean, especially the part like near the end. He's like, "You can't even talk about homos on Facebook," and he's like flipping out about it. And he tries to say that it's like discrimination against his values to have sexy women doing the halftime show.
What?
Yeah,
wait, it's
he tries to
Oh
discrimin.
claim
my
it's he tries to claim
god.
it's discrimination because it went into his house and there was no warning first.
Oh, bullshit. Everybody knows the sexy girls are part of the Super
I
Bowl.
was going to say
Oh, he's such an
you've come
idiot.
to expect it already.
Mhm.
I mean, God,
Oh,
look at the
that was
Dallas
part of his argument.
cheerleaders.
That was totally part of his argument that you're supposed to expect it. And apparently, he said, "No, no, I wouldn't expect it because I keep my eyes closed. I keep myself like I mind my own business, so I don't pay attention to J Lo and Shakira. No, no, how was I supposed to know
Oh
what they were
my
There's
really like?"
there's
God. You
something
lying little sack of
there's
shit.
something really
Oh,
wrong
he's
with him.
probably just beating off in the bushes where
Yeah,
he like yeah,
exactly.
Well, I
you
don't
know.
know. Maybe he's beating off in the bushes, or maybe he does close his eyes. Maybe he does avert his
Maybe
gaze
he's
from
got an
those
ugly
two.
wife.
And there's a really cute guy next door that he's paying attention to. You know.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
But I mean,
Ah.
it's like he's just so self-centered, so like no self-awareness whatsoever, no willingness to live and let live. It's crazy.
Oh my. Oh my, we've got 8 watching right now. That's a lot more than I expected considering the television content.
Mm.
Is that even on yet?
What?
It's not on yet, but
State of the Union address?
the
Mm.
pregame is coming up.
Has Iowa released the results yet?
As
No.
far as I understand, there are people saying that they've released some of the results, and Liz Warren didn't like that very much. She said, what's
Oh,
this?
here we go. Sorry, I'm looking at it.
Okay,
Um,
yeah, she said,
man.
why release some of the results? Why not all?
Because they don't have all.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
according to this, 62% are reporting in. And it looks like Pete Buttigieg and Bernie Sanders are currently 10 and 10 for delegates,
Oh my.
26.9% for Mayor Pete, and 25.1% for Bernie Sanders. Elizabeth Warren is at 18.3, Joe Biden 15.6, Amy Klobuchar 12.6, Andrew Yang 1%, Tom Steyer 0.3%. Everyone else is 0% except for 0.1% uncommitted. And it says right now there's 2 votes for uncommitted, whatever the frig that means.
No
I have no
idea.
clue.
No clue at all. Okay,
But my
so
tornado has been going off about Andrew Yang, so I just find it funny that he's only got 1% of the votes.
well,
Well, I
I
mean, Andrew Yang is, man, I don't even know how to put it. He's like interesting, and he's got some good ideas, but I don't think he's experienced enough as a
Mm-mm.
politician.
right, right,
And
right, right, right.
and I'll be honest, all I can remember about him now is that universal basic income he keeps promising. That's all I remember about him.
Universal
Same here.
basic income.
Yes.
You don't know about that?
Uh-uh.
Oh,
Oh, he
everybody
wants
gets
to
a
give
thousand a month.
everybody in the country $1,000 a month.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know,
Well,
but
I don't.
still.
Well, here's the thing, though. I don't know what that does to the other stuff that people receive. For example, were I to receive $1,000 a month from, Yang's proposal or that sort of thing, what would that do to my housing, et cetera, et cetera,
What
et
do you mean?
cetera?
Well, see,
What
for
do you
I,
me,
I
mean?
live in HUD
What do you
housing.
mean?
right.
And so what? If you have too much income, they'll kick you out?
Well,
Yes.
number one, that yes, and
Or
number
she'll
two,
have to make up the difference in rent.
and then number
Hmm.
two, is it the case that they're saying, "Oh, you're getting that, so we're going to close the Section 8 program entirely and let that take it up," and it won't. You know.
Well, see, for me, I've got two people in the household, so 2,000 a month. Yeah,
Now, here's the interesting
that's
thing: would Tornado get 1,000?
Why
well,
wouldn't it?
everybody in the country. He's in the country.
Is he your
I
depend?
mean,
Is he your
I'm
dependent?
presuming that it's adults only.
He's not. He's
No, but what I'm saying is just because you guys were going everybody in the country, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure not so much with the toddlers.
well. He's
Oh,
not
right.
considered a toddler.
I
He
know, I know, I know. I'm
is.
not talking about him
Um.
specifically. I just wanted to address the
Yeah.
everybody in the country thing and
Yeah.
clarify.
Yeah. No. He is considered an adult dependent, but I receive his money for SSI, so they would send what he would receive to me.
Okay. Now that's something a little bit different. That's the whole thing about a payee. Yeah,
Yes.
to where nobody can trust him with money, so somebody has to
Right.
handle it for him. Yeah, yeah,
Right. That's how that's where we're at right now because he has the concept, he knows how to spend money. The problem is that his idea of spending money isn't paying bills first.
right.
Hmm.
Yeah,
It would be whatever crosses his mind
yeah.
I'm
at
still
the time.
seriously weirded out by the fact that it's SSI because in my world, SSI means Strategic Simulations Incorporated. It was an 80s game company.
Yeah,
And
well it's
they were the ones that came out with all the Dungeons and Dragons games back in the day.
yes.
And so
Yes.
every time someone says SSI, I have to remind myself what they mean.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
supplemental something or other income or something or other
supplemental
supplement.
security
That
income.
okay, there you go. It's basically federal welfare. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it works more or less the same way the
Yeah,
welfare that's
it
distributed by the states does. In other words, it's nowhere near enough.
right.
Because
Um
I was on welfare in Pennsylvania, and you got something like $100 a fortnight.
yeah, he gets $783 a month because what supplemental security income does is it replaces the money that he should be getting for a job
And
or something like
that's
that.
not much of a job if all you're getting is seven something a month. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Mhm. Yep.
I'm trying to remember. Do they set it? It looks like they do, but do they set it at 100 hours of minimum wage?
I don't
What
know.
did you say? Seven what?
$783 a month right now.
Okay, that's a little bit more than 100 hours of minimum wage.
Yeah.
Hmm. It's
It's
funny. There was this
frustrating.
thing going around, like mostly on Facebook, about a sort of contest where it's would you sit in a coffin for like, I think it was 24 hours, 300, no, it's 300 hours. Would you sit in a coffin for 300 hours for $600?
No.
No.
And I was sitting there going, that is $20 an hour. No, not a chance. I would need a lot more than $20 an hour.
Mhm.
That. Now, granted, I saw pictures of the coffins and they were open, they mostly covered you, but your head was out, so you could look at the sky. And they said regular bathroom and meal breaks. So it's not like it's this big endurance trial. It's just how long can you be bored? But
Yes. Yeah.
I
No.
mean, at the same time, $600 is so not worth it.
Oh right.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I'd want quite a bit more. Sorry, but
Oh yeah. If I'm going to be in there for 300 hours, that's $2 an hour for
no, I'm
$600.
trying to decide here. Would I do it for 3,000? No.
Mm-mm. No, they'd have to give me a lot more than that. I'm sorry, I'm picky.
I'm thinking I might not even do it for 30,000. Mainly because it would screw up everything else that I get and do and everything else.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't mind that those two disowned me.
Hmm.
That well, there may have been no estate for me to get anyway, but I was guaranteed to not get anything that would screw up my benefits. Ooh.
I muted for a minute.
Oh, okay, okay.
Playing my game.
Yeah, but I'm looking over here. I looked up Iowa caucus results, and yeah, you've got Mayor Pete with 10 delegates, Bernie with 10 delegates, Warren with 4, and everybody on down with none. I'm. I know that I can't base anything just on one fucked up caucus, but I'm kind of happy that Biden is number 4. No delegates,
Mm-hmm.
etc., etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I am a little surprised by this result because honestly, I don't think that Mayor Pete is that great.
I
I
don't
mean, don't get me
either.
wrong. I would love to have an LGBT president, but
Right.
not one with his policies,
Right.
you know?
Right.
And so I don't, I would not be shocked to discover that the books are cooked in the Iowa caucus.
Well, there's.
As I understand it, I want to say it's Arizona or Nevada. Nevada has declared we will not use the same software to count our results.
Oh, good. Good.
They've come right out and said, "Nuh-uh, not going to happen."
Well, I've heard the accusations of the whole thing being fixed because Booty Judge is somehow involved in the business.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He invested in the company that helped develop the software that's supposed to count these votes. And also, they're in bed with a lot of the high mucky mucks of the DNC, the people who made this software. And it's like, gee, that's not a recipe for cheating, is it?
No, it
You
sounds
know,
like conflict of interest to me. But of course, what
only a
is
lot.
conflict of interest? That doesn't exist anymore.
Hmm. One thing that's really funny that I saw was some footage from the Iowa caucus where this woman who had already voted,
Oh,
already cast her
that
vote,
one.
is suddenly all like out of nowhere finding out for the first time that Mayor Pete is gay.
Yes.
And she's like, "What?
I don't want
No, I never
somebody
heard
like
that."
that in the office. And it's like, screw you, lady.
Yeah. And she actually said, "Can I have my ballot back?"
It's like, fuck you.
Because like that was the deal breaker was Pete Buttigieg is gay.
Ah, jeez, man. I can think of other reasons to not like him. His being gay is not one of them.
No, that one is perfectly lovely. I have no issue with him being gay whatsoever.
Oh my. Yeah, just
I'm still amused at the idea, though, of like, okay, so instead of the first lady, will we have the first gentleman?
yes. That's
Uh,
that's what I have heard over the grapevine that a male president's husband, well, or a female president's husband, for that matter, would be the first gentleman.
although I'm very entertained with the idea of a lesbian president who has her own first lady.
Yeah, why not?
Although, wouldn't she be the second lady, really?
Hmm.
Well,
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
okay, yeah, 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 yeah.
an argument can certainly be made that she would be the
Yes,
second lady.
yeah, it could be made, indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why I wish that I were better at certain things and could actually run. What's the word I'm looking for? Be an actual person who would be worth considering for for the presidential thing. Because I just
So
think it.
a viable candidate.
Thank you. That's what I'm after. I mean, just think of it. Then you could have somebody who is, let's see now, lesbian, trans, hyper intelligent, atheist. What else is there? Old, fat, and ugly. That too. But shit. I don't know, kids. That would be amazing. As I said, I had thought about running back about 30 years ago, but I
Did
know
I
that.
did I just sorry, did I just hear tornado hacking and coughing and wheezing in the background?
No.
Okay, thought
Oh,
I did.
moo. Maybe it was me. I don't know.
No,
Um,
I heard while you were talking, Diana, I heard like a ha or something. And it sounded it sounded for all the world like tornado like sneezing or coughing or possibly cheering in a really raucous manner.
okay.
It sounded like his voice.
And well, I don't know. Either unfortunately or fortunately, I cannot do a good tornado pelt impression.
No. The only thing I could think of is it was one of the monsters on my game, even though I was muted for some reason. And uh I call them nosemen because they look like giant noses,
Oh my.
and they make a sound when they die that's like "Ah."
I see.
Now, and I'm looking at this over here, and I don't know who many of these people are. Okay, I know who Budgig is, or well, here's the thing. I'm going to constantly mispronounce this. Whenever I see a G not and ending a syllable and not following and not being followed by a vowel, I'm thinking a hard G, as they call it. But I know it's supposed to be a soft G. I know who
Well,
he
I
is.
mean, you always see boot edge edge on his t-shirts to tell you how to pronounce it. Boot edge edge.
Yeah,
Booty judge.
I gotta run
Well, yeah,
that.
that's why I say booty judge.
Yeah, I gotta put
But
that
I
in my
mean, like,
mind.
man, the sheer number of people at Pride just walking around in boot edge edge shirts. I was like,
Yeah.
the only reason you like him is that he's gay, isn't it?
Right?
That's like
Yeah, pretty much.
single issue voters bug me.
Identity politics
Um
bugs the fuck out of me, but that's another story. No, I know
Mm.
who he is. I know who Sanders is. I know
Mhm.
who Warren is. I know who Biden is.
Mhm.
I know Klobuchar. I know Yang. Who is this Steyer guy?
Steyer, Tom Steyer, he is actually a gajillionaire who bought his way on stage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How about Deval Patrick?
I really know nothing about him.
John Delaney. The name sounds familiar, but I'm not all that familiar.
Yeah, I think he might have been in one of the debates, but honestly, he was so forgettable. I'm surprised he's even on the ballot. Same with, oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, Tom Steyer might have been another gajillionaire. I know Bloomberg is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
yeah.
remember who's who. Tulsi Gabbard, though, I
My
like
thing,
her.
I don't know in the current race who's a Democrat and who's a Republican at this point. They all are going in one ear and out the other at this point.
Yeah, and that's kind of dangerous, when you have that
Yeah.
sort of thing where you just don't hold on to the name. Here we go. Oh yeah, another gajillionaire.
Mm.
Thomas Farr Steyer is an American hedge fund manager, philanthropist, environmentalist, liberal activist, and fundraiser. He is a candidate in the 2020 Democratic presidential primaries. Oh, Lord.
Okay,
Oh,
is
Jesus Christ. He's just
is
he's days older than I am. Damn it.
is Bloomberg a Democrat?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's basically Dino.
Well,
Mm,
let's put it this way. You can pretty much take it as read that anyone we mention with regard to the primary is a Democrat
okay.
unless it's Trump. Because there was like
Mhm.
one guy who tried in vain for like half a day to challenge Trump in the primary and it so didn't stick.
Oh.
But
Yeah. Here on the
If it's a
Iowa
politician
caucus,
and it's not Trump, you can take it as read that they're a Democrat.
Okay.
well, here on the Ohio caucus, no, Iowa caucus results, they've got the piece of shit. Then they've got Bill Weld,
The
who
piece of shit.
got one down,
Sanders?
and then you've got Joe Walsh, who ended up with 1.1% of the caucusing or whatever, and then other is like 0.5%.
Oh, for the Republicans, yeah.
Yeah, for the
The piece of shit.
Republishits.
So, in addition to those pretzels, I'm going to be eating celery too.
Oh boy!
Ooh.
Yum 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 yum.
Put some peanut butter on that stuff.
Under no circumstances, I'm just eating the celery.
Oh, if I'm eating celery, I'm gonna put peanut butter on it.
Well, part of the point, though, of eating the celery is that it takes more to digest it than the calories you get from it.
So they
And if I
say.
start putting peanut butter on it, I'm negating that benefit.
Right, but I only eat like 2 stalks of celery once every 4 months, so I think I can handle peanut butter on my celery every
Oh,
4
gosh.
months.
I don't know. I've actually been looking for like a snack food that is not, say, chips or pretzels or anything like that.
Yeah.
So,
Um,
celery and baby carrots.
Celery, baby carrots, green peppers. Oh, love green peppers.
Yeah,
Nah, that's work.
of course, the baby carrots, those are the broken pieces that get put through a pencil sharpener so they can sell them. Yeah. Um,
Ah.
but no, literally. I mean, when you have carrots that get broken up or anything, they'll
Uh-huh.
shave them down and look, baby carrots. It's like, okay.
And shape them. Okay.
Yeah. And what am I looking at here? Oh man. Oh, one of the reasons I don't eat peanut butter is that I always eat too much. I mean, I'll get in there with a jar of GIF. I'm waiting. And,
Yeah.
That's how you get murdered.
with a spoon.
Because it doesn't have a G in it.
Yeah. Now I'll get in there with a spoon and
J.
I'll just start eating this stuff. And before you know it, I've eaten a whole large jar of peanut butter.
Oh
And
God, I can't eat
that
that much.
does no good to my figure. And the other thing I'll do with peanut butter, which is actually quite good as far as I'm concerned, it's just 30,000 calories per milligram. You start with a bowl, one of those little custard cups or whatever of peanut butter, and then you start sifting in confectioner's sugar, and then stir it up and everything, and a little more, stir it up a little bit, and you get a nice consistency, more or less like the filling of a Reese cup, and then you eat that.
No, you know what's good? Peanut butter chicken.
Oh, sounds vaguely Thai.
It is.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
It is.
Okay.
Well, you can get it at a Chinese restaurant, and basically it's just breaded, chopped up chicken mixed in with peanut butter.
I could do that.
So it does a peanut butter sauce, and it's like eating peanut butter. It's good.
I could do that.
Well, one of the things I've been thinking about doing is learning how to make Kung Pao chicken, which has peanuts in it too.
I'm not fond of. I like peanut butter on occasion. I'm not real fond of it, but I can't stand peanuts.
Really?
Oh my! I could eat a pound of peanuts in a sitting. And
Cashews, walnuts, pecans, sunflower seeds, love them, but I cannot stand
the
peanuts.
problem is $15 a pound for the cashews,
Yeah, I know.
and those are the broken pieces.
I know.
Because
That's why I have them once in a rare event.
I could have
When I'm craving the nuts so bad that I have to go get them.
I could make a steady diet of cashews. When I used to go cross town to go to work, and I'm 13 years old, going cross town, going to work 12 hours. um, there was a little place downtown Cleveland on Public Square called the Nut House, and I would always stop in there and get a quarter pound of cashews, and that was the good
Hmm.
thing about going to
Ugh,
work.
cashews are nasty.
Oh, cashews are wonderful.
They're so oily.
Well, yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are,
Um,
but
if I have too much of something that's oily, I start to feel really gross.
hmm. Okay.
Boy, that should happen at me.
Um, sesame seeds are a good snack.
Oh yeah.
What do you just eat them with a spoon?
Toast them and roast them and eat them that way. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
and then of course we're talking $20 a pound for those too. So
Mm,
I mean,
yeah.
part of this is I'm kind of looking personally, me, for something that's not quite so carbohydrate based.
Then you want vegetables,
Pretty much
probably.
vegetables and fruit.
Um, hmm. I don't know that much about vegetables uncooked. Broccoli, cauliflower.
yum, 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 yum,
Well,
yum, 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 yum.
I will snack on uncooked broccoli. I've done that
Oh
before for
yeah,
sure.
that's good.
I mean, this is why I have these celery sticks right here, and I also have some grapes in the fridge. But
Mm,
the problem is that the grapes at the store near me have a tendency to be kind of nasty at times.
yeah, that's typical every store you go to.
Mm.
Yeah.
And the apples are all bruised to shit.
Okay
So
then.
Yuck.
Yeah, the
yeah,
problem.
the
Um,
produce section is really great for vegetables, but for fruit, no.
The problem I have with
oranges.
oranges
Expensive
work.
but good.
Yeah, that's a
Mm,
problem. And the problem I have with, let's say, cauliflower is that a head the size of a grapefruit is going to run about
hmm.
$5 around here.
Oh, good God.
Yes, it's
I could say
expensive.
that it's not that expensive here, thank God. Um,
I
you're
find I'm
talking maybe
quite
three
irritated
bucks.
at the price of artichokes is too high.
Mm.
But I love artichokes. So
Hmm.
tasty.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Avocados,
Hmm.
but those are kind of oily too.
Problem is that
Yeah,
these are not really like eat one at a time like popcorn or nuts kind of things. That's why I like these
Mhm.
celery sticks because you can eat a limited amount of them at once if you want to and just put the rest in the fridge. Same with grapes. Not
Right.
bad.
oh,
But a
grapes
lot
are
of the other
wonderful.
but a lot of the other things being mentioned right now are like you're basically committing yourself to eating the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
And it's not really a snack food. It's not like something where you'd buy a box of goobers at the movie theater and
Well,
eat them there. I mean, like, because that's why I like these celery sticks. They're
yeah. Now,
not a commitment to finishing.
I have actually been known to take an apple, cut it in half, wrap one side, and put it back in the fridge.
I can't do that. It'll still go brown.
Oh, of course it will.
Mm,
One thing you might want to
yeah.
try is okay, if you're going to wrap it up in, say, plastic wrap, sprinkle some citric acid on the plastic wrap, then put the apple
Hmm.
face down on the citric acid and
Yep.
finish wrapping it.
Lemon
They,
juice or
yes, because what will happen is, for example, the citric acid, that will oxidize before the apple does.
yep.
Yes, this is sounding like work. The idea is just something simple. Take and eat. Put the remainder in the fridge. You're done.
Well,
You're
then
talking
the
about a
broccoli and
project
cauliflower.
now.
The
You know.
broccoli and the cauliflower, cut the head in half, put the rest back.
And what's
Well,
really great about doing it that way is it looks like a sectioned brain, but that's another
Yeah.
story.
With the cauliflower,
well,
yeah.
Yeah.
if I'm gonna start noshing on you know, like miniature trees, I'm not gonna have the albino ones.
Okay.
Oh, why not?
Ugh. Bleh. But I will eat regular old broccoli.
Uh
I
huh.
likes me the broccoli.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Broccoli
Oh,
is good.
the broccoli. Oh God, that's so good. It's well,
Yeah.
any of the
Dip it in a little bit
brassicas.
of ranch. dip it in a little ranch sauce. Ah,
Because what
Yeah,
I
see, now you're talking about doing stuff to it that will make it less healthy.
well, yeah, but I can't worry about healthy as far as that goes.
Well, why
Laura,
not? If
check
you're
your
trying to,
DM, will you?
if you're trying to lose weight, healthy is a really good idea.
I wish I could afford healthy. I really do. Um,
yeah.
because
Well,
all that
what?
stuff that's good for you and everything else is like $20 a pound. Um,
Not if you're. I don't know what you're looking at, but nuh-uh.
It depends on where you're at.
Well, I suppose there's that too, but I was surprised by how cheap it is to eat healthy. It's actually almost cheaper. Like, okay, granted, if you buy in fresh fruits and vegetables, it can get kind of spendy. But I mean, you were talking before about, like frozen peas and frozen carrots and frozen broccoli and all that stuff. That shit's cheap like you wouldn't believe.
well, yeah, the peas and carrot thing, where you get them all cubed up and all that shit. I can get
Mhm.
12 ounces for under $1. Yeah, and I eat that shit up. I really do. Um, I mean, I would prefer the real thing. And when I say the real thing, pull it out of the ground, dust it off, and eat it. Um,
Wow.
oh, that's interesting. UK
I'm
diesel and electric railway modeling. I don't know who that could be. Hi, Laura. How you doing?
Hello there, how are you and yourself?
Hello.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm
From
doing pretty
you, it'll
well.
be interesting to get an outsider's perspective on Iowa, but that's another story.
Mm.
Did they actually decide? Because last I heard, but then again, that was yesterday
No,
No,
there's
or this
62%
morning.
No.
report on.
They weren't announcing it.
yeah, a bit over half is reporting that I know of. I think 62% or some bullshit like that.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
I mean,
Shrimp,
this
eight
whole
ninety
thing's
nine a pound. Oh,
Clusterfuck?
that's a good
yeah.
way to put it. Yeah. Hey, I got an idea. Can you,
Hmm.
Mm.
Laura? Can you talk to Liz and beg her to take us back?
Uh,
The
actually, I would rather do the whole secede and join Canada thing.
That's not a bad
Yeah.
idea
Really.
either, really. No, more than once I've thought I wish I could run to Canada, but no, they
Ugh.
don't want me. I
Canada's way the frig too cold.
well, that's another thing
Yes.
for you. Yeah. I'm trying to think of where I'd want to go, and I mean the places that are warm enough usually have unacceptable politics.
Hmm. Well, I gotta tell you, I was thinking New Zealand.
Well,
Oh my
depending on
god.
where you are in New Zealand, yeah, that could work. I mean, some of New Zealand's a little chilly.
Damn.
Hmm.
Hickory sweet bacon, 3.79 a pound.
Oh, but yeah.
Boy, I'd run
Nah,
out for that.
I would
Yeah.
love to. Like, I mean, okay, granted, I haven't ever been to New Zealand, but what I've seen and what I've heard makes it sound like a kind of place I would want to live.
Yeah, they sound like
Yeah.
really nice folks and,
Hmm.
pretty much have their heads straight on their shoulders. And I know I said a bad word, I know, but it's in a different sense. Um,
Well, and I've already got a friend there too, so that helps.
okay, then.
Yeah. There was a
I'm
time I thought we might end up more than friends at some point, but then it just sort of fizzled.
okay, then.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Yeah,
Now, the funny thing is, when I watch Americans with their campaigning stuff, um, it's like just takes so long.
yeah,
Mm.
well, that's part of the show.
Do
Yeah.
you know how long it takes for between we're going to have an election to the election?
No.
25
No.
days.
Really?
Lucky
Seriously,
you.
it's 6
Oh,
weeks.
man, I'd love to see that here. are really
Yeah,
I can
good.
see
God, 25 days
benefits
is a bit
and
more.
drawbacks to that.
Yeah, I mean, the government will kind of have an idea when they want to do it, because we have fixed times, but uh, if the government can get, I think it's 2/3 majority in Parliament, they can have an election whenever they want.
Okay.
Okay.
It
That
used to
sounds
be
like
that
a
they could
great
just
idea.
announce they can have an election. So an example was, you familiar with Tony Blair?
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, am I ever?
Okay.
Yes.
So, well, let's forget about the politics as such. But after 10 years of being prime minister, because the way the system works here, of course, if you're not familiar with this, is that you have the party, and then you have the person who the party has decided is going to lead them. And so when the election happens, whichever party has the most amount of votes, that party leader becomes the prime minister.
Okay.
So in American terminology, Donald Trump would be the leader of the Republican Party, so to speak.
Right.
Which he is.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Or let's get rid of the president sex element of it, and you could say that the president is like the equivalent of the Queen or something, although obviously not voted for. And you've got Mitch McConnell would be the leader of the Republican Party.
Can we shoot him?
Which is pretty much what he's doing by fiat anyway.
Yeah.
Now, the way it works is that, so when Tony Blair was prime minister from 1997 until I think it was a year and a half or something, that Gordon Brown. So what happened was Tony Blair says, right, I'm going to resign, and I'm going to resign on this date. And so within the party, they have a mini election to decide who's going to lead them. And in the end, Gordon Brown won. Now, Gordon Brown, at the time Gordon Brown took over as prime minister of leading that party, and usually it happens when there's an election. So he could have said, okay, I'm going to have a snap election, because if I have a snap election, it's my manifesto, it's my platform that's being proposed rather than my predecessor. And this is why the whole mess with Theresa May happened, because she becomes David Cameron decides to resign because he can't lead a party for something he didn't believe in, which was Brexit. And so Theresa May won the little mini election. And what happened was, it came to the budget day, and despite the manifesto from David Cameron's platform saying that we're not going to increase income tax, when Theresa May's guy stands in front of Parliament and starts reading out the budget and says he's putting up income tax for sole earners, people who work run their own businesses, and a part of the reason why they have a lower tax rate is because they don't get time off, they don't get sick pay or any of that kind of stuff. They have to decide they're going to take it.
Yeah, I get
So what happens is, she suddenly realizes, shit, I'm stuck with this manifesto, this platform from the previous guy, and I want to be able to run it in my way. So effectively, it's like, she moves into the equivalent of the White House and wants to change the color of the curtains and, stuff like that. So it's like, I want to move the furniture around, I want to change the carpet and the rugs and all that kind of stuff. It's that kind of thing. She wants to shape the cabinet and shape the party, the way the direction's going, in the way that she thinks is the best. And unfortunately, what happened was, everybody thought she sucked. And so eventually they had, she decides she's going to resign. And then they have try again. I missed a bit. So David Cameron leaves. She's stuck with his manifesto. People point it out. And so she's like, I know, snap election. So they have a snap election. And then they lose the majority. They literally lose the majority. So they end up having to beg and actually bribe the 10 members of the DUP, which are like young Earth creationist, religiotards, because they're, sort of the right wing Northern Ireland, we hate the Catholics types. And the only way they can set themselves off for the Catholics is that they like evolution. Well, we should not like evolution, things like that. So what happens is they literally, they bribed, they persuaded the government, the UK government, to give them £10 billion. So it was £1 billion per candidate, and therefore they were prepared to use their 10 votes in Parliament to side with the government and reach a majority. Because you can have a coalition where you've got two parties, neither of them can get a majority, but if they manage to get a majority by teaming up together as a coalition, then they can run the government, and it's sort of done on a sharing basis. But so what happens is Theresa May, everyone realizes that nothing will pass, nothing's getting done, and she decides, screw it, I'm out of here. And then they end up with another mini election, and Boris Johnson ends up leading, and he becomes the prime minister. And then he decides he's going to have a snap election to get Brexit done, and then we have a general election, and it still goes crappy. So now we've got slightly more a much more intelligent and far more cunning and much more dastardly prime minister in charge of the country right now.
I feel for you guys, I really do, because it sounds like you're going the way the U.S. has already gone, toward the insane government, which happens to be the far right bullshit and everything else. I don't know if your government is quite as far right as ours is.
It's not.
Okay, that's a good thing. That much anyway. But I really can't see. I really can't see the logic in Boris Johnson leading you. Oh, why?
Oh. Guys, I got something I got to do. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to him, he seems to be. He's a lot like Trump in this, or like people think he's like, he's got the ear to the ground and what the people want. And actually, he's just an idiot who will pick whichever side he thinks is most likely to win or get him attention.
Sounds like the Democrats.
He's an opportunist.
Oh, yeah. Because, we're over here, we're pretty much shot anymore. I don't think there's any hope for the U.S. anymore, so.
Well, I think
it's
there
better
is.
over, on the other side of the pond.
I think there is ultimately, because what I'm expecting is that people realize that Trump is an idiot and he's a horrible, awful person with incredibly low standards of morality. Whether it's how you talk about women, how you treat people, swearing at people, all that kind of stuff. He is an awful, awful person. And the only reason he got in, really, I think, is because obviously you've got this polarity thing going on due to only having two parties. So the only way they can separate them out is being more extreme than the other one.
Well, that too.
Or,
yeah, I mean, what got
either more left or more right.
What got the horrible Trump into office is the horrible electorate. Yeah, and well, the Republican Party was setting that up for years already, where you've got minority rule here, because they shape physically the districts, and only a tiny majority in a district or something can take it, and you end up with a government that is entirely opposed to whatever the majority of the electorate wants. and they're
What's it called?
working on
The
keeping
name
it
where
that
they
way.
reshape things. It's something. It's got like a double name. I can't think what it's called.
Who, what, where?
The thing where they, it's like they go and change the districts so that the black people have a less chance of, even
Oh,
though there might be more of them.
that's
What's it called?
That's called gerrymandering.
Gerrymandering. I couldn't think of the name. Yeah, I mean, you've got that down to a fine art. You really have.
And don't get me wrong,
so-
both sides have been guilty of it at one point or another in history. Even the Democrats have been known to practice that as well.
Oh yeah.
That was a few decades ago, but it did occur. So well, okay, I will go ahead and say it, and it'll get me into a lot of trouble. What I'm thinking is that at this point, we do need something that is actually a government of the people. Take that any way you want to, you're probably right.
I mean, you haven't. I mean, look at what's gone on with this impeachment thing. They literally didn't want. It was like fingers in their ears, close their eyes, la 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 la, so that they couldn't hear anything other than what they wanted. They did not want any witnesses. They didn't want any evidence.
Oh, right.
They just wanted their opinions of what they felt about it. That's it.
Well, there was somebody recently, in the last 24 hours, tweeting the shameful Republicans standing, going on national television saying, yes, Trump has done all these horrible things, these illegal things, these criminal things, but we are going to support him, and we are going to derail the, we're going to acquit him. And it's like the whole thing, like, and it's like,
I was saying,
excuse me,
America. With this, history will remember Americans and say that you are not the bastion of democracy anymore.
well,
Americans like to claim that we are the heart of democracy. We are the, by the people, for the people. And yet, no, you can't make that claim anymore. It's like my mum.
Well,
My mum always said her love for me was unconditional. And then she disowned me because I'm trans. She can never, ever tell me that again. And the same applies to the, to the US system. Unless you do something to fix it, then you're doomed to keep repeating it because, all you're doing is you're just saying, we don't really care about democracy. And I don't mean you in particular. I mean,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
You don't care about democracy anymore. You only care about what sound bites can be made or what political maneuvering can be done. The only thing I hope, there's two things. The first one is that Americans hopefully will see that an idiot TV celebrity is rubbish when it comes to running a country, and that and that by having, maybe these career politicians aren't so bad after all. So that's the first one, and the second one, and I'm blanking on it now. I've forgotten now. Damn it.
Yeah, but the thing you said earlier, and so many others have said, is, history will remember this, and he will always be impeached and everything else. Well, yeah, history will remember, but what's the use of it? The damage is already done. It's like little sister telling big brother, or the other way around. Mom's always going to remember you having broken that window. Well, yeah, but the window's broken. You can't go back in time.
Well, I remember now. The other thing you can hope for is that the electorate remembers that these Republican senators that their state managed to get their seats, that they stood in the way of evidence. They stood in the way of the law. They stood in the way of what's right. I mean, how the system should work. They basically said, we don't care about how the system should work. We want to support our guy, even though we know he's awful. Even though we know he's done these things, there's evidence that he's done these things, but we don't care.
Well,
And the
there's the
electorate
thing.
needs to remind them that they should care because the only reason they've got their seats is at the will of the people.
Well, there's the thing is that the folks that you're talking about, they do remember and they're proud of it. They are proud of what they have done to the United States. The only
Yeah, but
thing,
the electorate might not forgive them.
no, I'm saying that the electorate is proud of it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they've got what they want. And then the rational folks, we're on the sidelines, even though there are more of us.
Told you that's why you need a third party.
Oh yeah, absolutely need more than that. But I'm wondering if a what do they call it? Ranked choice might be better than the thing they're doing now, which is called first past the post.
We have that as well. It's rubbish here as well.
Oh, first past the post.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, also known as winner take all. Um,
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot that we have to do to fix shit. And as I say, it's entirely possible that we need a government of the people, as in take it from the politicians. And again, yes, I'm saying what you think I'm saying.
I mean, one of the other things is here in the UK, anyone can run for office.
Well,
You
you
know,
got that here.
Well, yeah, but you can't though, because the average person generally can't. I mean, yeah, there are exceptions. You know, is it Ocasio? Forgotten her name now.
Oh, Alexandria Ocasio Cortez. Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't she a waitress or something?
Yeah. Waitress,
Yeah,
bartender,
so
that sort of thing. No, well,
yeah, there are a few exceptions.
what I was saying is, anyone can run for office. Yeah, any piece of shit, and that's what we have.
Well,
The interesting thing,
in
for
the UK,
example, you've got the turtle in Kentucky, and
turtle.
from what I understand, everybody hates the turtle. But
who's the turtle?
Mitch McConnell.
Okay.
But he stays in office because he convinces everybody that the opposition is worse than he is. Okay, wait a minute. We got this going over here.
Where do you think Trump learned it?
But what buys you the presidency? Money.
Yeah.
Here in the UK, the maximum you're allowed to spend is it 100,000 or 10,000? I can't remember. On campaigning in your area, the seat you want to go for.
I wish they had that here.
Yeah, these people in this country spend hundreds of millions. They'll spend more than they will ever get in a salary from the office.
Yeah. But they have it to spend.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Where is this over here? Okay. And it's all corporate here anyway. Dollars are speech.
Okay, I found it. So it's £30,000 maximum party can spend per constituency, and party donations above 7,500 must be declared. But the spending cap for a party, a party can spend for each constituency is £30,000. And the cost of the election to the taxpayers is £140 million. That's sorting out when the ballot's going to be, the electing card. You got your card that you get in the post to say yep, you can go and vote. And and to make sure you're registered and all that kind of stuff. It's all done locally generally, but the ultimate cost of a general election is less than 150 million pounds, which is probably what, 165 million dollars, 170 maybe. That's for the entire election. How much did I saw something about what's his name? I've forgotten his name. He's one of the rich guys who basically spent loads and loads and loads of money on one state alone.
Bloomberg.
Yeah, Lumberg, and he spent 10 times more than anybody else at all.
Yeah, he's a candidate out of Florida.
Yeah, he spent absolute fortune. And it's the money he spent just on one state, you could do the entire UK.
Yeah.
That's 650 constituencies.
Yeah, well, that's why I want to run, and I don't mean for office.
I mean, the election was really bad for the Labour Party, which are the roughly equivalent of the Democrats.
Okay, then.
They basically have said, yeah, we really don't want the leader and Jeremy Corbyn, and so they're having a little mini election, which will happen in April. They'll know he'll be gone by April. My MP is looking to go for the deputy leader. She only got her first seat in 2010.
Okay, and then who's the backbencher that's going to save you from the aliens?
I don't know.
Obscure reference there.
Well, it's not that. Look at Boris Johnson. Do you really think he's human?
Oh man, he's a mess. But yeah, he and the Mango Mussolini are tight, as far as I understand it.
They're not that tight.
Oh my!
I think you might be thinking of the Toad, Nigel Farage, who hates foreigners yet despite having a French name.
It doesn't matter. How are we doing over here, Jan?
By the way, you were talking about food earlier. I'm currently eating apples. I go through an obscene amount of apples.
I wish I could. I love apples.
Oh gosh, I just do. I go through crazy, man. I basically swap chocolate for apples. I lost a lot of weight, but
Wait a minute, what's...
yeah, I'm buying a few less this time because I think trying to eat 48 apples in a fortnight is
2 weeks. Oh, good God!
Yeah.
Your digestive system is going to be really screwed up.
Where is...
I've been doing it for a year. Seems to be okay.
Okay, wait a minute now. Let's see. Lot. Apples. Okay, let's see what we've got over here. This is a fairly recent advert. $1.59 for a 3-pound bag. Well, it can't be that recent. Sounds like the harvesting season, which is not now.
The problem we're going to have is people aren't picking up the apples. They're not picking them.
Yeah, that too. Oh man, no, there's something wrong with this. Definitely something wrong with this. Wait a minute. Ad
Thanks
price
to
is
the
good January 9th to 15th. I wonder. Oh, okay. It's a flyer from the 9th of January 2019. There we go.
That would be why.
Yeah, where you have fresh beef T-bone steaks, $4.29 a pound.
Mm. Wow.
They are
you like your red
currently
meat.
they're currently better than double that right now.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute on the acting over to here's. Okay, is a thing for to into. Yes, Save a Lot flyer January 22nd of this year. 269 for 3 pounds of apples.
That's not bad. Could be worse.
Fresh beef boneless stew meat, $4.99 a pound.
Oh,
I wish I could pay that much.
you and me both. Because I have to start eating more meat. Or I'm going to be on iron pills constantly, and I really don't want that.
I wonder if that's what's happening to me. Well, the meat I eat is chicken.
Yeah, you probably need to get more iron in your diet. Um, everything that I could choose to eat is expensive.
Broccoli?
I can get the broccoli, but everything else that I that would have iron in it that's really high in iron is going to be expensive.
Yeah, because, I don't know, maybe chew on a nail or something. I don't know. Jesus Christ. Fresh bone-in pork country style ribs, $2.49 a pound. I wish. And that was just a couple of weeks ago. What is the thing over to here is on the thing? What do we got? Oh, they got 6 watching. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And price tag for 2016 federal elections estimated at 6.5 million.
I was speaking about shit that went down. So on Friday, I didn't watch TV, pretty much anything, because it was the 1st of February, which was the day we left the EU officially. And I didn't watch anything, but didn't go on anything. I'm not going to look Twitter. Not going to watch the news. It's like, yeah, just too depressing. But I did see something the following day when I went on Twitter, and it was a doctor referring to his friend, who's also a doctor, who works in the ER department, A&E we call it, and he basically spent most of the day, most of the afternoon into the night, dealing with idiot people who injured themselves celebrating Brexit.
Figures.
And then he received racial abuse for being foreign. A foreign doctor in the NHS by bigoted people who got injured doing stupid shit.
Mm-hmm. Lovely.
Okay, we look on. Oh, I did not do that right. I wanted to do that this way.
I suppose the American equivalent would be if Trump wins and idiots get injured and a Hispanic or, doctor ends up in the ER department helping stupid people who got injured, celebrating Trump, then getting racially abused for helping them.
Oh, moo. Okay, then. Wait a minute. What have we got? Oh, he's on that over to there. Okay. And then you have that. You have that. No, that's the other thing. No, not that one. Oh. Oh, I just don't know.
It looks like Buttigieg and Sanders are leading in Iowa.
Yeah, they're virtually neck and neck.
25 plus 1. Sorry, 25.1 for Sanders, 26.9 for Buttigieg.
Um,
I don't think Joe Biden should be the one.
Mm-mm.
I think he is too old. I don't just mean in years, I just mean in sentiment as well.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, if you thought that Biden was too old in years, then what do you think of Bernie? But, okay, let's see if we can do this right. Let's see, we got that, and then we're going to go there, and we're going to go here. There it goes. Oh, my word. Yeah.
And you know what? I hope that even if she doesn't, get the primaries, I would like to see Elizabeth Warren be vice president.
Yeah, I don't mind Warren all that much. I really don't mind her at all. You know, were Sanders not to get the nomination, I think I would want Warren. I mean, my favorite hands down is Bernie Sanders, of course. I supported him last year as well, and I know I'm going to get a lot of shit for saying that, but I don't give a shit, man.
My only criticism of Bernie isn't Bernie or his policies. It's more the sentiment in America right now, and I think that Americans are stupid.
Oh yeah,
And I don't mean
absolutely.
all of you, but Americans are stupid, and they don't know the difference between socialism and communism. And you'll have too many Americans going, I ain't voting for no damn commie," even though that is a double negative.
Well, there's the thing that a lot of the people that were saying that and still are my age or older, and
Yeah.
what they are saying is we remember the Cold War, where
Yeah.
anything socialist or communist or anything coming anywhere close to that is horrible. So in a way, Bernie may have used the wrong word. He may have shot himself in the foot or something like that. But as far as the policies go, no, I've got no problem with that. I've got no problem. Well, this is what I was saying earlier. You've got these old people, my age or older, screaming, "I don't want no damn socialism," as they go to the bank to cash their Social Security check.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But just tell them. Ay, caramba. Es. Es topufu. It's tepufu and tepifi, and it is. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know what I said. I really don't.
I don't know either because British we're
Buffalo and the beefy. The
Yes.
beefy is the beef is shit, and the buffalo is shit.
you see
That's what it sounded like.
Where
What's-
seldom is heard a disparaging word. And
And the are shitty all day.
yes.
much like Americans, British people are really lazy when it comes to learning other people's languages.
Uh-huh.
Because for Americans, if you want to go on holiday, if you want to go skiing, you go to Colorado, Aspen, Colorado, and if you want to go for a sunny weather, you go to Florida or California or something. So you don't even have to leave your own country. Well, British people, we go all over the place, but because English seems to be one of those languages that everybody needs to learn, kind of thing, for the rest of Europe and many other places. The foreigners understand English and can speak English.
Yeah.
Whereas
Well,
British people, when they want to try doing another language, what they do is they speak loudly and slowly, because if you speak in that way, they will understand you.
God, that sounds like an
Yeah.
American. And
It
yeah,
does.
well, the Americans are largely responsible for shoving English down everybody's throat. They're also responsible for shoving the short period down everyone's throat. Used to be that
For
people
a
could,
short period.
yeah, it used to be that people could count right, but
No, I don't know what you mean. What is the short period?
okay, there's in counting there's short period and long period, and that's the number of zeros that are taken together. So in the short period system, you have 3 zeros at a time. So it's by thousands, basically.
Yeah.
Which flies
being
in the
attacked
face. Which flies in the
World War
face of something here. Is say again who, what, where, when?
I said you're being attacked by World War II Japanese fighter planes.
Yes, as a matter of fact. No. Think of the names of the numbers: million, billion, trillion, quadrillion. Now, what do you notice about those names? Okay, let's leave the first one out for a moment. Billion, trillion, quadrillion. Okay, so
Yep.
you got this concept of illion. And you have
Nathan, Billy,
yes, and you have like 2, 3, 4 of them. So million might be a mono-illion. And then, okay, in a million, how many zeros are there? There's 6. So in a billion, there should be 12. In a
Yep.
trillion, there should be 18. That's not the case anymore, not since the Americans got through with counting. Where a billion is wrongly taken to be 10 to the 9th rather than 10 to the 12th. A trillion is wrongly taken to be 10 to the 12th rather than 10 to the 18th. All that good stuff.
how did we get on this topic?
I
remember when
I took us there by force.
Gosh, I mean,
Yeah,
I
she
got
dug
that
up.
phone call that lasted so long, and I get here, and all of a sudden we're talking about aliens, and I'm
Yeah,
confused.
she dug the path that way. We're just
Yeah,
following
it's
along.
no, it's
Like a
about
horse and cart.
it's about language, and like Brits and Americans not wanting to learn anyone else's language. And then the Americans rammed English down everyone's throat, just like they rammed short period counting down everybody's throat.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of British expressions and manners of speech that I like, and then there's a few where I take serious issue with them.
Okay.
Is it something that Boris said?
What?
Is it something Boris said?
I really don't know anything about Boris except that people don't seem to like him very much.
That's why I said, you have problem with things that British people say. And is it Boris? Is it Boris?
Probably.
I've honestly never heard him say a damn thing. No,
Oh, you're
it's,
for
it's like when people say, "Oh, I have to go have an operation. I'll be in the hospital, but Brits say, no, I'll be in the hospital. Okay.
Okay, then.
What
Yeah.
about, but it's the hospital?
I'd
So wouldn't
really
you
like
be,
to know how that works. I'd like to know where that comes from. Yeah. Um, what I'm guessing is that Americans added the. So, what is the
I
sense
think it's
of?
probably the other way round. I think it's more likely that the British try shortened it into "I'm in hospital."
mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, that would,
okay, I can live with that.
In the, you know, it's a
um,
bit like "ain't," but it's in the.
mm.
So
um,
I'm in hospital.
one that also kind of bugs me is that you guys don't have vacations, you just have holidays for everything. Like in the US, we make a distinction between, say, Christmas and taking time off work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like one's a vacation and one's a holiday. The holiday is the one that pretty much everybody celebrates. It's the one that goes on the calendar, whether you put it there or not. The other people put it there because it's an official holiday. I think you guys have bank holidays to make
Yes,
that
we do.
distinction.
Mm.
Based upon cricket of all things.
But I
Wait a
mean,
minute.
like, you know,
How does that
Seriously.
work?
It basically what happened was the governor of the Bank of England many years ago. He was a cricket fan, and the 3-day test it would happen on a Saturday, a Sunday, and a Monday. And he couldn't go and see it on the Monday because he had to be at work because he was the governor of the Bank of England. And so he decided that whenever England were playing the test cricket in Britain, I think it was, he would call a bank holiday so he could go and watch it. And it just stuck.
but I mean that
Okay.
kind of wigs me out a little that the you know that there's no distinction really between a holiday and a vacation.
Yeah, where I could see the distinction here in American English, where when you take a vacation, you're vacating work.
Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
see,
or
here's the thing.
vacating home. I mean, might not actually be at work. You're just saying, like, I mean, even if you just take a trip, you decide,
Yeah, you're
I'm going to Florida. That's a vacation.
yeah, you're vacating the premises. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to, we've got going on holiday and we've got the holidays.
Well, it's still weird to me that that distinction is not made.
And then when we talk about what the holiday is, it's a bank holiday or it's, whatever it is, it's Easter holiday or, we
Hmm.
And
don't
then
really call it Christmas holiday, but, it's.
what I want to know is who co-opted what from what. Um, okay, you have things like okay, here in the U.S., Independence Day on the 4th of July. That's an holiday. You also have things like to Catholics the Assumption or the Ascension, which are holy days, spelled almost the same, except one has an I, the other has a Y. And who's co-opting what from what? Really? Or was there any co-opting at all?
Okay, I am starting to get really grouchy with, I'm setting up this new computer. Cannot figure out for the life of me how to make it 24-hour time.
Well,
Wait,
that's
okay,
probably
yours is a Windows system, right? I'm trying to remember where you go. I thought you went into the calendar because I
Yeah.
remember setting that up on Windows 10 over here, and 7.
Change date and time settings.
No, I'm in that. It's not an option.
Ah,
Okay. You don't have get more time zone information online?
I have changed time zone,
Okay. Okay,
but
hold on. There may be another way.
because
Go into your control panel, system.
I changed 10 to recognize 24-hour time. The only problem I have with it is every time I restart Windows, I have to reset it because it insists on 12-hour time.
such a pain in the ass. Everything I have is set to 24-hour time, and now my computer, this new computer, won't let me fucking do it.
Yeah, and then on 7, I think I set things to 20. I think I set things to 24-hour. I couldn't tell you because The laptop is in the library, and I'd have to go up and get it and turn it on and things like that.
I
And
don't know.
Let me see.
I may have found it. Hold on. Okay,
Ooh.
control panel. And it says under control panel, let's see, where do you go to? Where do you go to? Where do you go to? Clock language region. Clock language. That's not a thing.
Where is there?
Oh,
It is.
yes. Ah, here we go.
Did you found it?
There it is. Yeah, I did. Man, they
Yay!
buried this shit like 8 menus deep. What the frick? All right.
Another one for you to complain about menus deep. Yeah, I know.
Where did you find it?
Oh, actually, I'm not sure I have. I saw what it's got: long time, short time. Oh, you have to type it in. That's right. Oh, you have to fucking type it in. Oh shit.
What happened here?
There's like a specific code that you type in for the format, and for the life of me, I don't fucking know how to. I am seriously going to start murdering people.
Do you?
There it is. Okay, yes, it has to do with whether or not you've capitalized the bloody thing. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Okay. That's the date. This is the time. And this is also the time. Apply. Yes! Yes! It works. Although I don't have seconds now. That's kind of annoying.
Wait a minute. What's this called? Damn it.
No, that's not what I want.
Ah,
Speaking about clocks or time, what you were saying about this thing that British people do. There's one thing Americans do that I just don't understand. It makes no sense to me.
What's
when
that?
someone says 10 of 4, what the hell is that?
10
That means that it will be 4 o'clock in 10 minutes.
It'll be 4 o'clock in 10 minutes. That's not what that sounds like.
I've never heard it. I've always been 10 till 4.
Yeah, that's what we would say.
Okay, replace till with of, and it's the same bloody thing.
Yep, they don't do that here in Florida.
You see, in my head,
I'm not everywhere I've ever lived.
I hear 10 of 4. I think 10 minutes of the 4th hour, so it's 10 past 4.
Oh, no, it's 10 minutes from 4, 10 minutes of 4, same diff.
It doesn't. No, it isn't. It isn't. Of and of 2.
Well, let's put
different
it
things.
if you want to know what people mean, that's what they mean. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying that it doesn't make
weird.
sense. It's not logical.
Well, okay. Well,
Even Spock would be what the fuck.
well, yeah. I know it's a weird way to put it.
Okay. There is one thing that they do in Britain that I've been trying to get someone to explain to me, and no one has ever managed it. See, okay, forget for the moment that there's a difference between season and series across the Atlantic for television, right?
Yep.
Here the series is the entire franchise, and the season is what year of it is here. Now, a season in the United States is about 24 episodes, whereas over in the UK, it's like, what, 6 to 8, give or take?
Yeah,
And,
something like that.
and I'm like, okay, so after a show has completed, like, showing all 8 episodes or whatever, then what happens? Is it reruns for an entire year of that one show? Does another show replace it?
No, we just don't have on for ages.
What?
So, like Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Doctor Who was on in the end, I think, about the end of the summer, and now we've got a season of it, which was 6 episodes ages ago, and then 6 months later, 6 episodes.
So it's not a yearly thing; it's a 6 months thing.
Well, it depends on what the show's on.
It's variable. Yeah, that's what's really crazy.
It's just like
this is still not making a lot of sense to me.
Effectively, it's like, okay, it takes X amount of time to have 6 episodes filmed. edited, and then all produced and sorted out, and then ready to go. And so they'll do 6 episodes, and then they'll do another 6.
Okay, but I'm not really asking about how often they build it. I'm asking you as a viewer can
Mhm.
expect to see X number of episodes of a show. And then once those have been shown, if
What
they
happened?
haven't made more for that show after those episodes have been shown, what is there on that channel until there's new episodes of that show, or in that time slot, rather?
Lots of other shows.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
So
so
we'll get
as
like a whole series of drama shows.
and then when those episodes have been shown, you switch to another show?
Yeah, like I say, you get different various shows. I mean, we've got a Silent Witness on right now.
That's pretty different from the way it is here. When a show has a time slot on a certain day on a certain channel, it has it until that show has been canceled completely.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
things are a little
that's true.
different now than they were, let's say 50 years ago. Because now, with the whole cable thing and everything else, you've got that thing, it runs and it runs and it runs. Years ago, you used to have the season. It started around September, ended around June. And then you had the summer replacements. So you had strange shows. They were kind of like experimental shows, if you will. Test marketing. Let's try this for a few weeks, see if people like it. And that's how things would go there. You did have a season that was less than a calendar year, and then an interstitial thing where,
Okay, how long ago was this?
well, I definitely remember it in the late 60s.
Okay, well, I was
What's the
born in
60s?
the mid 70s, and I don't think they
Same
were
here.
doing that then.
Okay, it might have changed, yeah, easily.
I know they haven't done it since I started paying attention to TV shows on a regular basis, which would have been the 80s.
Oh, yeah, by then you had, what do you want to say? Well, you had the whole cable thing going, and that might have made a big difference. I'm not sure, but okay, summer replacement TV shows. Let's see what we've got. Summer TV. Oh, some things still have that. Interesting. Um, okay, here we go. From the font of all knowledge, mid-season replacement in American and Canadian television. A mid-season replacement is a television series that premieres in the second half of the traditional television season, usually between January and May. Mid-season replacements usually take place after a show that was in the fall schedule was canceled or put on hiatus. Okay, well, I guess that's what they're doing now.
For
But
Jeanette,
yeah, it was slightly different a while back. But
well, quite a while back.
yeah, because
I'll- I'll-
you could expect
um,
uh, the summer television, for example. It was sort of like the replacement football players in the NFL when the other guys went on strike.
Well, I wouldn't know about that part. Closest I can come to that is from watching A League of Their Own, where all the men were at war, so the women played baseball. That's the closest I can come to that.
Okay. Yeah, back in the 80s, there was an NFL strike, and NFL decided to hire on replacement players, if you will, in order to break the strike.
Scabs.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I don't
No,
know.
but
I haven't. I didn't start paying attention to football until 2002, after Microsoft made me play NFL Fever for like a week when I was an Xbox tester. So,
Okay. Oh, by the way, I actually did watch the first half of the Super Bowl.
oh,
what's
did
the
you?
I never knew that you could do that. I thought it was, them forcing uh, cable television on you the way baseball does.
Oh no, you can watch it right online.
Yeah,
Every
that's
year, the Super Bowl is streamed.
yeah, that's what I watched it up until halftime, And then I really didn't care about the halftime show, so I
Oh,
turned it
you
off.
should have so totally watched the halftime show. It's
Oh,
because like the video that I just put out today is about a guy, a religious dude, ranting about the halftime show. And you should have seen it because I mean, I was watching it going, man, I wish I could go back 50 years and make this the halftime show just to watch people's heads explode. Because no joke, it was like glittery bedazzled leotards. There was a stripper pole at one point. There were a lot of crotch shots at the camera.
All
And I'm just
right.
like, wow, this is some seriously sexual shit. And I'm enjoying it, which is weird because I don't really listen to J-Lo or Shakira at all, but I kind of enjoyed the music. And it was just a really entertaining show for what it was. And watching this religious dude's head explode over it was amazingly fun. And at one point he's like, what? Well, if they're going to have this rampant sexuality, what do I tell my 13-year-old son whose hormones are just starting to activate? And what if it turns him on sexually? I'm like, dude, he's a 13-year-old boy. A strong
He's gonna
breed or a cornflakes commercial is going to turn him on sexually. and
Yeah.
and but it's just, oh man, the outrage over that halftime show is hilarious. You should have watched it just for context.
I mean, the 13-year-old boys is the reason why Kleenex still makes so loads of money.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, you know something? Just for the heck of it here, that whole mid-season replacement thing I was talking about. I saw another paragraph here, and I'm amazed I got the television schedule right. They have a paragraph: an older and related concept is the summer replacement, which debuts between May and August when a network's fall schedule is on hiatus. Okay. Anyway.
I'll give you an example because you were asking Kate about why are episodes so short. So we have a TV, it's a comedy politics show. It's about the silly politics that goes on or whatever, And they used to have one host until he acted like an idiot and ended up becoming the news, and he basically ended up quitting because he was like sleeping with a prostitute or something. I can't remember what it was now. And so they ended up getting different politicians. I mean, when you got Brian Blessed on the show, it's like, oh my gosh, that guy's bonkers. They even had Boris Johnson, hosting at one point. But it's a TV show called Have I Got News for You?
Okay.
And they've had 58 series of it since 1990, 509 episodes up to November 2019.
Mm-hmm. Where are you going with this?
Well, you were saying, they're short. Yes, they are. They're short.
Well, them being short was not my question at all, though. Because I mean, granted, I do wonder why you guys don't get the 24 episodes per year like we do. But even so, the part that I didn't get is like, well, 8 episodes or 6 episodes or whatever it is, for a show. I thought you guys had one season of a show per year, rather than like you said, like maybe
we might get two.
have multiple ones in a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And so then I was wondering what happens during that time where, I mean, if we here in the United States don't have enough time to have all of the episodes produced, we have a rerun, maybe 2 reruns, and then new episodes again, but it sounded like you guys were doing something different. And I just never really understood what the difference was.
they do a little bit of that because I mean, there's one show that's called UK Gold, and all they show is old shows.
Okay.
Like 2 seasons ago worth of Top Gear, or Have I Got News for You, or whatever. And obviously, they make no sense because you can never make sure. You can never be sure about what politics, because it's talking about politics happened 3 or 4 years ago, and it's like, well, what was the politics then? Whereas when it's on now, it's like, here's stupid stuff that got said this week, kind of thing. But I mean,
the one I wonder about is, do I have this totally wrong, or am I under the impression that the series can be of variable length? So for this show A, you might have a series of 8 episodes. And then for show B, you might have one of 6 or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Doctor Who costs a lot of money to make, loads of production, loads of CGI and stuff like that in there. So as a result, it's 6 episodes because that's what the BBC can afford for a series.
Right.
Whereas, like, I've got news for you. They basically have, the host. You have 2 teams. You have, and they have a partner who's just like a comedian or someone in politics or whatever. A semi-famous person, an MP perhaps, and that'll be 9 episodes because all you need is a few cameras, an audience, and a stage, and the people to do the talking and people to set up the pictures and the questions and things like that.
So what you really need then is, for example, with the Doctor Who, is never mind the CGI and all that stuff, just put up the show with the props being the cardboard boxes that contained all the props from the other shows, the way they used to do it.
Well, funnily enough, that's what Doctor Who used to be like. It was
Yes.
basically they found a quarry somewhere,
Yeah,
and they put some army vehicles in it.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, or they had wobbly walls because they were just made out of plywood and stuff.
Well, now I remember you've seen The Curse of Fatal Death, right?
No.
Oh, really? Oh, gosh. It's this sort of like comedy Doctor Who spoof thing where it starts with Rowan Atkinson as the Doctor. And
Oh, right. Okay.
I really wish that had been done because he played the Doctor so perfectly.
Oh,
He
I may
really
have seen that then.
And at one point he actually does say the endless gravel quarry. He's just,
Yeah.
like it's yeah.
So,
I don't know. I thought it was great.
so
but
maybe
that's
it's maybe it's what, the Casino Royale of Doctor Who, because Casino Royale was a film that spoofed the James Bond stuff in much
Yeah,
the
if
same
it's
way
the
as
one
you were
I'm-
talking about.
Now, did that have an old version and then a remake, Casino Royale?
I'm pretty sure
Probably.
yes. I'm pretty sure yes.
Okay, because I think I've only seen the remake. So
Okay, because the one I'm thinking of had David Niven, and
Yeah.
Niven was
Yeah, no.
James Bond and all that other stuff. Yeah.
yeah, no, I think if I'm thinking of the right one, Casino Royale might actually have been a Bond movie with Daniel Craig.
It was.
Okay.
But it's a
Yeah.
serious film as opposed to a comedy type one.
Right. I think the one, Diana, you're talking about 1967.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no. When someone says Casino Royale, I'm thinking of the James Bond movie from 2006, which is funny because I've never seen either one of them, but the title's still stuck in my head neats.
Okay, because I'm just going to go over here and see what I can pull up. Okay, the thing over here. Oh, my word. David Niven, Peter Sellers, Ursula Andress, yes. Joanna Pettit, Dahlia Lavi, Woody Allen, Terrence Cooper, Deborah Kerr, Orson Welles, William Holden, Charles Boyer, John Huston, Kurt Kaznar, George Raft, as himself of all damn things, and Jean-Paul Belmondo. And God, they had a supporting cast of thousands.
And well, what I saw on the IMDb page is that it had like multiple directors even.
Okay, that would make a lot of sense. Let's see. Let's see.
Speaking of Woody Allen, one thing that, like, if I can ever get my hands on it for free, I'm very curious about Annie Hall. Like, I don't think I'll like it. Everything I hear about it makes me think I won't like it, but it's such a classic that I at least want to try to experience it. Because so far, as far as I know, I've seen exactly 2 Woody Allen movies, Sleeper and Everything You Wanted to Know About Sex But Were Afraid to Ask.
Yep.
And I don't know anything really about any of his other movies. So I'm curious about Annie Hall. But until it's on one of the streaming services or a friend of mine has it at their place and we decide to give it a try or something, I'm not gonna seek it out.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking here. Director credits. There seem to be half a dozen of them.
Hmm.
Val Guest, Ken Hughes, John Huston, Joseph McGrath, Robert Parrish, Richard Talmadge.
Now, John Huston, that's a relative of Angelica, yes?
I don't know offhand, and I can't get to a. It's not a link. Let's look this up.
Well, let me see here. 1967. Let's see. That was the directors. John Huston. Survey says.
Okay.
Well, let's just do a search. Angelic. Ah, well, it says directing daughter Angelica. So I'm guessing yes, that's Angelica Houston.
Yeah, I'm looking from the font of all knowledge, and it says children: Angelica Houston, Danny Houston, Allegra Houston, Tony Houston, Pablo Houston.
Here we go. Directed his daughter in five. Yeah, that's her. Wow, she hasn't aged well. Oh my gosh.
Angelica Houston?
Yeah, I'm looking at a
Mhm.
recent picture and I'm just like, ugh, no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
she is.
You do not look like Morticia Adams anymore.
No.
I got a fun one for you. So
Hmm.
the same year as Tom Cruise did the War of the Worlds movie,
Hmm.
there was another one that came out, War of the Worlds, that earlier that year, and it was
Yeah.
awful. It was like a really crappy budget, and the sci-fi bits. I mean, it's pretty awful. It's like the only thing that's worse than it really is The Room.
Oh
But
gosh.
The Room has enough to kind of like, okay, but this one's just bad.
Well, there's another one that's coming out, or actually, I guess it came out last year now because it says
Yeah.
2019, a TV miniseries. I think it
I
was
saw
made
that,
by
and that was awful
BBC,
too.
honestly.
Yeah, I
But
watched
it's
it, and it was awful. It's like,
oh really?
yeah, I watched it. It was HBO and the BBC made it together.
Oh, this is the one that's
It was
set
about
actually
3
in
episodes.
London, the Edwardian London or Edward, whatever it's called,
Yeah,
setting.
Edwardian. Yeah, and it's
Because
awful.
the trailer I saw looked pretty good.
He had his wife, but it's not his wife; it's his girlfriend, and and it's like, why do we need to know the story about this? It's supposed to be like them running away from these crazy, it was pretty awful.
Well, I
You know.
recently read the book, and the guy barely even talks to his wife through the whole thing.
I know. But there's a review on IMDb of this, and it's like Lord of the Rings, only with more walking, a lot more walking, and then some.
I see.
I
Wait a
must
minute.
admit, I burst out laughing when I heard one reviewer compared this to Lord of the Rings. Well, yes, if you exclude the dwarves, the cast of thousands, the great special effects, the big battles, the strong characterization, the decent plot, the good acting, the classy direction, and everything else, which leaves you with the walking. And boy, does this film do walking. If Mr. Piano, the director, had his way, this would probably be an uninterrupted 3 hours of hardcore walking through the Wisconsin countryside. But every 40 minutes or so, these pesky Martians pop up for a few seconds to interrupt him before he goes for another bit of a ramble. You've never seen so much walking in a movie. If this really had a $20 million budget, most of it must have gone on Mr. Piano's shoes because he had to get through plenty of pairs because of all the walking that he does. Which explains why there's no money left for decent effects, a decent video camera, or proper actors. Honestly, it's like watching some bizarre fetish video for people who with a thing for going on long walks in period costumes. Even on fast forward, this is a long walk. As for the sci-fi stuff, I think it was a mistake to put the Martians in the film. They only get in the way of the walking, which is clearly more important to the director than the story. I wonder how much Mr. Piano charges to walk dogs.
Well, I'm looking at the reviews on IMDb, and with the exception of one or two that hit 4 stars out of 10, they're almost entirely 1. And I've seen a few that say, I'm only rating this 1 because they won't let you put 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to look up because the stuff I was seeing on the side of the Google search page didn't look right to me. I'm looking at, okay, the thing that came up on the Google search page: release date, director, budget $6 million US dollars, box office $1,800 US dollars, and I'm like, no, that can't be the case. Uh, and then I went looking over here. I'm looking at the box office budget, 6 million, gross USA a little over 500,000. Okay, I can live with that. But
So, okay, while we're talking about stuff that British people do that I don't quite understand, here's something I'm curious about.
Mhm.
You know how, like, you get those folks who will say me instead of my, like, oh, yeah, this is me home, that
Mhm.
kind of thing. Do they write it like that too, or do they actually write MY instead of ME?
I don't know because I've never spoken like that or even really thought like that.
Hmm.
Um, I don't think they would spell it wrong. It's just the way that people pronouncing in certain areas.
So they're not actually thinking me like who's there? Oh, it's me. They're just thinking my is pronounced
Yeah,
differently.
yeah, I'm trying to think
yeah,
of the way,
Okay.
because I know of a number of Aussies who do the me thing. I mean, me car and me house and the whole. I'm trying to remember how they write, and I thought at least one of them wrote me, but I could be easily full of shit on that one.
Hmm.
I mean, there's bound to be people that don't. They
Whoa.
hear me, so they spell it me. So, I mean, the amount of people, and it kind of bugs me all the time when I see people who spell lose with two O's.
Oh, yes, that makes me
That's
want to.
loose. That's loose, you idiot.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you on that one.
You know. Although there's one person that I love who can't spell these things, which makes me chuckle, and it's a
Oh,
part of a little thing that I say. So, have you heard of a guy called Jesus is Lord?
Yes.
well, I mean that
I
could be
Oh, he's
love
an
anything.
that guy.
idiot.
Oh yeah. Well, not only is he an idiot, he is able to believe contradictory things at the same time, which I find fantastic.
Yes,
So the
absolutely.
three versions I've got, there's three stories I've got of it, are very short. So the first one is this is on the G Plus days. So he said, and bear in mind, I believe he's black because he sounds, he's got that kind of sound to him. Uh,
Hmm.
and he's from New York. He says he's a teacher, although he seems to have changed topics lots of times. So it suggests that maybe he's a temp or, a substitute teacher.
I do have
Um,
to ask this. When you say he's from New York City or state?
I believe it's city, but
Okay.
the, you know, tri-state kind of thing, maybe.
Eh,
But not
eh,
tri-state. Is it not what's it called? Tri-borough. The boroughs.
yes.
So anyway, so he's a Trump supporter, as you can imagine,
Hmm.
bigoted as hell. Anyway, so he said liberal education standards is the reason why a kid in my class couldn't spell his own name for an exam. Now let's forget that maybe the kid was nervous for the exam and he wasn't really thinking when he wrote or typed his name. Okay, but my reply was, you can't spell there, your, and your. What's your excuse? And then he spent, the next 3 days making excuses why it wasn't really important because he didn't have to learn it. So that was the first one. The second one was that he said he was in favor of free trade capitalism, but also in favor of Donald Trump's trade tariffs. Well, if there are trade tariffs, it's no longer free trade, but he wouldn't have it. And he just tries changing what you're talking about and goes off on a tangent. You have to drag him back. We're not really talking about that. We're talking about trade tariffs here. Here, look, here's a definition, and he just refuses to even click on the link, obviously. But my favorite one, my absolute favorite one, the reason why you may not have heard of him, Kate, is because he blocks all the women in the
Yeah,
community.
yeah, because they're not supposed to
Now,
have opinions or do any teaching or anything like that.
yeah. So whether it's, I don't know
Well,
whether it's,
obviously, I'm going to be subservient to my future husband.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. That's his thing going over there. Oh, this is interesting. I'm looking at the
I've,
site
I've just got
Ogfo
to
here.
finish this last one. I've got to finish this last one because I'm nearly finished. So he blocks all the women. So whether it's his religion where women aren't allowed to preach, or or whether he's not allowed to be mean to women, so he blocks them, so he can't even hear them, basically. So when I came out as trans, he said, "You're a man. You will always be a man, and I will only ever treat you like a man." And then he went and blocked me, like he blocks all the women.
Oh, of course.
I love that guy. Makes me chuckle. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
over on the side here, I noticed AKL 561 says, "Hey, yeah, is anyone else watching the State of the Union? Can you believe Limbaugh is there?"
Oh,
May
well,
not
you
be-
heard about him, right? That he has lung cancer
Yes,
now?
I have heard about that. Yeah, so Donald Trump actually pulled him up there and said, "Oh, well, here's Rush." And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
There are a lot of people that I've been seeing on Facebook who are like, look, we don't like Rush Limbaugh, but seriously, the guy has cancer now, so try to be respectful. I'm like, fuck that. I'm gloating right now. I'm happy to revel in his pain.
I don't know about reveling in his pain, but I must admit I did have a wry grin.
Well, close enough. I was being hyperbolic, but still, I will quite cheerfully celebrate, at least if only in my own mind, the fact that he's getting what I can only assume would be taken as comeuppance by people who believe in karma and prophecy and all that shit. I'm not a fan of Rush Limbaugh. If I ever tell you I'm a fan of Rush, I mean the Canadian band.
Okay.
Just saying.
I know the male slimy bastard, loved Rush Limbaugh. It's like, man, I mean, he could do no wrong. He could say no wrong. And there's been years and years and years.
Couldn't suck up to him.
I mean, I would listen to Limbaugh occasionally. I wanted to know what the opposition was up to, and he was, and we're talking 20 years ago. The guy was off his nut.
He's basically a less shouty Alex. What's his name?
Jones.
Alex Jones. Yeah.
He's not quite as crazy. Yeah, I mean, and when I say crazy, I mean acting like a lunatic on camera or anything like that, or on the mic.
But I thought she said less shouty.
Yeah.
I mean, crazy is another aspect entirely.
Yeah, but he didn't shout as much. I'm referring to him in the past tense already. Hey, I didn't yell as much as the other guy, the other fool. But very, I'll say crazy in the sense that what he would advocate would be nothing I could imagine any human with any degree of respect for other humans would advocate. Yeah. God, Jackson, has it been 40 years?
I don't know. I've never really listened to Rush Limbaugh unless someone else was playing a clip. So
the thing that's weird about it is, how can someone possibly live with that much anger?
Well,
I know people who had.
I have to admit, when someone accuses someone else of anger, even if it's true, I bristle a little, just because the number of times I've been accused of being angry when I really, really, really wasn't, it gets under my skin a little. Nothing makes me angrier than being told I'm angry.
Okay,
I mean, again, that's also hyperbolic, but the point is that, like, if someone says, "Oh man, you need to work on your anger issues," I'm like, dude, I was laughing when I said it with the big shit-eating grin on my face, and I was clearly not, like ready to hurt people over it. I thought I was joking around. And they're like, "No, you were angry," and I'm like, yeah, leave me alone, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, now there's one
These are
for
social
you.
media vampires who they are angry, so therefore you must be too.
Something like
No,
that.
there's one. Okay, where did anybody come up with that one? I mean, a shit-eating grin. He had a what?
Yeah, well, that is
Not
that is
not
a meant
something I would have
expression.
on my menu.
I'd like to know the origin of that expression, I admit, but whatever the origin is, it's still funny.
Well, yeah. Or like the old George Carlin thing, where did this shit faced come from? Somebody got drunk and found some shit. I don't know. Um,
Well, I mean, shit-eating grin. I get it, but no way could I articulate it. You know what I mean?
yeah, I guess maybe you would have to be eating the shit and grinning because you were so fucked in the head that you must have had what, maybe 4 times the lethal dose of cocaine or meth or whatever the hell, and you were just out of your
No,
mind.
it's not that. It's like, hmm, like when someone's getting into a shit ton of trouble and they don't care. They're just like, ah, look at what I'm doing. That sort of thing. It's like, um, it's just about being brazen, is all.
And AKL says, yeah, isn't the point of the State of the Union to provide useful information, not dispute grossly distorted views of the economy? Not anymore.
Yeah,
Apparently,
now
it's a
it
mental illness reference among demented patients in advanced stages of their illness. It's not rare to see some of them grasp their own feces, chew on them, and chew
really
on them, often with great pleasure and satisfaction.
got to admit that's not what I'm picturing when someone's just shit eating grin. That's definitely not where my brain would have gone.
Well, no, Jackson. What?
What I'm really picturing more than anything else with the shit eating grin is like a toddler who has been eating something like for the first time on their own and their face is coated in whatever it is, yogurt or strained peas or whatever, and they just give you that look, that grin, that happy laughing grin, despite the fact that they're just
Look what
smeared.
I did.
And I'm just picturing people extrapolating from that to somebody eating shit with it all over their face and
Ja-
that look of absolute joy, you know?
I'm
Jackson
looking at me
Heathen.
notes got the green face.
No, I don't doubt, Jackson, that it's 40 years. It just reminds me how fucking old I am. Thank you. Oh man, I mean, I've been reminded of that by a few people, and in some cases it makes me cry, but that's another story entirely. Let me look at the soundboard because I may have driven the automatic gain control totally crazy. Um, no, actually, I didn't. I'm amazed. Okay,
Okay, well,
then.
that's it.
Yeah, I set it back up because it's going to be driven down. I
Okay,
want.
there's a lot of line noise right now. There's a lot of going
Yeah,
on.
Yeah,
I
I'm
heard it.
hearing that, and I don't know where the hell it's coming from.
Well,
I
I also keep seeing Mom NATO's little like speech indicator flux every now and then if there's a
Uh,
loud enough noise. So,
okay, dollars to donuts. It's Mom NATO then. Yeah,
mm.
because wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last.
Where
Um,
is she
I,
gotten to
I'm
anyway?
here. I'm listening. I'm just being quiet. I didn't
Oh,
have too much to
well,
add to
as
the
you should
commentary.
be. All of us should be quiet, really, because, women need to be seen and not heard. And, well,
Oh,
in some
fuck that
oh
cases,
shit.
man, I got all
some
that.
cases, I think we probably shouldn't be seen either, but that's another story entirely.
Yeah, and I try to keep my volume down so if it does spike, it doesn't
I
lead
mean,
to too much
there's
echoing.
a, there's a reason my camera is currently off. That's all I'm
yeah.
saying.
Okay.
But sometimes it will just decide to go spastic, and not much I can do about it.
Hmm.
I,
I had something in my head and then I lost it. Well, yeah. That
Your
never.
mind?
Yeah, pretty much. That never happens, right? I mean, as if the audience doesn't already know. I mean, geez, man.
Well,
Yeah, good old AM radio.
Mm.
I never, if I could help it, listened to AM radio back when I listened to radio at all.
Well, number one, the sound quality on AM radio is for shit, which is basically why
Well,
it's almost always talk radio now.
and
Yeah.
that was part of why I didn't listen was because there was no music. It was all talk.
Now, there were some talk radio personalities I rather liked back in the day. You know, they were a little weird, and it's kind of why I liked them. They
Yeah, but weird is always good. Weird is quirky. Weird is
It's
fun.
not always good.
the
There
president
are
Okay, true. There are a few.
the president of Cleveland City Council had a talk show program on WHK, and that was always interesting. The guy was a little weird. Guy by the name of George Forbes. And then there was Gary D, a person who had been a disc jockey in Fresno. And then he came out to Cleveland, he did talk radio, and he actually had a heart attack on air. That was fun. Because
boy.
he was the one who'd get all worked up and yelling and whatever else. You know, not quite as bad as the other guy, not quite as bad as Alex Jones, but you know, it would be an act. You knew it was an act. But he got himself so worked up, he ended up having a heart attack on air.
That's not good.
Yeah, so,
probably not what you want, is it?
right.
No.
Well, I had a seizure on air once.
Yeah, I remember that.
Saw that.
And
And thank you, Steve McRae, for noticing and, you know, doing. Yeah, okay. Anyway.
That's a butt munch.
Yeah. By the way, did you hear the news about Steve McRae?
Oh gosh,
Which
what now?
news is this?
Well, this is the news that Kyle has responded with the bill with the books, and the books are that the show was in about $20,000 in debt, just short.
I see.
So rather than Steve getting the channel back with, you know, like getting a load of money, he's actually going to end up paying Kyle if the judge says, yes, this is reasonable.
Okay, here's
Wow,
the thing.
Okay.
Judge.
I didn't know. Hold on. I didn't know it was going to legal lengths.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
I
This
hadn't
is
been
what
following
show?
it. I just knew that there was a dispute. I didn't know how does an internet show end up in debt?
Because it wasn't making money. It was the costs of producing it were more than the, you know, because, you know, people won't get, you know, it's only fair that Kyle gets paid for creating thumbnails and, you know, music and all that kind of stuff.
But I've been on that show, and I do not remember any kind of production values that I couldn't afford on my meager salary. I don't know how they could be thousands in debt.
Well, the thing going on there is I don't know how true any of this is, but there are a lot of rumors that Kyle was doing some skimming.
Oh.
As I say, I don't know how true this is, but you know, it's been said in the open enough that I can say, yeah, it has been said. Personally, given those rumors, if they turn out to be credible at all, I would sincerely wonder if any judge that, you know, said it was reasonable for Steve to have the debt shouldn't be on the bench. And I'm not a fan of Steve's either. I don't know why he likes me so much. I get the impression that he's got a crush on me, and it's like, why, Steve? Why?
Well, it might be because, you know, he started out in the trans community.
Did he?
Well, you see, the trans community is going on Nadia's room.
What?
Okay.
What?
Nadia Event Chambers is a transgender person.
Okay.
She, you know, and she used to run pretty much 24-hour long hangouts. You run 3 8-hour hangouts in a row.
I don't know anyone who does anything like that at all.
She used to do it.
Ah, not at all.
She used
I
to do
mean,
it.
God, the first night I was on here, it was 10 hours.
Oh,
Hey.
Christ.
Don't worry about it.
And that wasn't even the after show.
Well, you see, here's the funny one. At it's currently 2:25. About half an hour before I started watching, I was finishing off a hangout that was 7 hours and 20 minutes,
Oh, that's nothing.
and that was just me talking to the camera.
Oh, Lord. Okay, you got a better one than I do because I do not do well solo. I mean, I can do it, but God, it's difficult.
I was talking about my favorite thing, which is model trains.
Okay, Sheldon.
So get her started
Yeah.
on that, and there you go.
No. But, like I say, yeah, it's I was just talking about a topic that I found interesting, or it was like it started out as a mini rant and then sort of turned into the reasons why I do what I do.
Well, you know what's kind of funny is when I was little, my parents somehow got it in their head that I liked trains, and so they ended up like buying me a whole bunch of train stuff. And I was too young to really articulate this, but I kept trying to explain to them, no, it's not trains that I like. It's Amtrak that I like because it's shiny and looks like something out of sci-fi.
Yeah.
Like the freight trains, like the traditional, with the engineer with the stripy hat on and the animal cars and the box cars and all that stuff. I was like, this is really old timey. I want the sort of sleek sci-fi looking train, damn it. But I was
Okay,
too
then.
young to explain this to my parents, and it didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, my cousin Jean was into all that stuff. And the interesting thing is that, at least as far as her mother was concerned, her father is the one that took off to California when she was an infant, so he didn't figure into the picture. Didn't mind that. Whereas, had I been into something considered out of gender or whatever the else, I would have got shit all over the place.
Ew.
And well, yeah, I know, and it's just didn't make sense to me at all. I mean,
Now, my grandfather, my papap, Wimbeck, had the first metal track Lionel train set with the little teardrop shaped knob that you turn to go forward and then turn it the other direction to go in reverse.
oh yes,
And it had the huge plug that was like the size of a loaf of bread.
wait a minute, plug.
It goes in the wall. The plug,
The power cord.
the power cord.
The power cord was the size of a loaf of bread.
Not quite that big. It was rectangular and it was big and blocky.
I mean, I know the kind of thing you're totally talking about because even my like my computer uses that or
Oh,
other electronic
Okay.
devices use that. They're smaller now, obviously, because technology has
Yeah.
progressed. But
Oh, are you thinking of the power supply, the transformer, or whatever
Yes.
it is? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Now I got it. Okay.
And
Yeah.
every time you'd set the train in motion, you could smell the sparks as the train ran along the tracks. Just the ozone in the air.
Okay, yeah, the one I had did a little bit of that, but not that much. And the transformer was rather small. It was only about what, 5 by 5 by 4, or something like that.
Well, you've got to keep in mind that this was the last time I saw that train set was back in the early 80s, and my grandpa, Papap, was in his 70s at that point.
Yeah, well, I was given.
So,
I was given, sort of, if you want to call it that, this particular Lionel train set. I remember playing with it while the Slimy Bastards were moving into the house in Parma, so that would have been around 59 or 60.
Right.
Um,
He'd had this train set since he was relatively young. It was one of the first Lionel train sets that came out with the metal cars that if you got it going too fast, they'd fly off the tracks
Mm.
oh
because
my.
I
they
remember
just couldn't.
kids. I
Yeah.
remember kids doing that with the race car sets.
Uh huh.
Oh my.
It was kind of similar.
You know what
And
was.
the engine would get hot if you ran it too long because it was an old train set. So you could run it for like half an hour, maybe 45 minutes before you have to turn it off and leave it cool down.
Yeah, I wanted to be able to expand that train set that I had. I was never allowed.
Mhm.
It was in an obscure gauge called 027, between
Mhm.
HO and O in size.
Mhm.
One interesting thing is that I would have been able to get a crossover sort of thing between the train set and the race car set, where you had
Mhm.
a piece of track that had
Mhm.
it was crossing a road, and then you'd build, the
Mhm.
road would build into the race cars and the track would build into the trains, and you can do that whole thing.
Neat.
And that's one of the things I wish I could have done, and set up an entire layout with switches and tracks going here and there
Mhm.
and everywhere, and yep, never was
Yeah.
allowed. Well, that was the damn thing about those two. They would do the stuff that they were supposed to do. Okay, so you get the boy the train set. You get the encyclopedia set because you had to. The kid has to learn to play an instrument because that's the way it's done. But heaven forfend if the kid ever got interested in any of it.
Huh.
Huh.
For example, the instrument. If the kid wanted to go beyond the grade school, I hate practicing point, where
Mm.
actually wanted to do something serious with the instrument. No, 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 no. He couldn't do that. Or the train set. The kid wanted to go from the layout that looked like a pretzel. It literally looked like the pretzel bend. To doing the spacious layouts and everything else like that. No, can't have that. Um, or the encyclopedias. Heaven forfend if the kid actually spent time reading the encyclopedias.
Mhm.
And I
What are
would,
they there for?
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Actually, I bet you know what I bet they're there for is to look up one thing at a time.
yes,
Here's something I don't know that I need to accomplish a task. I will look it up and then put it back.
yeah, it was for
Yeah, see,
homework.
I'm the kind of person that would just read the whole damn thing. I read the dictionary when I was 8.
Okay,
Mm.
I did not spend quite as much time reading the dictionary as I did reading those encyclopedias. There were three of them. They I remember the salesman over the house, as a matter of fact, and how useful it would be
There
for
it
the homework
is.
and all this bullshit. So there was an Encyclopedia Americana. There was another encyclopedia, I forget what it was called, and then there was that famous science encyclopedia. And I'm sure everybody's heard the story about Volume 9, right?
Mm.
No.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, he had the original Lionel wartime freight train set.
No, I used to
Mm.
sit there, I used to read these encyclopedias. One of the things I used to like to do, the Science Encyclopedia was a 10-volume thing. About half of Volume 10 was the index. So I'd pull Volume 10 down. I'd look through the index and see if there was anything that looked interesting. And I said, oh, look, Alfred Nobel Dynamite. Hey, I like it. Okay, Volume 8, page whatever the hell it is. Okay, put the index back and go. Okay, Volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Huh?
Hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Something's not right
What
here.
happened to 8?
I went searching that house, top to bottom, always remembering to put things back where I found them and everything else, doing my best that no one would know that I was looking for Volume 8. I found it.
Mhm. Uh
It
huh.
Mhm.
was in one of the dresser drawers, one of their dresser drawers, and it became apparent immediately why they had volume 8. There were a couple
Mhm.
sections
But
on
yes, it had sex.
human reproduction,
Okay.
on
Mm-hmm.
embryology, and on the anatomy.
It is so strange to me that people feel the need to keep folks ignorant.
Yeah.
Like, as I understand it, and maybe I'm completely wrong here, a lot of the motivation is just that until a certain age, you're supposed to be quote unquote innocent. You know, and it's like, it's the same reason they won't let kids use swear words. It's the same reason that kids aren't supposed to even think about sex, all of that stuff. I was glad to be raised by hippies for a bunch of reasons and really wish I hadn't for a bunch of others. But one of them is just that sex was demystified before I even knew what the hell it was,
Yep.
you
Okay,
know?
then, yeah, and this whole thing about them hiding the volume 8. This was I was 10, maybe a little older, and it was still hidden. I was well into puberty by this time. Okay, I started
Yes.
puberty at probably the age of 7 or 8.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking precocity here,
Mm.
um, and you would think it would have been noticeable because the kid was consumed, but that was another story entirely. Um, yeah, and I needed to know this bullshit and everything else, and I found what I could from Jerry Rubin. Everything you wanted to know about sex, but were afraid to ask.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was given and I know I've like shared it as like the picture of the book before in some of your streams.
Yeah.
It was "Where Did I Come From?"
Oh,
was the book.
yeah. Okay, I remember.
Yeah, and I mean that taught me pretty much everything I need to know about sex, except they left out a couple of things, like same-sex relationships were definitely not in there. But
Right.
Well, yeah, around
yeah.
1980 or so, that was still a little bit of taboo.
Yeah, you
Although
see,
I had these books in the late '70s, but yeah.
what's missing in your collection is the pop-up Kama Sutra.
Actually, there's one that, I've seen, although it's out of print, so finding a copy would be really difficult, is the pop-up book of phobias.
Mhm.
There's no way that could ever go wrong.
Oh, no way whatsoever.
Wait a
Uh
minute,
huh.
wait a minute. This is an actual thing.
Yes, it's a real book, the pop-up book of phobias. It's the thing. The only page I've seen is the pop-up clown,
And I'll tell
but
you, I
I'm sure
started
there's.
typing it. It was the first thing to come up.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
I see
I
many
must admit,
places to get a used copy.
I,
Yeah, but the ones I saw were all pretty expensive.
Well, I'm
I have
seeing 1895, 34.95, 1469. No, that's nightmares.
Mm.
1924. Um,
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't find it for like under $10.
okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind spending $20, $30 on a book. I will spend
Well,
$30 on a book before I spend $30 on some other things.
I won't, but that's just me. I prefer to pay $10 or less for a book, preferably closer to 6.99. It helps that I get nothing but digital these days, that I will only get Kindle format, just because since they don't charge you for the actual physical tree pulp version, they charge you less for digital. That helps.
oh,
Yeah, I know of a lot of places that allegedly you can get it for free.
Okay, I've gotten a bunch of free digital stuff off of Amazon, and almost without exception, it's really, really bad. I found a few gems, but some of it reads like it was written by a middle schooler.
Okay, no wonder it's free.
Yeah, yeah, but there was this one series, it was like 6 books long that I had never heard of before that was actually really, really good. And I wish I could remember the name of it off the top of my head. I could go find it on my Kindle if I wanted to, but it was this sci-fi series that made absolutely no sense whatsoever. No, I take that back. It made a lot of sense, except for the origins of all the characters was sort of shrouded in mystery until the very end of the book. And when you found out what was going on, you're like, oh, okay, huh. It was worth reading. I wish I could remember the name of it, but yeah, it was surprisingly good.
I can't help but when Diana was talking about sort of encyclopedias. When I heard her say Encyclopedia Americana, like, well, that's got to be a short one, isn't it?
Oh, don't make me come over there.
Yeah, they
I mean,
couldn't even be
the
bothered to
church
get a
in the town where I
Britannica.
live, yeah, the church in the town where I live was built in the 1200s.
Okay.
They didn't even know America existed.
Okay, what's that got to do with anything?
Well, it's just like it's a joke about we've got a lot of history.
Well, but there's more to
And lots of mistakes.
encyclopedias than history.
I know, but if it's called Encyclopedia Americana,
Yeah.
there's not a lot of Americana around.
Well, sure there is.
I think you're missing the point.
I understand the point. I just don't agree with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm reasonably sure that it was called the Encyclopedia Americana because name it something like Britannica, which Americana originated to compete with. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't
Besides,
worry.
there is a lot of
I'm-
American history that just didn't involve the colonists.
I think you're taking my reference too seriously because I've got a smile on my face.
Yeah, no,
basically-
I understand what you're getting at. I
I'm
just
just
sort
making a
of,
joke.
yeah, I don't know.
Now you've got me thinking about a book I'd like to find.
Actually, there's another one as well when you talked about cursing, or sorry, swearing.
Hmm.
I find it amusing when I hear the religious people talk about cursing, and it's like swearing. It's like, no, that's not what it means, you nitwits. The whole point of the cursing thing is, don't curse, is don't say something like, may the, the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your bed.
Well,
Effectively, it's
maybe that's
don't
why we
commit
call it
witchcraft.
swearing.
Yeah, don't invite witchcraft into stuff because that's like demonic and evil. And there you go.
Well, I mean, but the thing that kind of knocks me out, I actually saw a chart of alternate ways to swear where it's like, this is the cleaned up version of swearing that you're allowed to say versus, like they would have, instead of, oh shit, they would have, oh bother. And I'm sitting there thinking,
Yeah.
like what matters more, the word you use or what you mean by it?
Mhm.
Now, granted, there are certain words that a lot of people are, and I use this word hesitantly, triggered by. That honestly, okay, I remember I was at my game night, and somehow, I remember how it came up. It was this the 7 words you can't say on television from George Carlin. And someone couldn't remember them, so I recited them: shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits. And one of the people there, she was like, I cannot use the C word. Just cannot do it. She bristled at it. It was the worst insult she'd ever heard, and all of that. And I was like, I'm pretty okay with it. I don't mind. It does not reach into that visceral part of me that makes me go, no, never say that. Like it's unforgivable to use that word. It just doesn't bother me.
I use it when I'm severely pissed off at someone, but
Mhm.
I don't like being called it, and I have been before. So yeah, it's a little irritating, but
I don't know.
I wouldn't use it,
There
but
are
I don't like using it. I have to be really pissed off to use it.
Well, there are definitely some, like, words I would rather not be called. Like if the choice was be called stupid or be called a cunt, I'd rather be called a cunt.
No,
Okay.
I flipped it on someone. I had someone in the end of the summer last year who used it on me, and my reply was, "Not yet, but I'm working on it."
Eh, well, but there's a difference between being a cunt and having one.
I, I know, but
Yeah.
it's just the joke of like, okay, how can I take someone being an insult to you and then just flipping it around so you've just insulted them or you've not
Oh,
taken
well,
it badly like they wanted to. It's
I
like,
actually did something similar, but not quite, where somebody was trying really hard to insult me. And every time they do it, I wouldn't turn it around on them, but I would turn it around on some third party. And suddenly it's me and them teaming up against somebody else, and they don't know how to deal with it. They're like, wait a minute. You're the bad guy here, not them.
hmm.
And you're not supposed to be on my team right now, but they don't know how to say that. Like they couldn't articulate it. And so all of a sudden it just completely disarms them. And when I figured that one out, it was actually pretty useful at times.
One little sport me and my brother have got is called insults to the death. And the rules
Okay.
are that you got to insult each other as creatively as possible, but if you swear, you lose because you couldn't think of anything better to say.
Hmm.
And so, it's where you can say things like, if irony had sharp edges, you'd cut your arm off.
That doesn't even make sense, but okay.
Okay, how about I've worn shoes with higher IQs, and that's when they were still in the
Oh,
field.
sure. Oh, sure. Well, I like telling people that their IQ is in the room temperature range Celsius.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't know.
Here's one you might appreciate.
Mhm.
Since it's such a blunt tool, why is G-Men always axing people questions?
Oh, I fucking hate it when people say axe instead of ask. Now, I've actually had people
Um,
tell me, "Oh, well, that's racist because it's a black thing to do it," and I'm like, "Dude, it's just fucking grammatically incorrect. It's bad spelling. I'm allowed to bristle at bad spelling without it being racially motivated, you rat bastard."
Now, my very white cousin would say, ax a question. The one I cannot stand at all. And
Mm.
it's local to Pittsburgh.
Yep,
Mm.
it's it,
May I ask you a question?
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. I've actually only heard that used for past tense.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
ask.
I asked him that.
I
Around
You
asked
know?
yeah,
him.
around here it's present tense of ask. Yeah.
Hmm.
And
Well,
otherwise reasonably intelligent people use this.
Oi.
well, okay. What one? Okay, one of the reasons why it's totally not racist for me to hate it when people say ax instead of ask. I was raised in Vermont. It's 92% white there. And I started to bristle at this in elementary school because other white kids were saying it. Okay. Granted,
Mm-hmm.
they were like what? First graders, third graders. These are kids who are still lisping without it actually being a speech impediment. You know what I mean?
Right.
These were kids who like oh, I'm trying to think of other words that they would get wrong because they would transpose letters or something because it was just easier to say it that way. These were the kids who were saying axe around me. It wasn't a cultural thing. They were just dipshits.
Um. Hmm. I don't know. Of course, when we moved to a different state from Pennsylvania, we were put in speech therapy. So because we had such dreadful accents
Hmm.
and
Well,
the
wait a minute.
things we were saying were not correct.
Well, you were out of more or less southern Pennsylvania, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that explains quite a lot. Um,
Things like wash your
mm-hmm.
clothes
Yep,
instead of
Hmm.
wash your clothes,
yep.
or oh, what's another one? Um,
Did you do the gum band thing?
The what?
gum
What?
band.
Gum band instead of rubber band.
No,
Oh, I've never
no,
even heard that before.
no. Things like the root cellar.
Oh, okay,
Mm.
yeah.
Grandma asked me to go into the root cellar.
Okay, you know one that comes up a lot in Vermont is park the car in the garage.
Uh huh.
Oh, that drove me up the wall.
It
The
was.
Garage.
garage.
Okay then.
Mhm. Mhm.
No,
Ours
no,
was closer to go park the car in the garage.
The
the
garage?
No, garage.
yeah
Garage.
the one to
Okay.
No,
which
garage.
I was introduced rather
Mm.
early. We had a British couple move in next door to the house where I lived with the slummy bastards,
Mm.
and I found out about garage really quickly.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I've only ever
we
heard that
got
out of
three
British
versions though.
people.
We've got three
Um,
versions though. We got garage, and wait a minute, garage. Yeah, garage. Yeah.
I've only ever heard garage out of British people. I've never heard it from an American.
No, these
what's another one?
uh,
Mm.
Pete and Jean
So garage.
were from, I forget exactly where in Britain, but they were from Britain.
Oh.
Then they moved to Canada, and then came down to the
Mm.
U.S.
There
Well,
were.
okay, one that drives me nuts, and this is not like cultural or regional, but it still drives me nuts, is nuclear.
Oh my word, yes.
Oh, I want to punch people who say nuclear. Oh my gosh. Can you not
Nuclear?
read? It's nuclear. That's how it's spelled.
Nuclear.
Nuclear. Yes, but people will still say nuclear in this day and age.
Nuclear.
Yeah.
That is how
I,
it's pronounced, yes.
I can't say the other one.
Mm.
Wait a minute.
Nuclear.
Wait a minute. What is this?
Blech.
What is this that Amiga Nuts is saying about your new word, Kate?
What new word? Epistivist?
It's spelled Pornts.
What? Porn? That.
What?
Yeah, it was part of my bloopers in my last video. Not the most recent one from today, the one from yesterday, where I was trying to say points and it
Oh,
came out
ports.
Porns.
porns.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh my word.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
see, the thing you've got to understand is a lot of the things that uh, which caused us to be in speech therapy was just the way we said things like which was which,
Okay.
and where was where.
I am.
Where are you
Okay.
going?
Mm.
Instead of where are you going? Ewan's.
What?
That's
Oh yeah,
another one.
Ewan's. Yes.
Is it? You wait. I have no idea
Instead
what
of
that was.
you, it was Ewan's.
Ewan's? Really?
Mhm.
That
It's a
doesn't
thing in
make
Pennsylvania.
any sense.
It doesn't, does it, Diana?
Say again, hon.
Ewan's.
Yeah.
It's a Pennsylvania thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, but all right.
But
Okay.
now that you remind me of it, I can begin to see the evolution here. I'm familiar with the Philly U's. Okay. Now you go a little bit west and you get Ewents. And then you get over here in Pittsburgh and you get that god awful
Ewens.
infernal Yins.
Yins. Oh yes.
Oh, for
Yins.
the love of Saint Gulick.
What's
Okay, you know,
another one?
one that makes me want to punch someone really hard is when they say data instead of data.
Mhm. I'm gonna go watch TV.
Mm.
It's all that's like adding an R was standard in Pennsylvania
Yeah.
from where I'm from.
Yeah.
We spent months in speech therapy when we first got into school. Months. I mean, God.
Now something that
Vermont?
something I'd seen in the side chat, and I think it's been since retracted, but it's interesting that somebody would get, I don't know, they would either have fun with or get in trouble with for deliberately speaking Ebonics. Now,
I saw that.
Am I
The Medal
horribly
of
racist
Presidential
for holding the
Medal of
opinion
Freedom.
that Ebonics is not a language?
It's
It's
not.
not a
It's
dialect.
slang. It's
It's
slang.
yeah.
Slang.
It's something that's affected to set a group aside, and not something not something that's naturally evolved. It's
Well,
like
I'm
you and
sure
I,
it
Kate, would
naturally.
decide to speak in a certain manner, just
Well,
so
I'm
we
sure it
had.
naturally evolved. Like,
Please,
I don't think there was like a council that sat down and said, from now on, this word means that concept or thing. I don't think anyone did that.
did you guys see what they just put in chat where President Fuckhead is giving Rush Limbaugh the Presidential Medal of Freedom?
Oh, jeepers.
Well, no, you see, I
Uh,
will maintain that the U.S.
why?
I will maintain that the U.S. has no president, but that's beside the point.
Okay, what did Rush Limbaugh do? Give him a handoff?
You mean a hand job?
Yes, that's same thing without.
No, it's not, but okay. One thing that they do in Vermont that is just bizarre to me, every place of business is possessive, not plural, possessive. Like no one went to Kmart. They always went to Kmart's.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That happens a lot over here.
Yep.
I grew
And
up with
that
it as
just
well.
I gotta
drives me
go
right
to
the
the
hell up the
markets.
wall. No. That's the thing, though. If it was the name of a business, they would do it.
That was the
Yes,
name, the
yes.
market.
Out here, for example, everybody goes to Aldi's.
Mhm.
It's not
Instead of Aldi.
Aldi's. It's Aldi.
Okay.
They say it in Missouri too. Got to go
Yeah,
to the
the
Aldi's.
the brother of the
Oh.
guy that founded Trader Joe's. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Americans, please stop saying Legos. There's no plural of Lego. It's Lego.
Or it's its own plural.
No.
Yeah.
I disagree, but okay.
I hate to point this out that the Lego company says no. There is no plural.
Okay.
Right, but we have a bunch of Legos.
No, you have a bunch of Lego.
No, Legos.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
It doesn't
But-
because it's a Lego is one piece.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. There's a big thing going on outside. I think
And,
we've got
okay.
7 police
Yeah.
vehicles.
Oh, the
Okay,
puppies are
here's-
coming.
Here's one I don't grok. And I understand that
You
this
don't what? You don't grok?
grok.
What does that even mean?
Understand?
You've
Somebody
never
has not read
never
Heinlein.
Stranger in a Strange Land, have you? No, but seriously, I don't get that. I realized the game originated in the UK somewhere, and it is so they get to name it. But how the hell is it Cluedo and not just Clue?
What is?
You know the game Clue, Colonel Mustard and
Yeah.
Miss Scarlet and all that shit? Well, apparently, when it was first invented, it was called Cluedo and not
So
Clue.
weird.
I know, right?
My suspicion would be that Cluedo is copyrighted, and so therefore they had to call it something else. But that would be a guess.
But the
No.
person who invented it started the game as Cluedo.
Yeah, but maybe there was already a name. Maybe Clue was already taken in the UK or something, so they had to call it Cluedo
Okay.
or something similar.
I got the impression you were reversing that, but all right. Clarification
Oh, okay,
accepted.
Here we go.
But yeah, it's that one weirds me out. The first time I heard someone say it in a British show, I think it was Red Dwarf that I first heard it. I was boggled beyond belief.
No, that's a different game.
Actually, I'm really, really, really good at boggle because my vocabulary is fairly large. Yeah, it's kind of like a lot of people don't want to play me in Scrabble either because
I-
I'm pretty cutthroat when it comes to Scrabble.
I think I'm going to head out. I'm tired.
Mm.
I'm not feeling the best tonight.
Desperat,
So.
well, is
Now, let me just check. While we've been chatting, have you been eating peanut butter?
No.
no.
Okay. Just check it. No, I just mean like, eating peanut butter and then I feel horrible. Basically.
Oh,
No.
I thought it was
reference to that.
carbohydrates digesting that makes you tired, because it does.
Actually, I've got a couple that annoy me where in my country.
Hmm.
So one of them, when I lived in Newcastle with my grandma, I had a couple of kids who basically said, "Don't do that, you'll get Ron." I'm like,
You get
"Who's
what?
Ron?"
What?
And
You'll
it's
get
actually
Ron?
you'll get wrong. Don't do
Hmm.
that, you'll get wrong. And it's like, no, you'll get into trouble. It's not wrong.
How
Yeah, that didn't
weird.
make a lot of
Doesn't make
sense either.
sense.
That would bug me.
You know. And then the other one, well, actually, there's two of them. One's a funny one. So in the UK or in this part of the country, will you borrow me that?
Oh,
Oh,
I've
God.
heard that one. Yes, yes.
Or can I lend that off you? And it's like, no.
See,
Uh,
lend that off you, I'd be a lot more willing to accept than can I. Yeah, anyway.
Can I borrow that from you? Is the way it should
Mhm.
be.
That was
Yes,
that
I
was so
agree.
that was so
I can't
common.
borrow you anything. I can lend it to you and I can borrow it from you, but I can't do it the other way around.
It
Oh,
was
one that drove me up the freaking wall before people actually started getting a little bit tech literate. Whenever someone would use download for everything, I'm going to download that to a website. No, you're uploading to a website. They might be downloading it from you, but you are not downloading a thing if you're sending.
All right. I'll see you all later. You guys have a nice night.
you be
Bye-bye.
You tell
good.
me what to do.
Bye.
And, and the other one that we've got here, which I find comical, is you can knock someone up, as in you
Yeah,
can wake them
yeah.
up
There's a
knocking on
there's
the
a
door.
joke based around that one here in the
Well,
Oh,
US.
knock
Yeah.
someone up is getting them pregnant.
Well, that was one of the ones that I committed. I went to America, and I said, someone was ill, and said, well, maybe we should go down and knock them up.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
But then again, I also got a lot of mirth one of those trips to America, when someone said, "Where's Amy?" and I said, "She's outside having a fag."
Okay, okay.
What made it more
And-
comical is that we were at a gay resort because it was a transgender thing, LGBT.
Oh.
So yeah, it's like you can imagine the sniggers that went on due to
Well,
me saying that.
don't even get me started on Fanny. Because, here, that's your butt. That's your
Well,
tuchus, is your fanny. But apparently in the UK, not so much.
No, so you can imagine my own sniggering when a friend said that they were putting something in their fanny pack. It's like, oh, how much can you get in there?
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, man. And it took me a really long time to figure out that when you guys say pants, you don't mean like jeans or trousers or any of that.
Oh yeah.
No,
Not so much. That's your underwear.
Yep.
That one knocked me out the first time I heard it.
See, here's the thing: all those superheroes you get, they're British. You ever notice all the superheroes that wear the pants on the outside? You see?
Okay.
You don't get it, do you?
Not at all.
Superman.
Well,
Where's
I know they
the-
wear panties on the outside, yes, but what
Yeah.
does that have to do with them being British?
Because British people wear their pants on. If you go to America and you're supposed to wear your pants on the outside, that's just bizarre. So therefore, that must be where that's where the superheroes are British, because they wear the pants. In America, you wear your pants on the outside.
So
American
Okay.
superheroes are from Britain.
yeah, and that's not landing that joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have I do have an esoteric sense of humor. That's true.
Well, I don't know. I've often referred to my sense of humor as a very unique method of committing suicide by getting other people to kill you.
Yeah.
But, It's suicide by proxy. You're goading people into murdering you.
Although I did once use used to go to these gatherings, and there was a karaoke sometimes, and I ended up using the phrase, and it's Clue/Cluedo, and it's Francine in the entertainment room with the karaoke machine.
I see.
Oh man, I'd love to have a soundboard, because I can just see the place to use, the dive bomber sound,
Do you want to hear the great soundboard? I don't know if you're familiar with this, Kate. You might appreciate this one. Let's see.
Yes.
I'm just trying to.
On reporting them to YouTube.
I'm going to prove that you are a liar, and you are a liar, and you're a liar in so many different ways. It's not even funny. I stole $3,000.
There's a G-Man soundboard.
I was gonna say, I thought I heard G-Man's voice.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to him in so freaking long.
No, he mentioned you the other day. Apparently, he likes you for some reason.
Oh, he used to be obsessed with me. He used to try to get my attention all the time. And I countered that by just simply not acknowledging his existence whatsoever. It drove him up the wall that I was doing that.
Yeah. I've got a video on my channel where he spent 45 minutes on a complete tirade of rant. You've never seen anything like it. And I mean, it's gone over 3,000 views now, and I'm a minnow on the internet, on the YouTube, and it's 143 threats, usually directed at people. Is it 10 or 15 doxings, and 3 threats of violence?
Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing that would get you like banned off YouTube, if only for like a temporary time.
Yeah. Well, what I've had to do, I basically, he was crazy, absolutely crazed, all because a guy called Dragnaut used his real name, which he gave out himself, of course.
Oh yeah, I know his real
I'm
name.
familiar with Dragnaut too.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a biggie.
Dragnaut's had a couple things on recently that involved G-Man and a very large woman. What is this all about?
Shenny.
Yeah, Shenny.
Shenny is hard to explain. She's a very large lady who doesn't have a job, and if she ever has one, it doesn't last very long. She's a little bit crazy, and that's because she's got borderline personality, which means sometimes she's got personality, but most of the time she's just nuts. She goes through this kind of weird cycle where, she's a little bit like like a Republican. They know what someone's doing is bad, and then so she'll cozy up to G-Man sometimes, but then G-Man will do something, and she's a Christian and shouldn't do things like that, so she'll basically say, look, this is out of order, and G-Man will turn on her, because if you don't suck up what G-Man is feeding you, then you're not a real Christian. And so she'll end up sort of cozying with the atheist for a little while, but then she'll realize, yeah, but she's a Christian, she shouldn't be hanging around with those people, so therefore she'll go back to G-Man, and it just goes around. And it should have to grovel back to G-Man, by the way. So
yeah, that's how I know G-Man's Christian name. Yeah.
So in so G-Man and Shani had a bit of a to-do about a year ago now, actually, just over a year maybe. So she ended up. There's a guy called Revelation News on YouTube, and he's a nice guy, a little bit crazy, but he's also quite fairly loaded. So what happens is she ends up like getting together with him, and they move in together, and then they decide they're going to move somewhere else. So there's this house, and it's like you can have the house, and G-Man kind of doesn't do very well with it, and then he acts like a jerk, and though she gets it back effectively, and G-Man just just cheats her abominably bad, but
Oh, that's
kind of
G-Man.
yeah.
G-Man's
So
a piece of shit.
it's a weird relationship, but of course, sometime she's on the team, but she's not too much on the team because he's been burned. So in some ways she's a piece of shit, another one she's a proper Christian. For G-Man's point of view, by the way.
Yeah, well, from my point of view, she was straddling the line on that one as well. I mean, she seemed to be pretty crazy. Yeah, Dragnot had that thing going, and I happened to stop in and have a look at it, and I'm thinking, what am I doing here? I went further along. Say what?
Sorry, it looks like this might be the Iowa results are finished, and it doesn't look any different than last time, though.
Oh, okay.
I'm even looking at the vote counts, and they're exactly the same. Oh no, there it is. 62% reporting. It hasn't changed. Never mind.
Okay, yeah, there we are. There. Okay, then.
I'll tell you what, the Republicans. Sorry, try again. The Democrats are going to do themselves a serious disservice if they do what happened last time with the whole Bernie stuff.
They're working on it. They're working on it.
Oh, they're trying so hard.
And you know why it is. I mean, at least my perception of it. So he wasn't a Democrat. He was an independent.
Right.
The only way he could get the ticket to go for president would be to pick a team, effectively. And so he picked the Democrats, but the Democrats went, no. You can't just like turn up and expect to be in the club. You haven't paid your dues, basically.
Right.
And so they said, no, we want the established one, and that's Hillary, and
No, that wasn't it. No, it was his politics. They were like, you are not a corporatist. You don't believe in intervention in foreign affairs. You are not part of who we think we are, regardless of the people. And so what ended up happening, though, is like, I think it was AOC was saying that when she started trying to get stuff done, and when she wasn't kowtowing to special interests, they were like, look, you are new here and you don't know how things work, and you're supposed to do it this way.
Yeah.
And so basically Bernie was just not like falling in line with what they expected from a Democrat, and that is why they turned against him. I mean, if he had towed the party line right from the beginning, they would have been like, well, you may not have paid your dues, but we can accept you because you're acting like one of us.
Yeah, what I had heard many people say is they were afraid that when push came to shove, Sanders would abandon the party line to do the right thing.
Oh, yeah, they do not want the right thing done.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my.
And this is why, like I say, there's two parts. The number one is that, this is why your system is divided. That rather than working together to, like, okay, well, who's the enemy here? It's Trump. Trump is the enemy. Trump is the one that you really don't.
Trump is a manifestation of what's been under the surface of the Republican Party for ages. He just gave people license to start being who they are instead of having to hide it because it was so unacceptable.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, I've actually termed it the Trump effect, or I called it the Brexit effect as well, because one of the things that's happened in the UK has been we have a referendum on Europe, and 10 years ago, if you had a friend who said something racist, you'd sort of tilt your head at them and go, "Really? Come on, that's out of order," and they'd be shamed into silence. And then we have a referendum, or Trump gets in, and the people who are racist, they now think, I can now tell these black people to F off back home, or Hispanic people to go back home, or whatever.
Yeah, and you embolden them.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's just Trump shined light on what's wrong with this country. And what drives me up the wall, though, is when people in other countries are saying Americans this, Americans are that, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, at least half of us think it's disgusting too, right?
Yeah.
So there's that.
Well, it's the reason why I think you need a third party. I think it's...
Well, what we need is ranked choice voting. The only way to get a third party is to make it so that people don't think it's throwing your vote away to vote for one.
Yeah.
But of course that's a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you look at the last election you had, general election, of course. It's like, I hate Hillary Clinton and I hate Trump, but I hate Clinton more than I hate Trump, so I'll just vote for Trump.
Actually, I think it was the other way around, frankly.
Well, there are certain people that's like, no, I'm not getting Bernie, so therefore I'm going to vote for Trump. There was
no, that's not what happened. There were a lot of people who said, I need a revolution, and Trump seems to be promising a revolution. He was lying, but there were a lot of people who were just like, he is going to smash the system. He said, I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to do all these populist things. And people were taken in by it. That's what they wanted. And they didn't get it.
Into the White House.
But, I mean, I know that I was kind of miffed that we weren't getting Bernie, but I also looked at what Hillary wanted to do to the country, and I was like, the only difference between her and Trump is how fast they're going to fuck us up. And so I voted third party. I was like, you know what? Not going to do it. And I keep telling people, look, for this election, I'm doing the same thing. I'm not voting for somebody just because they have a D next to their name. I'm not voting blue no matter who. I will vote on the issues, not people or parties. And I also keep telling people, look, there are a lot of folks who are saying Bernie or bust, that the Democrat Party cannot have my vote if they field a candidate who isn't what I want, who isn't going to do what I want. And I'm the same way. And I keep telling people, look, given how many people are intractable, how many people are saying my vote is not flexible, you should back them so that we might win in the general. But you need those Bernie or bust people to win. And so if you're not going to even try, well, welcome to 4 more years of Trump. And they keep trying to say, well, if you don't fall in line for the general, welcome to 4 more years of Trump. I'm blaming you. But I keep telling people this election will be decided by who the nominee is, not by the general election, because you will lose a lot of voters if you don't nominate a progressive. And that's just like last time. And a lot of people are burying their heads in the sand. They're saying the only thing that matters is getting rid of Trump, with absolutely no looking towards the long term. And I'm like, you cannot have such a short-sighted view of what to do here, because that's a recipe for losing. And people keep telling me to shut up. These are the same people who are telling me I need to deal with my anger issues, even though what I typed was in text. So how the hell do you tell I'm angry? It's like a lot of people are just going, no. You're not allowed to dictate to me what's going to happen. I'm like, yes, but you're saying that you will vote blue no matter who. I'm telling you why it's in your best interest to vote for Bernie instead. I don't know. People just don't want to listen to that shit.
I mean, this is
Well-
why America is so divided.
What saddens me is, no matter what happens, the blue, no matter who people, even those who demand the issues and that sort of thing, the DNC especially is just going to fuck things up to the point where, okay, number one, I'm going to be dead, which isn't all that bad. It's just the manner in which I get there that I'm not too thrilled with.
Poverty.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm not afraid to die. I'm afraid of how I die.
Yeah, exactly. And
Mind you, I don't relish the idea of being dead. I like being alive. I might even say it's my favorite thing. But at the same time, if I gotta, I gotta.
yeah,
Does being alive involve chocolate? Because I quite like that.
It frequently does. You don't even want to know how long I had to abstain from chocolate.
Oh, it's been. I mean, other than very, very occasional.
No, not at all. Chocolate would
I-
give me seizures.
Oh, yeah. Respectfully, I'm so glad I don't have that kind of problem.
Well, I don't have it anymore. Brain surgery corrected it. I can have
Yeah.
all the chocolate I want.
Jackson Heathen. You say, I've been a fan of Bernie for at least 10 years since he used to do the Tom Hartman radio show every Friday. I thought that was Sunday. That's where I discovered Bernie. It was Brunch with Bernie, if I remember correctly.
Well, Bernie has been in my life since I went into elementary school. My parents and I moved to South Burlington when I was 4. So if anyone in this area, this group, this chat knows who the hell Bernie is and what he's like, yo, that would be me.
Do you know who I think would make a really good candidate?
Tell me.
Schiff.
Who?
Schiff.
Oh, Schiff. Okay, that is so not what I heard.
No, you've already got shit.
Hmm.
No, I think Schiff would be very good.
trying
He
to-
had even the Republicans wrapped when he made his speech in the early parts of the impeachment thing.
Well,
Trying to
that's
think
what's-
who besides Bernie would make a good president. I mean, granted, I like Tulsi, but she shot herself in the foot, which I don't think was fair. But good luck with fair in politics. Am I right? So besides those two, who would make a good president? I can't think of anyone off the top of my head.
I don't know any. I don't know who the person you're talking about is. It's
What,
one of the
Tulsi
problems.
Gabbard?
Yeah, I only. The problem is being in the UK, we don't get like constant American news.
But
And
we're
so,
the people that are most
unless
important
it's-
in the world. You should know everything about us. I'm kidding.
well,
So unless it's something big, it's not something that crosses the radar until it's like most of the people on the the ones that are left on the is it the caucus?
what?
Basically, the ones that are going for the the Democrat ticket.
Okay,
I know most of them.
Well, the thing here is that U.S. news should be very prominent because the U.S. still has the capability of fucking everything up to the point where there's no recovery worldwide.
Well, there is that. We do have a tendency to make an impact, like it or not.
Yeah, it's. I mean, as far as for example, foreign policy is concerned, forget the U.S. Not only is the U.S. preeminence in foreign policy gone, but the U.S. in foreign policy at all is pretty much dead. And the Cheeto did it. The Cheeto did it. I mean, there were those who
Well, it's been a
wanted.
long time coming. He just tipped it faster
Yeah.
than anyone else
I was
could.
about to say, there were the separatists in the Republican Party for quite a while, but no, he went and did that. And the U.S. will never again, ever have the position it had after World War II.
Well, I don't
Um,
agree with that. I mean, I can't say never is what I'm saying.
I
well,
think it's going to take a lot to get it back.
one
Oh,
thing
it would be an uphill battle, but I think it could happen.
one thing that everybody is going to remember is, I mean, they'll remember the politicians, but they'll also remember the people who voted those politicians in. Getting
Well, the problem is
rid.
they tar us all with the same brush. They think we all did it.
Okay.
I mean, seriously, you ask someone in a foreign country what the Americans are like, and they will describe the Republicans.
Okay. Okay, Jackson. Um, I had it wrong then. I thought it was Sunday mornings, but okay. No, it's long enough ago that I, don't necessarily remember because that's where I discovered Bernie, and when he just declared his intention to run for president, I'm sitting here thinking, do we need him in the Oval Office or do we need him in the Senate more? That's the whole thing. That was what, 2015.
I think to address what you said, Kate,
Hmm?
I don't. I think that because a lot of what we hear, certainly in the UK, I can't speak for other countries. A lot of what we hear about American news stuff, American politics rather, is what Trump is doing, what Trump is saying. So obviously, being the figurehead for your country, that's why people are going to get that.
Yeah, but given how many of us are like super, super, super against him, I think that ought to be mentioned.
Well, the thing
Yeah.
is, the stupid presents itself more prominently than the rest of us do.
It's a bit like most. It's like religious people. Most religious people just have their own belief thing, and it's a fairly quiet thing. But what happens is the likes of G-Man, or and I'm just talking within the little community. But on the bigger side, it's the lunatic right wing crazy religious people that get the attention.
Well, maybe they get the attention, but that doesn't mean they deserve it, and it
Well,
doesn't.
I agree.
And it doesn't mean that people like me, like if I say I'm from the United States, people go, "Oh, you're one of those, aren't you?" No, I'm fucking not. Yeah, I mean, because there are people, like, and this started after 9/11. People where if they went to Europe would put a Canadian flag on their backpack just so that people would not think they were from the United States because they thought they would get a mountain of shit for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's deserved at all. That would be like if someone said, "Oh, all you British people drink like tea and wine with your pinky out, and you're all like so snooty and highbrow and toffee nose and all that shit." And I'm like, but what about all those folks who are like the sort of football hooligan and the Scousers and all those guys? I'm like, they're not Winston fucking Churchill. So why would I say that all British people are those snooty ones?
Hmm.
I don't think that's fair to Brits, and I don't think it's fair to Americans to say we're all Trump supporting hillbillies either.
No, I mean, I think those of us who understand that there is a difference, that it's a two-party state, and so there's a lot of people on the other party. So yeah,
Well,
other people.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna
The
bestow.
majority.
I'm not gonna bestow any awards on the Democrats. Oh no.
Yeah, me neither. Well, I mean that's the thing is like we're also more than our political parties.
Yeah.
I
mean, I've been fortunate that most of the Americans I've met and come across on the internet have been educated, thoughtful people.
God, where the hell are you looking?
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean. I said I've been fortunate. But there's an also mass amount of people that are the kind of people you'd find on Jerry Springer.
Mm.
So it's the sort of, I mean, there used to be a show on in the UK, you may have heard of it, called The Jeremy Kyle Show.
Nope.
And they practically called it bear baiting. Because they do lie detector tests on, whether someone had an affair or, a DNA test or whatever, and just
Okay, so
ended up with a guy committing suicide because the lie detector test said that he'd done it when he hadn't.
Mm.
And that's how the show
Okay.
ended up being cancelled.
So you've got a British Jerry Springer going. Okay.
It's Jerry Springer with poor people who may possibly be violent.
Mm.
Like I said, no, you haven't seen some of the Jerry Springer things that I've seen. Then, whoa!
Oh yeah, like it got to a point where people on Jerry Springer would deliberately try to beat each other up because that was where the entertainment was.
Yeah.
Like you can tell that these people didn't mean it. It was like the slightest provocation, they start beating someone's ass down on the show. And that was clearly like you could see how staged it was because they were poor actors, really bad at what they were doing.
Well, you see, the thing in Britain, what they would do is they get two parties and they ply one of them with drink.
You know what? That's another one that, like we were talking before about ways that people from different countries speak.
Yeah.
And you guys pluralize or singularize things very strangely. Like here, baseball is a sport, football is a sport, hockey is a sport. You put them all together, you got a bunch of sports. But, a lot of British people seem to talk about sport, just sport. As in every sport is like all the sports combined are collectively sport.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And also like there's others. Oh yeah, we here learned to add and subtract in math class, not maths, math class.
But that's because it's been shortened from mathematics.
Yes, I know why. It's just it's one of those things that is different in both our cultures, and it's odd to me.
Yeah.
Jackson, the city is Cincinnati, Ohio. Which makes a lot of sense when you're talking about Jerry Springer.
But yeah, I mean, I get the same sort of, mental, like, stub my toe. It's a mental stub my toe. It's like, that's not right, but it is what it is. It's,
Everything is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, there are some that niggle me, but, it's, there's two things that I hear people say, and one of them is a British thing as well, but it's all America's fault.
Is it?
It is, but it's a different thing.
So what's
the first one is Lego. It's not Lego, but the company says that's how it is, so that's how it is. But the one that I really hate is the Pocket Monsters thing.
What? Oh yeah, I think we've been through this one before.
Yeah, it's Pokemon, not Pokemon.
Well, then they should bloody well spell it that way.
Well, they do.
No, they don't. Well, let's put it this way: it's Japanese.
Yeah.
So that would be an A, not an O.
What?
It got Americanized. It's kind of the way furikuri got turned into fooly cooly in the United States. I'm like, what's wrong with you people? At most, it should be furry curry, not fooly cooly.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, because I learned a bit of Japanese. I'm not fluent, but I know enough that if you want something pronounced Pokemon, it's got to be P-A and not P-O. But when it got anglicized,
that would be
that O there screwed people up.
Well, the one that gets me, don't know the rules involved, but Russian has this really weird thing about the pronunciation of the letter O. There is a launch vehicle that they have called the Praton. One would think it would be spelled Praton. I mean, the equivalence. No, it's Proton. For some reason, in that initial place, the O sounds like an A, whereas in the later place, the O sounds like an O. I don't get it.
Well, the way you
I
just
never did get that.
proton.
Say again?
The way you spelled it, it sounds like it ought to be proton.
Yeah, I mean the letter, the Roman equivalents of the Russian letters used are Proton. It is pronounced Praton. And it's like, why? Why does the one sound one way and the other one sound the other way? I don't get that. It just does because the Russians are weird. I can tell you they're weird. I mean, I was raised by people who grew up next door.
Well, wait a minute, wait. But we do this in the United States too. Grotto is a grotto.
Yeah, we would say that too. Isn't that Italian? Is that an Italian word though?
I think it is maybe.
I just know that there are cases where an O sounds like an A here in the U.S.
Okay, because I hadn't heard that word in so long, I had forgotten how people say it. I mean, when I see that, I say grotto. But then again, remember that.
Well, you also pronounce things really funky sometimes.
I was just about to say that. When it comes to language, I'm really weird. When it comes to a lot of things, I'm really weird. But
I notice it most with language.
I mean, there's a, e, o, u, e. Yeah, 7 vowels.
Like,
A, E,
that
I, O.
seems like too many vowels.
There's A, E, I, O, U, W, and Y.
W is not a vowel.
Water. Went.
But I'm not. I don't have the terminology to explain it, to say it in a way that someone who knows the technical terms would grok. But there is part of it that is, at least in my mind, clearly not vowel-y.
Okay, because what I'm hearing when I hear them, W is an unstressed U, Y is an unstressed I. But like you say, and I agree, I'm weird. I get that.
Now, to me, Y is always a vowel, and we've had that discussion. You looked it up once, and there was some snarky little persnickety reason why it's not sometimes.
Yeah.
And honestly, I thought it was complete and utter bullshit.
Oh, right. It's all full of crap, definitely.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
It's 7 o'clock. They promised those Iowa results hours ago.
Wasn't Jerry Springer also a respected local news anchor? I don't know.
I got the impression he got his start in something weird that was not talk show hosting.
He was mayor of Cincinnati for a while.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I don't know.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I was doing the wrong thing here.
Last night, you ever have that thing where you otherwise feel fine, but for some reason one of your tonsils hurts?
Oh,
and I mean one of them. Just one. That wasn't supposed to happen. Stupid sound. But seriously, I like every now and then, and it's just one. It's only one on one side starts to hurt, and I don't know why.
Yeah, okay. I went to the Fort of All Knowledge. Gerald Norman Springer, born 13 February 1944, is a British-American television presenter, former lawyer, politician, news presenter, actor, producer, and musician. He hosted The Jerry Springer Show, a tabloid talk show between September 30th, 1991 and July 26th, 2018, and debuted The Jerry Springer Podcast in 2015. He currently hosts a courtroom show called What the Fuck? Judge Jerry? Oh no!
I'm sorry,
So-
that sounds like a really late evening show, literally called "What the Fuck, Jerry?" Judge. What the fuck, Judge Jerry?
I should
I have
start.
some friends. I have some friends from Seattle whose last name is Springer. They're divorced now or in the process of being divorced, but last name Springer. And while he found it amusing, she hated it if I jokingly pronounced it Springer.
Oh no!
Oh boy, did she hate that. She really hated it. He thought it was hilarious, but she not so much.
This reminds me of there's a TV show called Keeping Up Appearances, or it used to be on.
I know that show.
Yes, with what's her name, Bouquet, but it's really
Mrs.
Bucket.
Bouquet, but it was actually spelt bucket.
I remember
And
that.
So every time someone was sort of Mrs. Bouquet, sorry, Mrs. Bucket, no, it's Bouquet, and the husband would just roll his eyes.
Yeah, her husband just sort of put up with it.
Yeah, this is interesting. Something I didn't know.
Oh, what the hell was her name though?
Hyacinth.
Ah, yes.
Dusty. Yeah,
Didn't she have a sister who was a little more low class, named Daisy?
Yeah.
Yeah, like all her siblings were named after flowers or something.
Interesting, though. I did not know this. Springer was born in the underground station of Highgate.
Okay.
Well, the station was in use as a shelter from German bombing during World War II.
I didn't realize it was that old.
That is not what I was picturing when you described it.
Okay. Yeah,
Well, I was picturing one of those situations like his mom goes into labor on the subway, and it's like, well, we don't have enough time. Someone's going to have to deliver it here.
Yeah, he was born 13 February 1944. So, yeah.
Yeah, because back when we had the Blitz going on, they used to use the subway system, the tube, to as a bomb shelter.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what better to shield you from bomb blasts than 15 feet of earth?
Yeah.
Although I have to wonder if they weakened
and the rest
enough and let it collapse on everyone's head.
Well, they were a lot deeper than that, in many cases.
Well,
15 feet, a lot more.
Yeah, 15 is a little shallow. I mean, it's got to be at least twice that, really.
I don't know. I now maybe I'm just, I don't know, paranoid or don't know enough about architecture, but I would not have trusted it.
Well, I mean, you basically got tubes with concrete or brick surroundings. Well, that's strong because that's basically a continual bridge.
I mean, maybe if there were lots and lots and lots of iron girders holding everything, like reinforcing it inside of all the brick and everything.
Well, what the brick is depending on is what I call the eggshell effect. Get an egg out of your defibrinator and put it in your hand and squeeze it and try to break it. As long as you keep the stress on the eggshell even, it's not going to break. It's very, very strong.
Well, I'm guessing you have to hold it like top to bottom rather than on the sides.
Well, I've done it with the. You can't see what's going on here. Yeah, with the one point at the crotch of the thumb and the other point on the other side of the hand, and then squeeze around.
Well, that's what I meant.
Oh, okay. I wasn't picking it up.
Because if you hold it on what I'm going to call the equator, it'll probably shatter.
Yeah, because you've got a better chance of concentrating the force, the stress. Yeah, because it's concentrating the force at one spot that pokes through the shell. just like the bird inside.
Just a little FYI for you. So Highgate isn't too far away from Hampstead, and Hampstead's got the deepest underground tunnels for the London Underground or the Tube.
Oh,
And that's 58.5 meters, which is 192 feet. That's pretty. That's a long escalator, I can tell you.
huh.
Okay, here's a question for you.
Mm.
I know what is meant if a town has ham at the end of it. It was like a hamlet or some shit, right? So
Yeah.
why do some towns end with sex? You know, Middlesex and all that.
Well, Middlesex is a county, and
Okay, but
usually,
the sex part is what I'm curious about.
well, I can't really tell you exactly, but I do know that often they were named after like estates, so it'd be the House of Sussex, or something like that. So it was a family name.
Okay, but that still doesn't answer the question. It just shoves it one step backward.
Mm.
And then
I'm saying I'm saying like if I was feeling whimsical, I might instead of Middlesex say middle fuck. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
So I'm wondering where the sex part came from. Is it some holdover from a foreign language? Does it have some connotation that means something else? That's the part I'm curious about.
Yeah, that is unknown. Now, one thing I always found interesting.
Okay, I found it.
Mhm.
The name Sussex is derived from Middle English, which in turn is derived from Old English, Sooth or CX, which means land of people or the South Saxons.
I see.
Ah,
Oh, it's related to Saxon? Is that it?
Yeah, a
Oh,
lot of it is. I mean, the history of England, effectively you had the Celts, who were the kind of, the old people from, this part of the world. You had a bit of influence from, the Romans, and then you've got the Normans. Then you've got the what do you call them? Vikings. So they came over, and it's got you got few little places that still have sort of Vikingy names, or words that are in the English language. But then what happened was the Angles, the Saxons, and the Jutes came from sort of Denmark, Germany kind of part, and they basically had a little war and kicked the Celts into the crappy land, which is Wales and Scotland and sort of Cornwall. And then, so then effectively it was like the Saxon.
I mean, that's the thing. If it had been spelled sax instead of sex, I would have totally gotten it.
now here's something I find
effectively
significant.
words change over time.
Something
Still, I'm saying that it wouldn't have been as much of a mystery if it had been spelled in a way that seemed to relate better.
Yeah.
and something I find significant though is you've got Essex, you've got Sussex, you've got Wessex. To my knowledge, you don't have a Norsex, and I wonder why that is. Number one, why don't you have the Norsex, or number two, why do you have the others? And it's interesting.
Yeah.
Ah,
And if you want to
we
know,
have a lot of those in Vermont as well. There's definitely an Essex in Vermont. There's a Middlesex in Vermont.
lots of American places are named after British places. I mean,
Yes,
York.
our colonists were not very original.
I've
Right.
noticed that. I was listening to Dragnaut the other day, and he was saying that what was it called? Oh, that's right. Yeah, there was a little town, and it was something like Alabama or something like I can't remember what it was, Virginia, something like that. And he said that there's a little town on the corner, and it's called Northeast, and it's like, for crying out loud, you got people with are they the same kind of people that chose the name of the town? Are these the kind of people that have a white cat called Snowy and a black cat called Blackie? I mean, People with no imagination.
But then again, I mean, like, what if you just decided to make up the name of a town? You know, like if someone said, okay, here is a brand new city and you get to name it, what are you going to call it? Do I make up a bunch of nonsense syllables? Do I name it after myself? I don't know.
Call it Milton Keynes.
What would be interesting is to
Well,
call
I
it.
mean, 'cause there's a game that I'm playing. It's Elite Dangerous. One of the things you can do is go around in your spaceship discovering planets no one's been to before. And when you get back to civilization, you can sell all of that data for a bunch of money. And I was thinking, how cool would it be to be able to name the stars you discover, the planets you discover? But then I realized, no, that wouldn't be so cool because you'll get like Buttassville and like the fucking star, and my friend Zach is a dick because he did this star, and all of that. It's like, it's probably for the best they don't let you name the stars, but it'd still be pretty cool.
Has anyone ever thought, okay, when founding a town, to call it Here?
You are here.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and actually, I would name it Nowhere. So you can totally be in the middle of nowhere.
There you go.
Mm.
Oh my. There's a I don't know if it's real or if it's urban history or whatever the heck you want to call it, but supposedly the city of Nome, Alaska, seems to have been a contraction of no name because somebody was looking for it on a map and it had no name. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's cute.
It sounds like an apocryphal tale, kind of like there was one where I seem to remember someone was talking to a Native American when like the U.S. was being settled by Europeans, and tried to ask like where are we? What is this place called? The problem is the Native American dude didn't understand him and said something like, I don't know, or I don't understand you. And whatever the word was, that's what they named the town because they thought that he was giving a real name, and he totally wasn't.
I've heard the
on.
same in reference to the nation of Canada. Whereas, somebody asks, what is this place or something, and whatever it was sounded like Canada or something like that. And, okay, Canada. Not probably apocryphal, but,
Here's one for you that I think you'll appreciate. The top 10 rudest place names in the UK. Bell End in Worcestershire.
Nah.
Brown Willie in Cornwall.
Jesus.
Boggy Bottom. Twat, that's in Orkney.
Wait, what was it?
Twat.
Oh.
Knob End in South Lancashire. Which is interesting because I live in South Lancashire. Well, sort of East Lancashire, really. But let's have a look. Fanny Banks. Scratchy Bottom. Funnily enough, to Americans, they probably sound related. And Minge Lane.
Minge, okay. I haven't heard that one in ages.
Yeah.
Well, there are a few interesting things that I've picked up over time. For example, there is a town called Dildo in Newfoundland. Here in Pennsylvania, we've got a few rude names. We've got Blue Ball. We have Intercourse. A couple others that escape me at the moment, but Blue Ball.
What was the one that was on? There was one. There was one that was on Jackass, and I can't remember.
I've never watched.
Tell you, I've never watched it. Yeah, I guess blue ball had something to do with a railway, and I guess a blue ball meant something, and that's where that came from.
Isn't there somewhere where like they have a town that's literally called fucking?
Yes.
Like I think it might be spelled differently, like it's PHUQUENG or some shit, but
well, the one I know of is the one in Germany, which is spelled Fucking.
Yeah.
From whence comes fucking hell, which is a light beer, which happens to be it's hell is light, and it's brewed in fucking. So you've got fucking hell. Let me look it up. It's
Well,
it's
one of my
brilliant.
one of my favorites, like I love How I Met Your Mother. I've watched that series so many times, and there's this one character named Randy who he insists on getting fired from his job to get his severance package so that he can start his own brewing company. And he finally gets fired, and he goes, "This is great. By next spring, anyone can have a nice warm glass of Warmpus because his last name is Warmpus, Randy Warmpus. And it's spelled like
Jesus.
It's like WHARMPUSS or something, or PESS. But Warmpus beer. You know.
Okay, and here we have from the font of all knowledge. Yeah, I know, Amiga Nuts. It's just sometimes not all that easy to do. Boy, we've had a pretty steady, not very many watchers. I guess everybody was going over to the State of the Disunion, which is okay, I guess.
I didn't watch it the last couple of times because I don't want to fucking watch Trump, so I didn't watch it this time either.
I would probably, were I to try to watch that shit, end up a lot like the ex when she was watching news programs. She would end up screaming at the screen. Which
Okay, you know, we'll go on.
which I'm not very good with that stuff. I don't take it very well, so that was always fun.
Yeah, when someone, like if I'm watching a movie or a TV show and someone starts talking, I kind of want to beat them into a pulp. Because, wow, yeah, can't hear what's going on, can't necessarily pause it, shut the fuck up till it's over.
Well, hers wasn't talking. Hers was literal screaming.
Well, it doesn't matter. The point is that I can't hear what's being said on screen.
Yeah, that too.
By the way, I found the place in the Jackass one. It's my anus.
Oh, there's one that like, even as a child, I found it deeply amusing. Is in Vermont. There is an Enosburg. And, well, how many people put a P at the front of that, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I mean, granted, when I first heard about it, I was a toddler and my sense of humor was pretty basic. And sure, I've retained that particular amusing tidbit since, but,
Okay, this is interesting. So, AKL, if anyone is interested, Lumba has Lumba getting the Medal of Honor. Well, not Medal of Honor, but we get the point. Seems to have triggered Pelosi to tear up Trump's printout of the speech instead of shaking his hand at the end.
Trump got a printout of the speech?
I don't get that. I didn't know that there was a transcript from which he would have been. Well, maybe it would have made sense. Was she reading from the transcript while he was, so
I'm sure he drifted off script more, like quite a lot. Yeah, well, I mean, because obviously whatever she's got is probably what Trump had in the teleprompter. I'm guessing.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, did they start doing that because Trump would go off script? Here's the transcript.
Well, I don't know about that part, but I mean, if she had it, honestly, if someone handed me the teleprompter script, I'd just read that and not watch him. You know, because he's then it's hard to watch him.
It is.
Listen to him speak is really difficult.
It's all right if he's reading for teleprompter, but if he's not and he's just winging it, it's he. As someone with Asperger's, I can go off on a tangent, but his tangents just make no sense.
Holy fucking
Well, not only is
shit.
him just like filleting himself.
Oh man.
Man,
That
what can you do? It's
that
he's
takes
like, it's a good thing. I passed a law and it was a good law. And it's a good law because I passed it and it's amazing. It's excellent.
American
And
adventure
everyone loves it.
has
Yeah, it's
only
like,
just
dude,
begun.
shut up. We got the point.
Our
People
spirit is
love
still
your
young.
law. I don't even know if it's
The sun
true,
is
but
still
you only have to
rising.
say it once.
God's
You know,
grace
I'm the
is
best
still
at.
sure. Thank you very
Self-effacing
much.
motherfucker over here.
Oh, this is
not everyone can
beautiful.
be. Hmm?
I am going to drop it in the thingy do over here.
Oh, good.
This is Nancy Pelosi tearing up the transcript of Trump's speech.
Okay.
Where am I
It's
looking?
for anybody who wants to see it.
Where am I looking?
You're looking in the side chat.
So not in the
Oh no
chat.
no! Yeah, we're talking about the public side chat, if you will. The
Oh right, okay.
and for
Yeah,
Yeah, I
whatever.
don't. It maybe I need to refresh or something, but I totally don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Okay, at the very last is AKL's thing comment, and right
Mhm.
above that is where I put the URL.
Yeah.
It's
Right above that, I'm seeing Amiga nuts with a bunch of emojis.
yes. Now, for whatever reason, I'm going to have to look and see why the URL is not highlighted the way it's usually done. It's not, for whatever reason,
No, I mean,
it's not. You can't use it as a link.
no, I mean, as far as I can tell, you haven't posted a comment at all.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, let me try again.
That wasn't that chat. That wasn't the chat you were looking for.
You don't see it either?
No.
Mm.
Well, they don't see it either. Yeah.
Okay, I just put it in, and you're not seeing it.
Not at all. Try typing something that's not the link and see what happens.
Alrighty.
I just typed something just to test it.
Well, do it short. It's just a test.
I saw I see yours, Kate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see that.
There it is. So it's something to do with it being a URL.
Wait a minute. Why did that? No, wait a. Why is that doing that? When I put that thing in, when I did the supercalifragilistic thing,
Mm-hmm.
it posted it as Diana Clarion, whereas the thing I had done right above that was posted as the Lavender Lady.
Here's a question for you.
Yes, dear.
Do you have more than one account?
Yes.
Well, maybe you're using the wrong one because you don't have a wrench.
Right. You noticed I had one. No, it was. I got to figure this out, man.
Are you using a different browser?
Okay, we're gonna do that thing over there. And then I'm gonna try to get over here. Okay, I don't know how this happened. I am now signed in as Diana Clarion for some reason. I'm gonna switch account. I'm gonna go to the Lavender Lady.
And while you're there, give yourself a wrench. You know?
Okay.
I mean, it's weird for me because on the chat, I'm seeing my own thing comes up and it says UK DNA, which is my model railway channel.
It won't let me give my. It won't
Oh,
let me.
wait.
It won't let me give myself a wrench.
I mean, you are Laura in all capitals, yes?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I see right above mine, where I said rutabaga, you said yoo-hoo.
Yeah, but if you look at the live chat and you can see your avatar and my avatar, mine's the blue one with UK DNA, which is my
Okay,
model
wait a
railway
minute
channel.
now. I put
Oh,
this
I'm
in,
seeing
and
flower.
I put this in, and now it's a link.
Yeah, that's because you're using your actual proper account for the channel.
No.
It's
But
saying Lavender Lady now instead of Diana Clarion.
Yes, there's the problem, though, is when
Shut up.
I tried posting the link earlier, it was posting as Lavender Lady, but it wasn't showing as a link. And you know what? I can't see it. I cannot see those places where I was posting it.
Ugh,
It's weird.
advert.
Oh man, I just like I'm looking at it at low volume, and Trump said something about God's grace. Hmm.
So I don't know what the hell is going
Yeah,
on
there's
here.
Nancy Pelosi. She looks kind of grouchy. Like, I won't say she looks pissed, but she looks grouchy, and she's clearly grandstanding. She knows she's on camera.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And Mike Pence is just standing there as if it's not even happening.
I have to wonder. I have to wonder where is Pence getting his quaaludes? Because so often he looks like he's.
What's a quaalude?
Oh,
It's a
yeah, it's a sedative that you can't get anymore because it was so widely abused.
Ah,
Well, no, Sergio, that's the problem. In his administration, there are a shitload of Christians, and that's the problem.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm seeing something here on BuzzFeed. It says Trump ignored Nancy Pelosi's handshake at the State of the Union. Then she tore up a copy of his speech. So it sounds like she was motivated by Trump being a dick to her specifically.
Okay, and I wouldn't be surprised that he blames her specifically for the impeachment. And I wish everybody would get this one right, U.S. people. He
What?
was impeached, yes.
Oh,
The
yeah,
proceedings that are going on now are not impeachment. They are removal. God damn it.
You know, I mean, when you hear about impeachment, usually the go-to is Nixon, which is kind of funny because he resigned to avoid all of that shit.
Yeah, he was never
But
impeached.
people think that being impeached means being removed from office. And I thought that for a very long time because that's all I ever heard. It wasn't a matter of getting it wrong so much as being given wrong information. I was right with regard to the information I was given, right? It's just
Okay.
the information wrong. So, I mean, that said, like now I know that being impeached is not removal. That you
Yeah.
have to be convicted of something. I mean, it's like with Clinton when he was impeached. I was like, what? So he's being removed from office? Wait, no, he's not being removed from office. I don't understand. That was my first indication that impeachment was not removal.
Yeah, we got that hammered into us when I was in grade school. I mean, this is even before Nixon. Yeah, that impeachment and removal are not synonymous.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the problems that apparently they don't teach civics in America.
Not
They really
anymore. Not anymore.
But at least we know how to do calculus that we'll never, ever, 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 ever fucking use.
But here's the problem. America likes to sort of say, it's the bastion of democracy or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But Americans
Well,
have no idea what the hell their system is.
The U.S. doesn't even slightly resemble a democracy. Okay, at this point, it's
well, I
not.
mean, technically,
Well, technically, it's not a democracy. At this point, it's not even a
Democrat-
representational government.
Yep. Well, what can you do?
This is why I keep saying, and I know I'll get into trouble for it, when I say that the U.S. needs a government of the people, I mean it. Think about it, kids.
It's a
I mean, but what does that even mean, though?
What I mean is taking the government from the politicians. Go with that where you will, you're probably right.
Well, but that's the thing is we turn into politicians. If we take it, what are we?
Revolutionaries.
Yeah, okay, but once we've had the revolution and now we're in power, what are we? I mean, power leads to
There we go.
corruption. That's
There's
all
the
there is
thing.
to it.
That's where everything's got to get worked out. Okay, so now hang on. This is really interesting. If you've got a group of people more than 5 or 6, they
Mhm.
need some structure or system or whatever you want to call it by which to conduct their daily business. Does that mean that if you've got some little group of people larger than this small size, you're always going to become corrupt?
Well, there is always going to be at least one person who tries to exploit the system for their own ends. And at that point, when that happens, I think it's hard to get rid of corruption after that. Like, it only takes one person for the rot to set in. And then what happens?
Yeah, because here's one of the things I wonder about the way things are set up here. Well, I guess anybody would set it up this way anywhere. There's only so far you can go as far as accountability. Think of what the hell was that piece of shit's name? Um, the one with
Shatner,
the
William Shatner.
that one, the one with the marriage licenses. Her name in
I know
Kentucky.
I know who you mean.
Yeah,
Can't remember her name.
she could not be removed.
Oh, her! Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, she was clearly abrogating her responsibilities, but could not be removed from her position because she was elected to it, and nobody in the state house or whatever it was would do anything to move against her. So you've got that problem.
Kim
You've got
Davis.
thank you, Kim Davis. Yes, you've got that problem now with the Cheeto, because I mean his accountability, if you want to put it that way, is to the House and ultimately the Senate. The Senate refuses to do their job. Where are you going to go to whoever it is that's going to do the job? My thought is that you have to go outside the what do you want to call it, the union or whatever. For example, instead of going to something within the U.S., you go to the UN or something like that. But then, even then, there's always a problem. And I remember talking about this with somebody. Said, "Oh, well, the U.S. would never go for it." I said, "That's why you force it down their throats." And this is why I'm not necessarily kidding when I say what the U.S. needs is an autocracy with me as the autocrat. It's I'm one of the few people I know who's sane enough to find the right people to work with to do it right. One of those deals. But that's beside the point again. The system is so badly run, so badly set up at this point, that it's never going to be fixed, because the people who are empowered to fix it are the people who are benefiting from how badly it's run.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is that there's so much inertia, it's so entrenched that, I mean, how do you get people to willingly relinquish that power?
My thought here, again, is you don't. You take it.
Yeah, but I mean, how are you going to actually bring off an armed revolution?
That's the hard part. It is. It is the hard
Oh,
part.
Jesus. Okay. No, it's not that. Something weird just happened with my PC, and I don't know how to fix it.
Okay, so
What
your
is it?
PC isn't very PC?
No, it's not that. It just something says now that I have to activate Windows with a product key,
What the
but
fuck?
I'm already using, and I'm trying to enter the product key that's actually on the computer, and it's giving me shit for it. I don't know what's up.
Yeah, this is where when you do your startup, when you put the, I don't know whether you started it off with uh, a USB stick.
No,
That way.
no, it just booted. Well, it's hard to explain. I had other people set it up for me at the store where I bought the machine, and now it's doing crazy things.
Usually,
know.
when you set it up at a store or whatever, you put in your the key that you had for it as you're setting it up. Later on, if you just set it up as it is and then do it later, you can, but then you get prompted and things like that.
No, but I mean, I got prompted to enter a Windows key, and it said your current key is being used by another machine, and here's the key you were using, and it only shows you like the last segment of it, which is the one that I have. And so for some reason, it thinks that the version of Windows, the copy of Windows I have, is being used on a different machine.
Oh, so
Is
wait
it?
a
Did
minute.
you
Wait a
buy a
minute.
copy of Windows with
Okay,
it,
wait.
or
Are you transferring the Windows from one
No,
machine to another?
no, no. This machine was built for me from scratch by the store where I bought it.
Mm-hmm.
They bought the Windows license for me and installed it.
Okay. Okay.
it sounds like they've tried reusing it on another machine?
So it almost sounds to me like they are the people that you've got to go to tomorrow morning.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. I'm just saying that it did something weird. That's what it did, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, neither do I, because it sounds almost if the place, the store that built this thing, didn't do it accidentally, it sounds shady.
I mean, it could just be something simple as they've got their 2 and 3 computers at the same time, and they've gone and read the same number on 2 machines when they typed it all in.
Maybe, but I'm surprised that it just comes up now.
Yeah.
Normally, because once you start,
I wonder if an explanation for that might be you're running the machine on this key, and only now has another machine running on this key started up.
Why would another one use the same key? That doesn't make any sense.
This is what I'm thinking is either somebody at the store that built it made a mistake, or something ain't not right here.
Well, obviously something ain't not right here, but I don't
Okay,
know.
no, Robert. I guess she bought the machine from this store. They built it for her.
It's a custom machine store. That's what they do. So, I mean, I'm only just now today setting it up. So, I mean, like I started sort of around 1 p.m. ish, I guess, my time. It's now 8:18. And this is the first time it's happened. This is also the first time I've used the computer. I don't know why it waited several hours to tell me that this was a problem, though.
I had that when I just installed from a memory stick, USB stick, whatever you want to call it, flash drive. And like I think it was a day and a half later, it just said, you need to register this copy of Windows. Now all I do is I just put I had a copy of Windows 7 Ultimate, which means you get the Pro version of 10. So when if I'm starting a new computer, I just stick in, the flash drive, and when it, says put in the key, or you can do this later, which is the other option. And that's what you're facing now. I just put in my key, and it just works fine.
Okay, but
But
wait,
you've
are
done
you
it
doing?
more than once, so it hasn't worked fine.
Are doing that every time you boot the machine?
No. The first time I install it onto a machine.
Okay, well, but this has already been installed on the machine. The key has already been entered by the people at the store. So
It just makes it sound like they didn't do it at the stage, the starting stage. They may have done it later, or maybe not done it later at all. They've just installed Windows 10
okay,
and given you the key.
but it very explicitly said this is the key you've been using and it's in use on another computer. It didn't say you need to enter your key. It said someone else is using it.
Yeah, this is why I'm thinking you're very likely going to have to call the store.
Yeah, of course
come
I.
tomorrow, and then what I'm hoping is that you don't get a runaround.
Yeah. Robert, how could I possibly have called Microsoft? This happened just now. You know everything I've done so far. At least you've heard everything I've done so far. If I had called Microsoft, you would have noticed.
Because what happened to me a while back is I bought a copy of Windows 8. At the store, I asked, just to make sure, I want to make sure I was reading everything correctly, is this a copy that I can do a installation to a brand new machine that has nothing on it? Oh yeah, absolutely. They lied. It was an upgrade version, and I found out when the key came back to me with, this isn't a valid key. And I called Microsoft, and yeah, that's an upgrade key. So the fucking store lied, and I'm hoping that's not what happened to you.
It's
If it's an upgrade, it wouldn't be using Windows 10 because it'd have to upgrade from something.
No,
and
it
a new
wasn't. I said it was Windows 8.
hold on. Well, that's the thing. This is a dual boot machine. It has both 8.1 and 10 on it. There's a very good reason for that I don't want to get into right now.
I know what the reason is, yeah.
At the moment, I've booted into 8.1. So any advice involving 10 is probably not going to help.
Wait a minute. Is 8.1 throwing this back at you?
Yes.
Because 8.1 is what you have been using.
Yes, but not the. Okay, this is not the copy of 8.1, not the key of 8.1 that I was using in the other machine, the machine I had before this. The two are completely unrelated. In no way is that key involved.
Okay.
So, I mean, this is complete. The store has never had access to my old machine in any way. If they managed to copy the key I was using for the old machine, they would have had to break in here when I wasn't home and find it somehow and write it down and use that. I don't think they did.
Right. So now, okay, that's fixed my misunderstanding. I was thinking this was under 10 and when the whole thing, okay.
Yeah, me too.
No, for all I know, it's going to happen when I boot up 10, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not there yet.
It almost sounds, I can't say this with certainty, but it almost sounds like this whole dual boot thing that's set up on there, it's going to the wrong registry.
Why would it? No, because okay, I'm looking at the sticker that they stuck on the side of the machine that has the key on it. And while they only showed me the last couple of digits for the key that they say I'm using now that is in use on another machine, it matches. So it's definitely the key they gave me. Now, what's possible, I suppose, is that they got mixed up and gave me the wrong key, wrong sticker or something. I don't know. But I doubt it.
It wouldn't be comical, and I mean it in the cynical sense of comical, if what's happened is that they've gone and put the sticker for yours on, they've loaded it they've loaded two on two different machines, and they put the sticker on the wrong ones.
Well, that doesn't make sense either, because the computer itself, when it said this is the key you're currently using, it was the same numbers.
Yeah,
So
true.
that couldn't have happened. I don't know what happened. All I know is that it started giving me shit.
Yeah.
I blame Trump.
Okay, that's a good thing to do. Okay, is it malfunctioning in any way? I mean, you're still able to run shit and everything?
I thought it was malfunctioning, but then I was able to Alt-Tab back to an actual page. So it seems that it hasn't actually affected me.
Okay, as long as it's not affecting you right now, sounds like you're in some pretty good shape, as long as you can get a call to whoever you need to call and find out what the hell's going on. Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if I end up not being able to use this machine until I call them, I do have 3 other machines that I can use. So, it's not the end of the world.
Okay, yeah.
Always good.
What I didn't know was whether or not the other machines were equipped for broadcast and reception. In other words, is the one you're on now the only one that has the microphone and the camera and all that stuff?
Well, I mean, they're just USBs. I can swap them over to another computer in 5 minutes.
Okay, yay.
I mean, because, well, let's put it this way. The computer I'm using right now to talk to you guys is the new one.
Okay,
and so I could go back to the old one, the one on which I do all of my video and stuff, and use that until the new one's fixed if it has to be. So, I mean, like I say, it's not the end of the world. It was just some weird, excuse me, what the hell? Some weird aberration.
Yeah, what I don't like is the possibility that they're going to say, "Yeah, come on, bring it in," and I mean, with your system right now, you don't have the vehicle and everything else to do all that shit.
Well, fortunately, they're not that far from home.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm glad of that, because man, this city is so spread out that it's hard to get anywhere without your own vehicle. So the fact that there is a computer store within screaming distance is good. Yeah. This is what I look like when I'm not complaining about that.
Wait a minute.
And I went and killed the conversation. Yay!
Yay!
I've got a sort of a go back to a conversation you brought up something earlier. You might be interested, and I think this will screen share for you. But I thought you might be interested in this when it loads.
It's a spaceship.
Yeah. Because I play Elite Dangerous 2.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I play Elite Dangerous 2.
What? I thought there was only one of them.
No. As well.
I knew what you meant. I was just being a brat.
Okay. Yeah,
at the moment,
I actually I did it in beta.
Oh, okay. Well, at the moment, I'm roughly 3,000 light years from what I consider my home base, but I'm getting back.
Right.
With a whole bunch of astronomical data.
Yeah, I did that once, and as I came back in, someone decided to blow me up.
I very rarely encounter other players. I don't know if I'm just in some, out of the way bit of space or what, but I so rarely encounter anyone but NPCs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, are you playing solo or are you playing open?
No, I'm playing open. I just don't see, like, I've seen maybe 3 people in the last month or 2.
You did say you were out of the way, though, so that's probably why.
Well, yes, but for a while I was doing cargo hauling.
Right.
And I got interdicted a couple of times, but always by someone who was, fake, an AI.
Yeah.
So I don't
How
know
long-
what's up. What?
How long have you been playing?
Well, I started back up again like a month or two ago, but I had been playing for a really long time a bunch of years ago. Basically, I forget why I got sick of it or why I stopped playing or what, but I took it off my hard drive for years. And then when I realized I could play it in my VR system, I decided to, and it's really cool sitting in your own damn spaceship. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I like that too.
Interdict.
Although it's funny if you stand up
Interdict.
and look at your character
Interdict.
sitting in the chair, you have no head. There's no head there. You're completely headless. So it was kind of like that VR poker game I used to play, and I should start playing it again because it is fun. For a very long time, and they've changed this since, but for a very long time, every character had to have glasses on because none of the character models had eyes. And every now and then, someone would turn their head in such a way that you could see this like just geometry covering where the eye should be, and it looked so creepy. It's like someone had some nasty wound and it scarred over, and now it's on top of their eyes, but they've since added eyes to the character, and it's a lot better. But even so,
Yeah, eyes are usually good. Usually.
yeah. I don't know. I like cheese. But anyway,
Do you ever change your HUD at all?
what do you mean, like the color?
Yeah, the colors, because I can't stand the orange.
No, I haven't bothered. I can't really think of a color I'd want to change it to, and the orange kind of reminds me of when monitors were still two colors on computers, and there was always the green and the orange and the black and white. So
Yeah, I use this one, which I think looks quite nifty.
uh,
When it turns up.
oh, that is a weird minty green.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Turquoise is my favorite color. It's a sort of slightly greeny blue. But,
Yeah,
a bluey green.
We have turquoise in the US.
Yeah. And I do like some of the characters that you find sometimes. Did you say you like Blackadder?
Yeah.
Bob, aka Kate.
Yeah, I remember that character.
Bill Bailey, British comedian. Lady
Bill
Fiona.
Bailey did not play Bob.
Peter O'Toole. No, it's not Bob. It's just another name.
Oh, sorry, I didn't notice. Okay, yeah, there have been some pretty strangely named NPCs out there.
How about this?
Okay.
Yeah, I thought you might appreciate that one.
Yeah.
Since you're a somewhat rare American that likes Red Dwarf.
Most Americans who've heard of it like it.
I found a lot of Americans just don't get it. It's like,
Really?
Yeah,
I have never met an American that I've spoken to who had heard of Red Dwarf who didn't love the crap out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know Reverend Codswallop. I know what Codswallop means, but I've never heard of Reverend Codswallop.
It's basically just making fun of someone who's the right reverend, which when I saw it, I just thought of Jason Burns, if you know who that is.
So it's not a character from a show?
Not that I know of. Might be wrong.
Okay.
But
Londo Malari! That's awesome!
Yeah. Amazing who you can find.
I actually decided to name my cargo hauling ship the Aluminum Mallard, and only old school gamers will get that one.
I don't know that one.
It's from the old Sierra game Space Quest, I want to say 3. But basically it's a ripoff of Millennium Falcon, the Aluminum Mallard. But Yeah. I mean, because Space Quest was very much a parody satire thing, and well,
I've done some pretty good exploring over my time. I haven't played it for about 6 months, really.
mm-hmm.
But and they change it every now and again. They've just done another couple of patches.
Yeah, the was a spectrum scanner thingy.
Yeah, it was a bit glitchy.
Well, I mean, but that didn't seem to exist years ago when I was playing it before.
No, that's a new thing they've done. It means
Yeah.
that you can just turn up in a system and just scan the entire thing. It just takes
I know what it
guns to
is.
go all the way
It's
there.
just a bit of Elite Dangerous history. It wasn't always there.
Yep.
I've come to like it, where before I was like, this is kind of weird. But no, I've come to enjoy the convenience of it.
Yeah. The funny thing about it is that this is like Frontier Elite 2 in theme. The original Elite, I mean, I played the original Elite in 1984.
I think I had a chance to touch it once, but I don't remember it very well.
Yeah, well, we had a Commodore 64 in the family, so I played it way back.
I could not convince my parents to get me a C64.
Yeah, it was a good machine. I mean, I had a VIC 20. So we had a VIC 20, and then my dad got a Commodore 64, so I owned my own computer.
Oh, I mean, so did I. It's just,
I was like, wow.
I had a Trash 80 Coco 2 at first, and then an old IBM PC. My parents, they had that weird notion that video games would make me violent, and so they tried as hard as they could to make sure that my computing experience was a learning experience, that I wasn't just blowing stuff up. Which, I mean, on the one hand, I kind of enjoyed trying to program, but on the other hand, I was like, yeah, but the Commodore does such cool shit. So, but my dad actually helped start a computer business with an old friend of the family, a business that still exists, even though my dad's not involved anymore. And so I had easy access to computers from, I'm sure my age was in the single digits. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but like I say, one of the things you can say about the old like Commodore 64s or whatever is that although the graphics were not as great as now, the gameplay was really good. That they couldn't focus on the graphics, so they had to try and figure a way to make it entertaining. And Elite was actually one of the was pretty much, but I think I seem to remember it was the first open-ended game. That you didn't have 3 lives, and when you ran out of lives, that was it, and you'd just play it again. This was something where you could save the game and just keep playing. And building and all that kind of stuff. So, just I just love some of the pictures you can make. I mean, this is when the outside camera was available.
It's still available.
Yeah, that was on my meme I made. You can kiss my shiny golden asp.
Yeah.
And you can see there's my CJ2 Forklift Jumper 24 because it's Commander Cliff Jumper. Is my handle on there.
My ship's ID is 3M-TA3.
All right, does that mean something?
Well, if you flip it around, it spells "eat me."
Ah.
like literally mirror image. It says
Yeah.
"eat me." So unfortunately, they don't give you enough characters to type in XLR82XS.
Question: have you looked at any of the Guardian stuff at all?
I'm gonna say no.
This stuff.
I haven't really spent much time landing on planets. I find it quite frustrating.
Right. Okay. You
I
want
mean,
to
I
throw?
have the Horizons expansion. I just really don't like to. I mean, even just landing at a base in a planet is a pain in the ass. So I tend to stick to stations.
Right. Okay. I mean, if you want, I can show you how.
It's not a matter of not knowing how. It's a pain in the ass, and I don't enjoy it.
Yeah, because there's some of the equipment you can get. So, for example, my ASP, I've got a Guardian. It effectively it's like supercharger for a high for your frame shift drive.
Mm.
So I can do. I can't remember how many light years it was, but it's long.
Like a single jump.
In a single jump, yeah.
Yeah. Right now, my limit seems to be around 30.
I think I can't remember how many it is I've got on this, but it's quite a lot. There you go. Have you done the have you scooted around the what do you call them? Pulsars.
I've only seen one.
Right. Yeah. If you fly around the edge of the of these, you can supercharge your frame shift drive and basically double the distance you can jump.
Is that a one-time thing, or does it permanently mod you?
No, it's a one-time thing.
Yeah.
So what people do is, if they want to go to Colonia, which is that bit out in the towards the middle, then you can basically follow a route that gets as many of these types of stars, scoot around the edge of them, and make big jumps. Of course, you can't get too close because you'll damage your ship.
Mm.
But
That is
yeah.
one thing. I swear they've changed this since, because I remember if you got too close to a star, you would get a warning before it dropped you out of Super Cruise. And now, if you get too close to a star, it's just immediate, boom, out of Super Cruise. And I'm like, what happened? Because there's certain stars you just plain can't get close enough to them to start fuel scooping. Like the really big ones, the big dark ones, the sort of purpley magenta looking ones. I don't remember exactly what type of star they are, but the fact is that you cannot get close enough to those. If you're low on fuel and you need to fuel scoop, you're going to have to take a tiny, tiny, tiny ass jump to a better, star that'll let you get close enough.
Yeah. I mean,
it's the S right there. That's the star you can't get close enough to, the S type.
Yeah. But these are your scoopable ones. Yeah, I can send you a copy of this if you like.
Sure. But I mean, what I'm saying though is that it's a pain in the ass that they don't give you that warning anymore. I swear they used to. Now,
This is a bit old. This now. I mean, this is 2015. Someone it, so it's like, okay, that's useful.
The one thing I really need to add to this game is some sort of like player lounge, a pilot's lounge. So you can actually meet other players, like face to face. I mean, because you can team up with people, but it's not the same. You never leave your ship, and I'm quite certain that the flight suit you're wearing gets quite stinky. But I mean, I just wish there was more incentive to interact with the other players.
I think one of the funniest things that makes me chuckle is you can have the suit, with the you basically you got an open face, but if you depressurize, then it'll close up, and you'll be in a sealed suit, and you have run out of oxygen eventually. What is comical about it is that you can have the one with the ponytail, and so if you can imagine the suit closing up, and it basically sticks it in your face.
Does it?
Well, it doesn't literally,
Oh,
but in if you think about how it would happen, that's what would happen.
yeah, I suppose that makes sense, sorta. I mean, it depends on how the ponytail's fastened to you, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I turned it off before wanted to. I got something you might find amusing.
Hmm.
And it's an ever so slight typo, but I thought it was entertaining.
Okay.
Look at the target.
Oh, jeepers.
Steve McRae.
Mhm.
Steve McRae.
Is that a player character or not?
No, it's just an NPC that you can
Oh,
kill.
dang.
But like I say, it did make me chuckle.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, hell, for all I know, like, I don't think I've ever seen his name come up as Steven. For all I know, Steve is short for Stefan.
No, it's Steve. It's Stephen McRae. We know this because of the court documents.
Oh, okay. Man, I really should start following that drama. I'm curious now. I thought it was just sort of bad blood between them. I didn't know there was a lawsuit.
Yeah. Well, not only that. I mean, are you familiar with who Nate Brody is?
The name's familiar, but then I've heard a lot of Brody names, so maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
I think it might be Brody because it's spelled slightly different. Like it looks like Brody, but I don't know. Anyway, he posted a video yesterday. I took part in the after show on Dragnot's channel, and he basically went through all the data that's So effectively, what do you know what happened in this drama nonsense?
Only in the vaguest terms. It's like I said, it's been a while since I paid any attention, so I don't remember a lot of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, as I understand it, for whatever reason, Steve was like kicked out or something, and he thought he was owed stuff. And
Yeah, the simple part is that Kyle, who was his business partner, and is also an idiot. What happened was he was struggling to get guests because guests didn't want to be on with Steve. He didn't want to because Steve. So Steve became a liability, and then Kyle decided to kick him out. He took the controls, and then he changed the passwords, and Steve couldn't access. So that was basically it. And then he, sort of like didn't want to give Steve his half, or he said he would do it and never did, and all that kind of stuff. And Steve just went on a bender about it. And then he started attacking this girl called Katie Paulson because she dared to defend Kyle when Kyle told lies. Because she believed him. Because it's like, okay, you got Steve, who is a douche, but he's a part of the crew. Okay, whatever. And then when Kyle starts saying things, and it sounds realistic because Steve is a dick. She believes it, and also believes some of the lies that get told around it. And so Steve went after her for best part of 6 months.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Just day after day after day, Twitter all day long, all day long. He, at one point, about just before Christmas, November time, he had 46 hours in the last 2 weeks. So he literally spent an entire day making videos about Katie this, Katie that, Katie the other.
He's such a butt munch.
Oh, yeah.
He cannot stand to be wronged.
No.
And also, I mean, like, I remember hearing about a conversation, and granted, I only got Surris's side on this one, but a conversation he was having with Surris, where Surris was trying to explain to him, look, you might be correct, but you're not helping people understand you. You're not helping people relate to you. Sometimes you're just correct to a fault, to where you'd rather, you'd rather be right than be understood, was basically what it was. You'd rather be right than help people, get the point. And his response was, "So you're saying I'm right?"
Yeah.
Like, that was the whole thing, is all he cared about. Well, yeah, you're technically correct, but you're not helping yourself. You're being your own worst enemy because you're not relating to people. He's like, but I was right. It's just like, dude. I mean, because there have been times when I've been completely correct, but no one gets it. And then I find a way to say what needs saying so that they will understand it. It's just a matter of putting it in the right terms. And believe me, I have that trouble too. The sheer number of times people have explained something to me, and then like I was like, I didn't understand it. They phrased it differently, and I'm like, oh, is that what you meant? You know, it's like he doesn't care about communication. He just cares about being right.
Yes, that's Steve all over.
Such that
You
he's
can't
their
deal
own
with
worst
people like that.
enemy. I can point to a lot of people who are their own worst enemy. I mean, hell, don't get me started on Essence of Thought.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate some of the things, but other stuff he just,
Yeah.
no.
Well, I mean, there's times when I want to agree with Essence of Thought, but I also don't want to be on his side.
Yeah.
It's like, you might be right, but I don't want to associate with you because you're a dick.
Yeah. Did you know that Steve went and dead-faced me, shall we say?
Steve Winton?
Steve McRae.
So are you saying he went and?
Oh, went and, yes.
Okay, because I heard Winton. Steve Winton.
Went and, yeah, went and, yeah, went and, yeah, okay.
Okay. Well, now I understand.
Shortening bits. Sorry.
So-
Basically he posted a picture of me as a man.
Oh. Why? But that, what? Why?
Well, you see, what happened was, Katie said that, she posted on Twitter that Steve had said things that were inappropriate or, made me uncomfortable kind of language. Not me, I mean her. And, Steve went and, turned that into, a sexual thing. Well, in between that, I posted, look what he said to me. And it's basically literally the day after. In fact, let me find it for you because it's easier to show you. But did you hear about the rape apologetic stuff that went on?
If I did, it was seriously in passing.
Yeah, effectively, what happened was that he had one of these police auditors, these people that sort of monitor what the police do to, to make sure they don't go outside the boundaries of the law, kind of stuff. So he, had this guy on his channel, and usually when he gets people like that on his channel, he's diverting away from the normal great debate type stuff. It's because they've got a lot of subscribers, But anyway, so so what he does is he turns out this guy's a rapist, convicted rapist. Oh, and by now is being indicted on molesting his children.
Oh, jeepers.
Yeah. Anyway, so what happens is other police auditors from that part of YouTube, they go on to Steve's live chat while this is going on and says, hey, this guy is a convicted rapist. And Steve, being incredibly suspicious of people, he kind of thinks people are trying to take him down and, destroy him and stuff like that. He's weirdly paranoid sometimes.
Well, if I had the opportunity, I'd make that come true, but go on.
Yeah. So he thinks that they're people like me with a sock account. And so, he just tries like stopping it and, no drama, you're just trolls, that kind of stuff, go away kind of stuff. And then, so by just trying to dismiss it as these people are trolls, he can't accept that maybe the idea that he was wrong.
Of course.
So he basically ends up becoming a rape apologist for the guy. Now, I'm not saying he's a rape apologist as a whole, just that it turns, effectively he goes into, when he finds out, it's like, oh, it was a Romeo and Juliet thing. They were both 24 in the first instance, In the second instance, and it was consensual. Well, funny that consensual doesn't involve being pulled over by someone pretending to be a cop, arresting them, putting flexicuffs on them, taking them to a parking lot and raping them with a gun.
Yeah, that's not pretty common, is it?
No, funnily that. And then Steve goes into, sort of, he's an honourable man, and then goes into, he's shown me stuff privately, and I can't show it you. You'll just have to trust me.
Yeah, I just.
The guy's innocent.
Well, what it sounds like more than anything is that he joined forces with someone scummy because they were on the other side of a conflict he was having.
Yeah, effectively, the people he hates were saying, "No, Steve, this guy really is a sex offender." And so, because they were saying that, he had to stick with the other guy because he can't accept that. Oh shit! What a piece of shit! I wish I hadn't, platformed him now.
Well,
if he'd have said that, no one would have thought anything different. But no, instead he becomes a rape apologist for the guy. He's an honourable man and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, Jesus.
I mean, I understand the feeling of there's no way for me out of this situation while simultaneously saving face. And that's caused a lot of people to double down just because, hopefully they can bullshit their way through it and win, because that's the only way for them to leave with sufficient dignity, in their never humble opinion. I understand that. I can empathize with that, but at the same time, it's a rape apologist.
Yeah. You're basically siding with a guy who's been convicted in court twice beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, recently he's even been saying that the police, the cop, the chief of police in that area is a corrupt piece of shit.
Oh, of God.
Honestly, this is how much Steve needs to, he needs to double down and double down and double down so that basically the police chief is a piece of shit and the guy's innocent and, he's an honourable man, as opposed to the guy being a convicted person, convicted rapist and is now in indictment for raping his children. No, that couldn't be possible at all. That's how Steve's ego went. So yeah, that stuff went on, and then what happens is he's going after this, Katie person, and I'm not sticking up for Katie. I was basically pointing out the hypocrisy of him, and you're going to love this one. He's got a video on his channel called "Cyberbullying." Valid criticism doesn't hide in shadow, and here comes the punchline: comments disabled.
Yeah.
So, comments disabled, so he can't receive any criticism, valid or otherwise.
Well, you remember the Tommy McMurtry Pumpkin Man thing that was going on?
No, I don't know that one.
Oh, really? It was mostly centered around Mr. Atheist. And he had done something about Tommy McMurtry and what the hell's his name? Young preacher dudes flipping out on video games, wants gays to be murdered by the state.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about. Matt Powell. And
okay, I think I remember him.
And at one point, Tommy McMurtry said something about Mr. Atheist being the biggest fruit he ever saw. And I think he said the pumpkin is the biggest fruit. So from now on, he's not Mr. Atheist, he's Mr. Pumpkin. Apparently the jackfruit is bigger. But so everyone started putting pumpkins in their names, especially on Twitter. Some people still do it. And there was this whole thing. And I came across a video of Tommy McMurtry bitching about not having his say, not being able to give his opinion or something. Right. And ironically enough, the video had its comments disabled. So I had to make a video about that particular hypocrisy. Yeah. This was gosh, was it almost? It's almost a year ago now, I think, maybe less, but I don't know. It was a while ago.
Yeah. Well, what happened was the day after basically someone said, "Oh, I've never heard Steve lie about anything," and I basically said, "Well, this isn't true at all. He, has lied about, that he had his little Great Debate Community G Plus community group, and a bunch of us left because Steve's a dick." But Steve says, "I left those people years ago." No, 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 no. They left him. Was basically the argument I was making. And so basically, the day after because he already had me blocked on Twitter, but he went and unblocked me just so he could tell me how much he didn't care about what I had to say, which always makes me chuckle. But it basically, turned into this. Get her over it, Laura. You're just fixated on me. I don't think of you that way, and I will never date you. Sorry, you're not my type. You will have to stop obsessing about me. No means no. And my reaction was, wow, is that what you think winning looks like? Sorry. Is that where you're going? Is that what you think winning looks like? Because I'm trans, I want to date guys or guys like you. That's really creepy. Says nothing about me, but speaks volumes about you. So when Katie explains how Steve was, said some, uncomfortable things, because Steve will make jokes about his penis and things like that, and what do we do in state like that? They're going to sort of like, oh well, they'll giggle it off, and because they don't want to make a scene, and that's say something like that's not really appropriate, Steve, because then you get turned on. So and it's like, so what happens is, Katie said, like he said some, some uncomfortable things that made me feel uncomfortable. And I said, yeah, look how he treated me. And I posted that. And Steve turned this into Katie's claiming that, Katie said that Steve made these women, said things about these women. And I was one of the people on the list. And Steve, his way of saying, "Oh, this couldn't possibly be true," was to do this. This is Fiona. Fiona's the one blocked out. This is Fiona and Laura. These women, Katie Joy thinks sexually harassed, even though I know damn well neither of them ever told anything of the sort. They're vile people, but even they wouldn't be this ridiculous. Posted me pictures of me as a guy.
Wow, and I'm looking at what he said below it.
From a year, yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I'm not trying to be mean here, he says. Yeah, right, you're not.
Yeah. So here's his excuse when people say, because he basically got kicked off Twitter for a week. He got a Twitter jail for a week for basically, attacking a transgender person. And it's like, Fiona is not attracted. I've never seen Laura as anything other than what I posted. She said she has transitation. His typing is terrible. But I do associate whether or not seen her transition, as I recall. Wouldn't even know what she looks like now, so I used a photo of how I know her. Well, bear in mind, this is November. And of course, there's the one. This is the 29th of November. But he knew in September that I was trans. So he can't say he didn't know I was trans. Okay.
Yeah.
On top of that, if you wanted to find a picture of me, where would you go? Maybe go to my Twitter profile, which has a picture of me as my pinned tweet in there. Because I was basically saying, people say Twitter's really toxic, but I've actually had a lot of support. And, here's an example. And, sort of, I ask a question, a picture of me, and I'm like, is this a bit too short for me? Am I dressing up like I'm 20 and I'm like 45? And so I'm after like, is this right? And everyone's like, yeah, just wear what you want, girl, kind of thing. And I had a lot of support. So I was basically saying, look, Twitter's not really toxic after all. Twitter's what you make it. You hang around with dirtbags and you try to argue with people. Well, you're going to see a lot of crap going your way. But of course, there are lots of really nice people around as well. So I found a lot of support on Twitter. So my pinned tweet literally shows
Ow, Clement, stop that.
me. Or you could go to my YouTube channel, and there are videos of me since January the 12th last year, all with my face in them. So he has no excuse. And then it gets twisted into something else further, where he and his little friend Cheshire, who, there is no bar which he won't go under in order to screw with someone. Just fabricates lies out of thin air. And one of the, then turns it into, Katie said that Steve sexually what was it? Sexually harassed me when I was a guy, which never happened and was never stated. And of course, here it's not making reference, to any of that. I mean, it's just, nonsense. So, like I say, that's the kind of piece of shit that Steve McRae is.
So, incidentally, apparently we're now at 71% reporting. Not a lot has changed. Apparently, Mayor Pete is at 26.8%. Bernie is at 25.2%. They're both still at 10 delegates. The vote count appears to be 419 to 394.
You know what? I mean, I know this isn't the same. It's not the delegates, different story. But you definitely need to get rid of the thingy college. What's it called?
Oh, the Electoral College.
Electoral College needs to go. It really needs to go then.
I've been saying that for over 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unnecessary today. I mean, when it was started off,
it wasn't what was necessary then either.
No,
yeah, wasn't it the 1800s or something?
The Electoral College was written into existence with the Constitution in 1789.
Oh, right, okay, it was that early. Now, back then, you could understand why, like there's people in far-fledged places, and you got to get a stagecoach to ride across.
I absolutely understand that the states that were pushing to have this electoral college or something like it were states with a lower population than the densely populated northern states. You know where I'm going with this because that's exactly what happened. The EC gave disproportional representation to slave states such that they could keep their little institution going.
Well, that is like the conservative right-wing mindset. If you can't win, change the rules.
Yep. And unfortunately, the EC, that was the compromise that produced that, was what got the Constitution ratified.
I mean, I do find it really comical when I see the gerrymandering map and you see something that, just it's like obscure. It looks like something that's the shape of Italy or something.
You haven't seen anything until you've seen the gerrymandering font.
I think I've seen it.
Wait, there's a gerrymandering font?
Yeah. It's a set of maps of the gerrymandered districts that resemble letters of the Roman alphabet.
Crazy.
Let me to find to into. And then
what's all this then?
Man, Do I want that or do I want that?
It's present now, and then you can pick a window or your entire screen.
I can't, so let's not even go there. Ah, here we go.
Stick it inside chat, and I can do it for you.
Wait a minute, I got. Where am I here? Okay, there you go. Now we're gonna go.
Sure.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Okay, now we're just gonna go.
I see it. I'm looking on my own browser here, and I see it.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, isn't it though?
Yeah. So I'm guessing that the people that are not in the dark spaces there are probably on the ethnic side.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, look, all the white people live in this space, so we'll just draw a little line around it, and they'll be the ones who have the most power, because yay. Well, and I bet that's what happened.
I do love the way how the top and middle row, the H looks like an aroused raccoon or a dog or something.
Hmm.
Tails up.
It's
a cat. Have you ever seen this before?
Columbia, stop that. Ugh.
Ow, ow.
I mean, I love my kitty, but sometimes she will decide, hey, I'm going to put my paw in your arm, which would be totally cute if she didn't have her claws out. But she does, and I don't care for it.
I think the most pain I've ever had was when I had to bring my cat up to my flat in the lift, and I needed to put my I was holding the cat on my right, but my keys were in my pocket on my right, so I had to, and I couldn't really. I was holding something in the left, so I couldn't do both at the same time. So what I did was I put the cat on the floor for a moment to put my hands in my pockets, and that's when the cat ran up me because it didn't like the floor wobbling, vibrating in the way it was due to the lift going up. So a cat running up me with the claws out. Oh dear me.
Oh dear, what did someone say?
Yeah, there are masochists that would pay money for that kind of pain. Oh, I'd say one thing Elite Dangerous needs, and that is a key binding thing where it'll say where you can save it.
What?
The key bindings for your controller or the keys or whatever.
Yeah.
It's an absolute pain in the backside when you end up like getting a new computer, upgrading the computer or something like that, or it does a new patch or something and it doesn't save your bindings. So then you have to spend half an hour going through and changing everything to the way you want it.
Well, okay. How often do you change computers?
Well, I mean, recently I've needed to.
And apparently Diana's in a rather large amount of pain.
You okay?
Just a little bit. No, it's my slip discs.
Oh.
I should have been in cervical traction a lot earlier than this. I did some today, but you can only do so much.
Yeah.
Ow. I may start to close this down and then sit in a damn chair because I'm not going to sleep too well with this.
Yeah, I'm pondering, if not leaving this, at least preparing myself a warm beverage.
Hmm.
Although I don't think I have any that's not caffeinated. Does tea go bad?
I have no
I
idea. I
believe
might be.
it does, but I cannot remember how long it takes. If it's a matter of years, you know what? I'm gonna go look.
Well, because
Um,
I have a bunch of non-caffeinated tea, and it is 9:15 here, so I don't particularly like the idea of caffeinating myself. But
okay, does tea go bad if left out? Huh? Can you drink tea that has been left out overnight? No, that's not what we're after here, guys.
no, it's not.
Type in tea bags.
Yeah, because I mean,
Do tea bags go off?
my only other real option for a warm beverage, I have some non-dairy creamer that I could pour into boiling water.
I've seen people do that. I'm not going to recommend it. Um,
Well, I need some
okay,
options.
here we go. How long do tea bags last? Let's see what this says. It's from stilltasty.com. How long do tea bags last? The precise answer depends to a large extent on storage conditions. To maximize the shelf life of tea bags, including black, green, herbal, and oolong, store in a cool, dark cupboard away from direct heat or sunlight. How long do tea bags last at room temperature? Properly stored, tea bags will generally stay at best quality for about 18 to 24 months.
Okay, the
So if
stuff I
that's
have
less than
should.
2 years old, you might be doing pretty well.
Yeah, and
I'm
I just
allergic to
found a
tea.
video game called Tomato Jones, and
Ow, sorry.
oh, yeah, it this video game is called Tomato Jones, and it looks like Indiana Jones has been replaced by a tomato.
Yeah, that
That's
sounds
like
right.
it appears to be the premise of the game.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
You know,
Attack of...
I've never seen that.
Oh, it's a hoot. I love it absolutely. It's ridiculous, which is exactly why I love it. It's a parody of every alien invasion film I've ever seen. And it's the only film I know of in which the helicopter crash scene involved a helicopter actually crashing,
As opposed to
as opposed to a guy flying it to kind of make it look like it crashed, but it didn't.
Oh, it goes over a hill and then there's a
Yeah,
fireball
that sort
from
of
the.
thing. Because allegedly
oh,
there was something set up where there were guy wires in the field they were using for filming, and one of the rotor hit the guy wire, and the thing crashed, and luckily didn't burst into flames.
mm.
I don't know how
So
true.
you're saying it was not on purpose?
Right.
Okay, because I mean, there have definitely been movies where the helicopter did not explode behind a hill. Like in Die Hard, the helicopter exploded and sort of landed dead. Like you see it on fire falling from the building it was hovering over.
Mm.
So that happens. But I don't know. Another movie I really want to see again because it's been forever and I've never seen Tomatoes, but is Dark Star, the spaced out spaceship.
Oh, I remember that one.
Because it literally has a beach ball as an alien, like as a beach ball with swim fins or something.
Oh
As
boy.
it's absolutely hilarious. But the thing I remember, and I don't know if you care about spoilers, but the thing I remember best is like the spaceship at one point decides that it's going to set off a nuke. Like blowing up everybody and itself. And the ship's computer's last words are "Let there be light."
Oh jeez.
Yeah, I thought it was very funny, but I don't remember anything else about the movie.
You talk about beach ball, though. Have you seen The Prisoner?
Yes.
No.
Okay. There doesn't have to be much said about the plot itself, but there's a thing or something. If you try to escape the island by sea, this beach ball, literally a beach ball, attacks you.
It's a big white ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 1960s.
Oh, I know what it is. I've just never
TV show.
watched it.
Oh, you're familiar with it? Okay.
I've heard of it. I just never got round to seeing it.
It's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's not too long as either. I think it's only about maybe 15 episodes or something. Maybe not even that.
Really? I
I
was given
couldn't
the
tell
impression.
you offhand. I mean, I've got it here, but it's in the library, so I couldn't tell you. Now what's
So,
going on?
the beach
Oh
ball
boy,
alien.
look at this.
Yeah.
It has
So-
feet.
Yes. So yeah, that's the beach ball alien from Dark Star.
Oh my, because I've got a S on 422.
I have a lap kitty, and thus I cannot move. Hmm.
There
Right.
we are, chinata.
I am feeling ever so mildly ill, and I don't like it.
Oh no, that's not a good thing. No.
Well, I mean, I mentioned before about how like that one tonsil decided to go berserk. You know, for a while I was feeling just fine, and then not so much. And I just found a video game called Make America Great Again: The Trump Presidency.
Oh,
And I'll be honest,
no.
I can't tell whether it's pro or con. Oh no, it says a pro Donald Trump presidential simulation. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
Okay, I'm gonna stick this in the place at around 306 or something. You get the giant beach ball.
yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, whatever it is, I can't see it.
Oh no, is this thing crazy again?
No, it's fine.
Well, where are you seeing this?
It's in the
In the
live chat.
side chat, the link to it.
Oh, I thought you were presenting it.
No, remember, I can't present with shit.
Oh.
And I'm thinking, okay, I've got a little bit of advice to ask for. I may have talked about this earlier. I'm not sure. I was thinking of doing the double-headed video thing on two systems. When I'm running into all sorts of problems here with can't present and the OBS is giving me shit and everything else, I'm starting to wonder. There is a begging for money thing going on the PayPal, but I'm wondering if I should use some of the available credit on the one credit card and just do the hardware now. And if I get any, couple bucks more on the PayPal, then you just throw that onto the credit card. The only problem I'm thinking of is, well, number one, you have that extra pressure, a couple dollars more interest or whatever. But then again, there's the other thing too, which no matter when I did it would be a problem. What if I do this and it doesn't work? Ow!
That can't be right.
What?
So I'm looking at something that can't possibly be right. No, I was right. Okay, phew, I was on the wrong page. Never mind.
Oh my! Here I thought it was.
No. For a second, it looked like someone had bought absolutely everything on my Amazon wish list. But no, I was on the wrong page, and yeah.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, I've actually had a person or two buy stuff on my wish list, and one of the things got lost in transit. Damn it. Um, but that's kind of nice of these people. I thank all of you. I really do. Um, yeah, you're not notified who did the buying, but somebody did. Um, it's only recently that I figured out how to know that something had been purchased. There we go.
Well, yeah.
That sounds like the sound Endora made on Bewitched when she cast a spell.
I thought that was maybe I'm thinking of I Dream of Jeannie, but I thought it was a tinky, tinky, tinky sound.
Oh, that's when Samantha would supposedly wiggle her nose. Yeah, and then
Right.
there were a few others that had that whole bell thing going with the vibraphone. Um, and that figured in
Stop
there.
Okay, I think it's time to finish. So you can go and sit in a chair that
That'll
has
be
a
all
bit of neck
sorts of
support.
fun.
Yeah, that'd have some neck support instead of you trying to hold it up with your neck muscles, which are clearly
Well, what I'm
uh,
going to do
not helping.
is, when this is done, I'm going to sit there, and with this particular apparatus that is attached to the door, I will stretch my neck. There's a chin strap on it and a weight on the other side, and it sort of stretches the neck a little bit and hopefully allows the
The nerves to not be
slip
squashed.
disc to slip back into place.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is weird because I don't know how I did it. I don't know what I did. I don't know how I did it. But I've had this problem for 40 years. I was in my early 20s when the symptoms started showing up.
It's not a slip disc kind of thing, but I can empathize with a similar kind of thing. When I was about 15, I was sat on a concrete table tennis table in the yard of the school, and a bigger kid came over and grabbed hold of my head and stuck it between my legs and sprained the muscles on either side of my back, my lower back. And if I lift something heavy or twist or something like that, sleep a bit funny, I I can end up the next day barely able to walk. It's just spasmed up and constant pain all day. I have to use painkillers or something to even be able to straighten up sometimes.
Moo.
That's when it's really bad. So I can empathize with that. And then more recently, I had a shoulder pain problem where
A
it's
what
like from
problem?
the neck. Sorry,
A what pain problem?
shoulder pain.
Ah, okay. I didn't hear you because Diana sneezed.
So from sort of, I think it was the C3, I think it was something like that. But going across to my elbow hurt like crazy. It was just constant spasm pain, and everything was clicky and everything. And then from the shoulder to the elbow was fine, but between the elbow to the wrist, I had like a constant sort of throbbing, tingling kind of thing, And what it's like is, when you bump your elbow, your funny bone, and it's not funny, but you get almost like an electric shock kind of effect
Sure.
goes up. It was like that, but it was like that for 3 months. It just
Fun.
didn't go away, and I'd just sort of shake it out sometimes, and it'd be all right for a little while, and then it'd come back. And as sometimes I'd just stick my sort of finger in my collar kind of area and just, hold like a sling almost. That was a comfortable position. And the only time that I wasn't in pain in one way or another was when I was doing modeling or whatever, because I'd be looking down, So the comfort point was looking down, with the muscles relaxed, with my
Oh,
head slightly tilted to the left.
so it took me a second to realize what you meant by modeling.
Oh, sorry, model making, yeah.
Yeah, because usually when people say modeling, they mean, on a stage in an outfit.
Gotcha,
Yeah,
yeah. No,
I mean,
like
I actually told someone once that I was gonna go into modeling, and what I meant was 3D modeling, but I left that part off, and they looked at me funny, like, you can't do that.
Oh, how insulting.
Well, they were right.
Okay, never mind. But
Well, was that a shut up Clarion moment?
and then, of course, there's the modeling that Miss Knaus got into.
Miss what of the what now?
Knaus was the first Fufu's name, maiden name. Cannot remember her name for the life of me. Melania. Melania, that's the name.
Oh, you're talking about. Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the first whore. She was doing
Oh, sorry.
the X-rated modeling and all that bullshit.
Sorry, I was literally thinking first, as in like chronologically first. So for a second, I honestly thought you were like when you said Melania, I was like, don't you mean Ivana?
Oh,
Because she was
no,
first, literally.
Well,
I
Ivana
misunderstood.
was the first, yeah, and then
I misunderstood.
And then Ivanka is the daughter wife.
Mm-hmm.
And all this other happy stuff.
The sheer number of things that Trump has said that honestly should have been deal breakers, should have been campaign destroyers.
Should have been, yes.
He literally said that if he wasn't his daughter's father, he'd be trying to date her.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I suppose he was probably trying to say my daughter's that beautiful, and so anyone else should want her, but it didn't come off that way. It came off a lot creepier.
Yeah.
Well,
here's the thing. Oh, sorry.
There are the photographs, etc., 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 which do look pretty goddamn creepy.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that kind of, I think we've come to accept that basically Trump is the American Berlusconi.
The what of the what now?
You don't know who Berlusconi is?
I really don't.
He was the president, prime minister of Italy, and he used to have bunga punga parties with ladies that were somewhat scantily dressed and things like that. I mean,
well, somehow I've managed to miss this.
He was basically an old guy who seemed to be able to pick up young, beautiful people.
So Hugh Hefner, then.
Sorry?
Hugh Hefner, then.
Yeah, but Hugh Hefner, who was a politician that had a lot of swing.
Right, but
anyway, so but effectively it's like, so if you think about the impeachment, it's like, I think we've kind of come to accept that Trump is not really a politician. He's a bit of an idiot, but he's got power.
No, he's not a politician. No.
Trump, I know, but but it's like expecting Trump not to say something pervy and a little bit weird and self-aggrandizing. That's just Trump.
Well, I mean, I'm not expecting him not to. I'm saying that the fact that he did should have tanked his career.
Yeah, but he didn't do because, it's Trump. What do you expect him to do? That's what Trump's like.
Actually,
Trump to expect the voters to go, that's not okay.
That's where I was headed. Yeah, it's the electorate who didn't tank him for doing what he did. Yeah. Many times, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when he starts doing the sort of like fake seizure thing with the reporter dude who had, what was it, cerebral palsy or something?
I think it was cerebral palsy, yes.
And that alone should have been the end of it. I mean, you remember when Howard Dean did a funky scream and it tanked his campaign?
I do remember.
And now here's Trump saying this horrible X-rated shit and like bigoted, horrible crap. And apparently his base loves him for it.
Yeah.
And all he does really, when he gets onto the twatters, is complain about this grade school nickname person being, and then complaining about this, uh, casting around these insults and everything. Like I have seen no president throughout my lifetime do ever. Even
Yeah.
Nixon kept the insults in private conversations.
So
Yeah, say he
there's
has no filter. Trump has
a
no filter.
YouTube playlist out there that I would highly recommend everyone check out. It's called the Alt-Right Playbook. And it lays out, I know I've mentioned it before, it basically lays out um, a lot of the mindset and methodology of people like Trump and his supporters. And it explains a lot about how they, like, you know, how you've gotten some people saying Trump is destined to be where he is. He was brought to us by God and all
Yes,
of that.
yes,
I
yes.
mean, oh, it mentions a lot about how the right wing believes in pecking orders and people's place in society. Kind of like, I think you've mentioned this before. Kind of like the Indian caste
Yes, yes.
thing,
As a
like
matter, yes, indeed.
desirables and all that. You know, and part of it is just that the right wing likes and idolizes bullies. They love bullies. They like people who can throw their weight around. And like, so a lot of what Trump said, I mean, if a Democrat had said it, they would be done. But
Mm.
because the right wing thinks that bullying is a sign of power and like makes someone a role model. And so like I highly recommend watching the right wing playbook, or sorry, the alt right playbook.
I
It's a
just looked. I
but
just
the
looked it up, and I'm looking at Innuendo Studios, and there's like 15 of them.
Mhm. And I like, okay, I was playing like a VR game that didn't really involve a lot of attention, and I put it on and was listening to it while I played. And to be perfectly honest, getting through all of it, especially in one sitting, is kind of an emotional roller coaster.
Mm.
It like when it was done, I felt literally just tired, worn out, like it had drained me because it was so I mean, number one, it was an eye opener, but number two, it was just so horrible. It's like, what do you do with people who act like that? How do you counter it? It's really, I don't know, was there was a certain amount of despair involved. Now I realize that this is not something to recommend it, that it doesn't sound like, oh, hey, yes, I want to be put through an emotional ringer. Let me watch this. But honestly, it's worth it just to understand, you know?
There is a great deal that is very Christian about the base, and what I'm not saying is that they're all a bunch of evangelicals, although there are a bunch of them there. But the Christians seem to have the same mindset. They've got the whole caste system going, and they've got that whole destiny thing going. And what I don't know is how to interdict that sort of thing.
Mhm.
How do you interrupt it without the method I'm thinking of right now and really shouldn't talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I think it suggested certain ways. Like there was one video, it was talking about like how a person gets radicalized.
Mm.
Uh, and there is a section at the end about how to unradicalize somebody. Unfortunately, it's a long and laborious process that is difficult to implement, but it
Mm-hmm.
seems to be one of the few ways. And part of what they were saying was that people get radicalized because they feel like they're alone and they have no one to turn to, and so they end up in an echo chamber,
Mm-hmm.
and so they don't even necessarily agree. They don't even necessarily know what's being done, but they stick around because they've been welcomed.
Yeah, there you go. Um,
Yeah.
And the where was I headed with this one? The de-radicalization. I take it resembles very much the taking a person out of a cult,
Not
which is what
really.
it is.
Well, it is, but that's not really how it comes off the way it's described. It's just more a matter of letting someone know that they're valued, that I understand, and there's another way to achieve your ends that doesn't involve making things worse for people. Because, I mean, one thing I've heard from a lot of conservatives is that they're willing to accept a lot of the horrible, bigoted stuff to get something financial.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
they're willing, like they're willing to say, well, if someone says I'm going to create jobs and I'm going to make your life better, and they're like, that's great, and they go, and also I'm going to persecute gays, and they're like, well, okay, but I'm getting my job, so that's okay, I'll support you anyway, and so it's just like, uh they don't see any other way to get what they want than to let in one evil in order to get one good. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
That's troubling, isn't it? By the way, I posted the link, although accidentally did a typo. It's a habit
Oh,
I have.
the alt-right. Not, yeah, it was supposed to be the alt-right, but very well.
It's an accidental typo I shove in there.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
let
sure it
me
was
do
completely
the.
Not at all accidental. It's deliberate,
Okay, there's the
and
thingy do.
but it's appropriate.
wow.
Oh my.
What time is it? Almost
Well,
20.
here it's 0041, so
And
Yeah,
and it's 5:41 in the morning here.
they're still only at 71% reporting.
I've been effectively chatting for just short of 12 hours. I don't know
Mm.
how. I also don't know how I managed to do it on only one bottle of juice.
It occurs to me that all I've had so far for food is pretzels.
shit, it's
I
not
should
very
really,
nourishing, is it?
that's what I was about to say, is I really should have a proper meal at some point. But we've been chatting since what,
7?
2, 4 something my time.
Yeah,
And
we've been chatting for over 5 hours.
I really haven't had a chance to prepare any food.
I've enjoyed it though. Thank you.
Oh, I've enjoyed it too, and I'm not even sure I'm done. I just think I should probably have real food at some point.
Mm.
No, is preparing like post pairing or no? No.
Although, if you go to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription, it becomes a scription.
There you are. Yeah. And then what is
So,
it when you get the next one? That first one becomes a postscription.
nah, it's only a prescription once you're done taking all of them.
Okay.
I mean, because, whenever there's a prescription refill, they make sure it overlaps a little.
Indeed. Oh, and then yeah, you can. Once that happens, you can use it on your laser printer. Yeah, the one,
What?
the one that understands postscript.
Oh, okay. Oh, right, yeah, okay. I just blah, blah, blah.
I just yeah. Sometimes I wish I.
Personally, I like transcript.
Mm.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I could afford the printers that speak postscript, and then I print so little that no, I wouldn't have a use for it.
Yeah, I like the only times I might print something out is when I need like a legal document of some sort. And rather than pay for a whole printer, which, may or may not be too expensive these days, I don't know, There's a Kinko's not too far away, and I can get a copy made for less than $1. So
Yeah, the interesting thing about the printers, you go to the store and you buy the printer for less than it's going to cost you for the first refill of ink. Literally, I bought a printer recently, which went for about $50, and an ink refill is going to cost over 60.
Jeebus. How long does one last? I mean, assuming you print something frequently.
I am not sure offhand. This is a bit of a different printer than I'm used to having, so I don't know how many pages I can expect.
Okay.
What I've been getting HP printers lately. What I've got is an Office Jet. What's the number?
Okay, if you ever get a chance, look up Samantha Peterson on YouTube, and you'll find a dude named Joe Lycett, and you gotta watch that video.
Wait a minute, Samantha Peterson. Why does that sound familiar?
Well, if it helps, it's about a cat. Well, sort of.
What was the Joe Lycett? Is it?
Yeah.
I see a reference to it right here. Missing cat emails.
Yep. That's the one. You need to check it out sometime. Just trust me.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna say something that's gonna be horrible, taken as horribly racist. It says live at the Apollo, and what's a white guy doing performing at the Apollo?
that'll be the London Apollo.
There's a London Apollo.
Yes.
I was not aware of that. Well, that killed the chat, didn't it?
Yep, and that may well be the London Apollo then, because this is BBC Comedy Greats.
Yeah.
Okay, what?
Moo?
I was about to go because I
Oh.
need food.
Food.
But I ran across a game called the Attack Helicopter Dating Simulator.
What the hell?
It's a
It's a-
trend, isn't it?
It's no, well, I mean, okay, given the colors that I'm seeing in the thumbnail, they kind of resemble the trans flag colors. But it says here, as a helicopter, your daily activities may include morning maintenance, aerial attack runs, and delivering Hellfire missiles on non-combatants for democracy, or, dating other helicopters. And I mean, it literally is a helicopter. That this is no, like, it's not a trans person. It's literally like an attack helicopter. Oh, but it's clearly making fun of, because it says the story as a person who identifies as an attack helicopter.
Mhm.
So yeah. Yeah.
Yes. It's written by an asshole who decided, I know how I can trigger people
Yeah.
and get some
Probably.
attention for myself, and
That's other people doing other things, but we won't go into that.
I did not expect to come across that while I was browsing Steam, but there it is.
Oh,
Right.
my.
Anyway, like I was saying, I'm gonna go. I'm very hungry and kind of not feeling great, so I will catch
Okay.
you pieces later. Try to stay out of trouble, or at least don't.
I found you on Twitter. Sorry, excuse me, not Twitter. I found you on Skype.
Oh yeah, I accepted the friendship.
Cool. Okay, maybe we can play together on Elite Dangerous sometime.
Perhaps. Well, if it helps, and I don't know if you'll even know where this is, but I tend to think of my home base as Gamau or Gamo Station in Chaxiraxi. however that's supposed to be pronounced.
Okay.
I for some reason, Chaxi Raxi in my head is meant to be spoken with sort of a New York, New Jersey accent. It's not Chaxi Raxi, it's Chaxi Raxi. I don't know, but I mean, it's a decent system to call one's home. I like it. So
Yeah. That was great.
if it helps, it's in the Ed McMahon territory.
Okay, then.
Well, his name is really like Edmund Mahone, but everyone calls him Ed McMahon.
Yeah.
Anyway.
There's a YouTube channel to have a look at, which has got some funny ones, funny stuff. It's called Ghost Giraffe. That's very funny.
Ghost Giraffe. Okay.
Yeah. Look that up. Elite Dangerous stuff. He does some really great amusing stuff.
Well, I'm gonna go feed. I'll catch you later.
Okay.
Righto.
Take
Bye-bye.
care, hon.
And I think you should go as well, Diane. And,
yeah, I was going to say, I think I'm going to wind this down, and then I'm going to sit in there with that thing on my head, and maybe I'll get around to not hurting as much, after a little while, and stuff like that. So what I'm going to say is I want to thank all of you who are here. I want to thank all of you who are not here. And to all of you and everything like that, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Bye.